listening to Paranormal Rain. Not brushed against it. Not a muscle twitch. It was a firm little tap from something hard and physical. For a few seconds, I just stared at the empty living room, trying to make sense of it. Then I heard something faint, almost like a soft clatter coming from the kitchen. It was so quiet that I nearly missed it. If I'd been asleep, I wouldn't have caught it at all. No answer. I checked my phone. It said just after midnight, which was weird because I could have sworn the last time I looked, it was barely 10:30. I must have dozed off. There was a message from my wife glowing under the clock. Staying at Georgia's tonight. Love you. Georgia was her sister, so that wasn't anything odd. But after reading that, the house just felt off. Too still somehow. When the furnace kicked on, I practically jumped out of my skin. The rush of warm air moved through the vents, but instead of feeling comforting, it suddenly seemed like something else had come into the house with it. I told myself I was just exhausted. With the baby coming, work stress, and barely sleeping the last couple weeks, maybe I was just on edge. But then I heard another sound from upstairs. A long, slow, scraping noise. It reminded me of a dresser being dragged, heavy, across the floor. I couldn't tell if it was coming from our bedroom or the nursery. Maybe it was the nursery. "Babe?" I called louder this time, hoping for a response. A door creaked open up there. Then the little decorative chimes we'd hung on the nursery door rattled together, just barely. That's when I stood up. "Who's up there?" I started toward the stairs, trying to make myself sound tougher than I felt. When I got to the top step, I saw a shadow at the end of the hallway. It was small, looked about the size of a kid. I raised my phone and switched on the flashlight. The figure stopped moving, frozen. And then, I swear, it was like the beam of light took a breath. It dimmed, vanished, and then flickered back. The best way I can explain it is, it felt like someone had pressed their hand over the back of my phone, smothering the light out with their palm. It happened so quick, between one breath and the next, that my brain almost didn't catch up. At that point, I still thought maybe it was a person in the house, the break-in, or maybe some sick prank. I didn't really consider it could be anything else. When the flashlight steadied, the beam hit the upstairs closet door. That was where the figure had been standing. I ran up the last steps, stomping so hard I thought the old banister would shake loose. Each footstep echoed through the house like something big dropping onto the floorboards. At the top, I slapped the hallway light switch. Nothing happened. I swung my phone from one side of the hall to the other, shining the light across every doorway. Nobody there. I pressed my back to the wall and inched toward the nursery. "I've got a weapon," I yelled. I didn't, but it sounded better than nothing. The nursery door was half open. We always kept it closed. Our daughter Jessie wasn't due until later in the spring. This was January, the room still mostly empty, except for a pale yellow crib, a rocking chair, and some boxes we hadn't unpacked yet. As I stared into the darkness, I became totally convinced something was in there, watching me. The feeling got so strong that my skin started to sting and itch. It was like tiny paper cuts pricking along my neck and shoulders, then sealing up again. Without thinking, I scratched at the back of my neck until I realized my nails came away with a little bit of blood under them. I quickly unlocked my phone and dialed my wife. The second I brought it to my ear, the phone died. The flashlight went out too. The darkness wasn't normal. It was thick and freezing, like breathing in cold syrup. Like the air had turned solid. I tried to breathe, but I started gagging. It felt like I was inhaling water, trapped under ice. Then, something stepped in front of me. I still can't say what it was. All I saw was a black silhouette, darker than the dark around it, standing right in front of me, its shape clogging up the hallway. For a long second, neither of us moved. And then every light in the house came on. My bus was late after school, and I ended up waiting just down the block from this old cemetery, the one where my grandmother's buried. When I heard the bus was delayed for almost half an hour, I figured I'd use the time to visit her grave. Only, I couldn't actually remember exactly where it was. I wandered around, weaving between rows of cracked headstones. The trees had these twisted branches hanging everywhere. It was weirdly quiet, even the birds seemed to have gone silent. That's when I saw the ground moving. At first, it looked like maybe a squirrel or something was tunneling under the grass, but the dirt in front of this one grave sort of rose and fell, slow and steady, not like an animal, more like something under the earth was breathing. The headstone was so worn down I could barely make out the name, Walt Olden. According to what I could read, he'd been dead for longer than anyone I knew had even been alive, over a century. The dirt started rising higher, but it didn't settle back down this time. Little cracks ran across the mound, and suddenly, a greenish hand, really sickly looking, broke right through. I just stood there, eyes wide, couldn't even move. Then, another hand clawed its way out beside the first one. That was all I needed to see. I spun around to run for the cemetery gates, but my foot caught on a glass bottle hidden in the grass. I went down, hard. My leg twisted, and pain shot up from my ankle, all the way through me. I looked back and saw the thing pulling its head out of the grave. Its eyes were sealed shut, and its mouth hung open, way wider than you'd think possible. Its skin looked like rotting moss, with just one thin strand of black hair stuck to its skull. It dragged itself out and started stumbling toward me. It moved slow, but never stopped. Its eyes stayed shut, but somehow it came right in my direction. I tried to stand, but my leg buckled every time. Each time I pushed up, I dropped again. The thing reached its arms out and let out this long, hollow groan. Then it whispered one word, brains. I don't even know how, but I managed to get up and limp to the gates. As I did, a young woman came walking into the cemetery. I clutched the fence and shouted, "Don't go in there! There's something in the cemetery!" She kind of laughed and kept walking. Right then, the creature lurched up from behind a headstone and lunged at her. I ducked behind the nearest tree and fumbled to call the police. I could hear screaming, then nothing, just a weird kind of silence. By the time the officers showed up, the creature was gone. They found the woman, but didn't buy a word of what I told them. The official story was that I'd gotten confused from hitting my head or the pain in my leg. That night, I woke up to a tapping noise at my bedroom window. Walt Olden was standing outside. His pale face was pressed to the glass. His eyes never opened, and his arms were raised right at me. "Brains," he whispered, again and again. "Brains, brains, brains." He stayed there all the way until the sun came up. The next evening, there were 2 of them, then 3, then 5. Every night, more figures gathered outside my window. Men, women, even a couple small, shadowy shapes standing behind the tall ones, all with that same green skin, closed eyes, and one thin strand of hair. After a while, I realized one of them was my grandmother. I tried to get my parents to look, but every time they checked the window, those figures went completely still. My parents thought they were just Halloween decorations someone put in the yard as a joke, but I knew that wasn't it. Not long ago, I peeked through the curtains and saw hundreds of them out there, just packed below my window. Walt was right up front. This time, he was grinning. Not just a normal smile. His mouth stretched across his whole face, showing rows of black, broken teeth. Then all the zombies raised one hand and pointed at my bedroom window. I screamed. My mother burst into the room and demanded to know why I was yelling. I begged her to look out the window, but she just shook her head. "Those decorations again?" she said. She opened the window. A rush of cold air blasted in. Down below, every figure lifted its head at the exact same time. My mother actually saw them move. She screamed and slammed the window. My dad came running up the stairs, and right then, for the first time, both of them actually believed me. We locked all the doors and covered the windows, but the whispering kept going outside. Brains. It went on all night. When daylight finally came, the garden was empty. We thought maybe it was finished, but now it's dark again. Just a few minutes back, I heard something moving downstairs. The sound of slow, heavy footsteps, breathing, really slow breaths. Now there's someone coming up the stairs. If you ever see an old grave with ground that looks like it's breathing, don't stick around to find out what's going on. Just run, because I can hear Walt right outside my bedroom door, and he's not saying brains anymore. He's saying my name. It was quiet, but then I heard soft shushing in the dark, almost like someone was just beside me, trying to comfort me. That's when the voice began, and nothing's really felt normal since. I'm 21, and I've had a few experiences over the years that I still can't fully explain. Something especially strange happened a couple nights ago. The earliest experience was when I was about 12. There was a serious argument happening in the house. Arguments weren't out of the ordinary, but that one was getting physical, which scared me. I went to my room, shut the door, and started praying for it to stop. After a while, I stopped praying and sat there, not really doing anything. Then I heard a voice. It was totally clear, like someone actually standing in my room. It said, "You're going to be okay. Things could be worse." That was it. I looked around, thinking maybe my father had opened the door without me noticing, but there was nobody there. At the time, I figured it was just some sign that maybe God was real or something. I didn't see it as anything supernatural, not until later, when other weird things happened, and I started thinking maybe it was all connected. So, when I was 16, I got hooked on this documentary series about a famous criminal case. The show had actors recreating everything, and it was pretty popular online. The first night I watched, the TV kept turning off on its own. It always seemed to happen during the darkest or most disturbing scenes. I kept turning it back on, maybe 3 times, thinking maybe the cord was loose or the plug was dodgy. Then stuff on the table next to the TV started falling off. A remote, a notebook, and I think an old keychain ended up on the floor, all at different times. I told myself maybe the table was wobbly or something. Next night, I was still watching the series, and the TV acted up again. This time, I heard this creaking and soft knocking coming from inside the walls. The house wasn't old, and I'd never noticed sounds like that before. When the TV switched off for the 3rd time, I got up to check the power cord. As I moved towards the wall, I felt something wrap around my lower leg. It felt like a hand, not just a brush. It actually gripped me and pulled hard enough that I almost fell over. I freaked out. I checked behind the furniture and even looked under the couch, though there was barely any room under there. I was crying by then because whatever I felt was so real. I stopped watching that show and just went to bed, though I barely slept. The next night, I stayed downstairs. When I used the TV again later, nothing weird happened. For a long time, I thought that was my only paranormal experience. It changed the way I saw things like ghosts and spirits, since before that, I never believed any of it. When I was 18, my mother and I started watching more crime documentaries. Eventually, we watched another series about that same person. For some reason, I felt kind of obsessed with that case. Other cases didn't grab my attention, and I never really got why. Then, a few weeks ago, I was lying in bed, just putting my phone down for the night. The room was quiet, and I was almost asleep when I heard a voice say, "Do you remember me?" I sat up right away. first, I thought someone might be outside my window. I checked with my phone flashlight, then went out with an old torch to look around. There was nothing, nobody anywhere. But 2 nights ago, it happened again. I was in bed, upset and crying because things in my personal life had gotten bad again. After a while, I heard someone making soft, shushing noises, like they were trying to comfort me. I sat up and checked the window again. Then the voice spoke. "I'm sorry I frightened you. Do you remember me?" I asked who was there. The voice answered with a shorter version of that person's name from the documentaries. It said something like, "It's Eli," as if I was supposed to just know who that was. That's when I realized the voice actually sounded like the person it claimed to be. It began talking about what was happening in my family. It named 2 relatives, Nora and Amber, and said things that were just way too specific. It told me none of it was fair and that it was sorry I had to go through it. Then it asked if I was still afraid. It took me a long time to answer. I finally managed to say, "No." There was a long pause. Then the voice said it'd talk to me again sometime. Before disappearing, it told me to sleep well. After that, the room went totally silent. I barely slept at all. I keep going back to that first voice I heard when I was a kid. From what I can remember, the voices sounded nearly the same. It makes me think the first thing that happened might be tied to all this later weirdness. I've never heard voices or had anything like this happen to me outside of those few times. I'm autistic and have borderline personality disorder, but hearing things like that just hasn't been part of it, even when I was at my worst, mental health-wise. I'm open to normal explanations. I've tried to come up with them myself. Maybe stress, or being overtired, or, I don't know, something else. I honestly have no idea. I haven't heard the voice again since that night. Maybe that was the last time. Rain tapped at the windows the night I saw the faceless thing crawl toward me. I still remember the way every sound in my grandparents' house seemed sharper, like the place itself was listening in. Strange little things happened there so often that most of us just stopped mentioning them. We'd hear footsteps, catch something moving in the corner of an eye, or feel like someone walked in when no one was there. The first was when I was a kid. My grandfather had this green reclining chair. He always called it his lucky chair. I used to sprawl across it upside down with my legs over the back. One afternoon, my grandmother was in the kitchen with me, baking cinnamon bread. Suddenly, my whole body locked up. I was fully awake. I could see and hear everything, but I couldn't move or call for her, no matter how hard I tried. That's when I noticed something crawling toward me. It looked sort of human, but not really. Its skin was pale and smooth. No face, no hair, no clothes, no real hands or even proper feet. I hadn't seen a mannequin at that age. Now, that's the closest word I have, but even that's not quite right. I wanted to scream, but nothing happened. My eyes filled up and everything went blurry. Right before it reached the chair, my grandmother came in, scooped me up and held me. She kept asking what was wrong, but I couldn't get a word out. Over the next couple years, I'd test that same spot, like lying there again on purpose to see if it would happen. I know it sounds weird, but I needed to know if it was real. Every single time, the paralysis came back, and every time, that faceless thing got closer. The last time, it reached out and touched my arm. I still couldn't move, couldn't call out. Then, everything went dark. When I came to, my grandmother was shaking me, saying my name over and over, asking why I wouldn't wake up. Not too long after that, the chair was gone from the house. I never saw that figure again. At least, I don't think I did. The second time was years later. I was sleeping in one of the upstairs bedrooms by myself while my grandparents slept downstairs. I woke up in the middle of the night and looked at my phone. The time said just after 2. Then I heard someone gasping for air. The noise started at the bottom of the stairs, slow and rough. It crept up, dragging itself step by step. Between those breaths, I heard something scraping, like it was crawling. I just lay there, barely breathing, watching through one cracked eyelid. My door creaked open and something crawled in. It looked like a woman, but thick with coarse fur or hair, so tangled it hung in clumps. As it passed my bed, that rough hair brushed my feet. I could actually feel it. It slid into the corner and stayed there, growling low, rasping between those awful, strained breaths. I tried to say a prayer, but I kept forgetting the words. My mind just wouldn't work. Finally, I forced myself to slow down and finish it the right way. The second I finished, the corner was just empty. I ran downstairs and climbed into bed with my grandparents, stayed there till sunrise. The third thing was different. Everybody heard this one. One night, we were all in the living room watching a thriller. My grandparents, my mother, my 2 aunts, my uncle, my cousin, and me. Out of nowhere, my uncle paused the movie. You could hear heavy running footsteps above us, racing back and forth, like someone was tearing down the hallway upstairs. But no one was up there. My uncle said, real quiet, if anyone else heard it. My mother and my youngest aunt said they had, but thought it was just movie sound. Then the running started again. Everyone in that room heard it. My grandmother got furious. She said whatever was in that house had been scaring her kids, never her. She stormed upstairs, flung open every window, and yelled into the rooms for it to leave her family alone. She told it if it wanted to bother someone, it should come after her instead. She threw out a few words I probably shouldn't repeat. After that, we all went outside together for air. None of us wanted to hang around inside just then. There's other stories too. My grandfather got so used to the weird stuff that, honestly, sometimes his reactions were scarier than anything else. After my grandparents split up, 2 guys once helped him move a big box from upstairs. While they were coming down, one of them panicked, started yelling for help and fighting to get away, but no one else saw what he was seeing. The other man tried to calm him, but, well, something shoved him back into the wall, or he said he was pushed. My grandfather just watched. Instead of helping, he laughed and said, "Careful, it's coming to get you." That's just how he was by then. The house didn't scare him anymore. It was like an old companion by then. That one night, though, as I stood in the weak glow from our little solar lamps, things shifted in a way that still makes me uneasy. Late October, one of those nights where the cold sets in, but it's not quite winter yet, I was letting our dog out before bed. The back porch was being worked on, so we had to use the front door. It was almost midnight, I think. The only light out there came from those cheap blue solar lamps. My dog, a black mutt with a splash of white on his paw, just wouldn't come in. He stood stiff, right by the driveway, barking his head off toward the woods that start up after our lawn. We live on a good bit of land, and you can't really see or hear our closest neighbors unless they're mowing or something. My first thought was fox or coyote. Both are common out here. I stepped off the porch and crunched a stick under my shoe. I heard something too, moving through the dry leaves, all slow. My dog dropped his head and growled, which he never does unless it's something big. Then, clear as day, from deep in the trees, a woman screamed, "Help! Help me! Please help!" It was a real voice, not an animal, not some weird echo. The words were plain, desperate. I moved a couple steps closer and called, "Who's there?" The voice shot back, quick, "Help me!" I almost headed into the woods, but my dog, he cut in front of me, stiff as a board, not letting me past. That threw me more than the yelling. He's always loved people, even ones he shouldn't. I tried again, called out, "What happened? Are you hurt?" But then it just went dead silent. I bolted inside for a flashlight and called for my cousin Wade, who was staying over. His room's right next to the back door. He shuffled out, still in socks, yawning, and I was shining my flashlight between the trees. I yelled, "Where are you?" That same scream came back. "Please help me!" I turned to Wade, hoping he looked scared too, but he just stood there, confused. "Heard what?" he said. I couldn't believe he hadn't heard it. The voice was right there, clear, not even muffled. We argued for a second, me insisting, him shaking his head, and finally he took the dog in. The second the door shut behind them, the voice came back, softer. "Help me." That was when I started feeling, well, not right about it. Like I didn't buy it was a person anymore. So I said, "What's your name?" The answer was this weird, twisted giggle. Not friendly, not human. The kind of sound that gets under your skin, low and almost mocking, like something trying to laugh, but not quite knowing how. Right after that, I heard footsteps. They were fast, much quicker than any deer I've ever spooked, crashing through fallen leaves and twigs. Then nothing, just dead stillness. Then I noticed the quiet. No crickets, no frogs, no owls. I'd never heard our property that silent, not even in winter. I know the sounds of the animals out here. Deer, turkeys, raccoons, foxes, coyotes, and there's a big bobcat that sometimes passes through. But this was wrong. And sure, bobcats can scream, but they don't ask for help in full sentences. A few weeks went by. One night, after letting the dogs in, I heard a low growl near the edge of the yard. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out. There, between two sweet gum trees, were yellow eyes, bright and staring at me. I couldn't see its body, but the eyes were well above my own head, and I'm a little over 5 feet. I remember thinking it had to be at least 6 feet tall, maybe more. After that, weird scraping sounds started up outside my bedroom window. It'd happen a few times a week, just low scraping, like claws, or maybe a stick dragging over the siding. I'd get up, check with a flashlight, look at the ground, the wall, the window. Nothing. No marks, no prints, not even kicked up mulch. But the noise kept coming, sometimes at 3 in the morning, sometimes closer to dawn. The last big thing happened when I was unloading groceries one night. I was carrying bags from my old Honda, and as I slammed the trunk, I saw those same yellow eyes in the trees, watching. This time, instead of getting scared, I snapped. No one else in the family ever noticed anything. It was just me and the dogs. The dogs always got uneasy first, whining or pacing, before I even knew there was something out there. So, right there, by the car, I spoke out loud. I said, as clear as I could, that our home and land were protected in the name of Jesus, and that whatever was in the woods had no right to stay. I blinked. The eyes were gone, like instantly. Since then, nothing's happened. No more voices, no more scraping, no more eyes in the trees. I tried recording the scraping a bunch of times, but my phone never picked up anything. Once, when those eyes were back, I tried snapping a photo. My phone died right then, even though it had like 20% battery left. Only thing I know for sure, the voice sounded like a woman, but it wasn't. It was such a weird, breathless moment, and honestly, I'm still not sure what to make of it. I grew up in this really old house, the kind where you can feel all the layers of history under your feet. My parents still live there now, but before them, it was my grandmother's place, and, well, she drank herself to death in that house. That's just one of the darker things about it. Some people roll their eyes when I talk about what I've seen there, but I do have photos and videos showing things you just can't explain away. I work as a librarian, so I spent some time digging into the history of that house. Turns out, it used to be split into apartments. It was also the only house on the block hit by a tornado, which I found odd. In the late 1940s, or maybe early 50s, a young boy was waiting for his school bus right at our driveway. He was hit by a diesel truck and died there. My parents built a second floor and an addition at the back, so my room was upstairs. There's a door in the closet that leads to the attic, and I used to have these dreams about that boy coming out from behind it. Strangers who visited us sometimes saw him too. One time, I actually snapped a photo with part of his ghostly figure in it. It was the upper half of him, clear as day. We even asked him to show himself, and right then, he did. When I was a kid, the weird stuff in the house was annoying rather than scary, like things disappearing, footsteps late at night, the TV knobs turning by themselves, changing the channels, the radio flipping stations over and over. It was like the spirits were just messing with us. But if my parents ever talked about moving, things would get a lot worse. Shadows showed up more. You'd see the boy's face at the window. Belts in closets would start swinging on their own. People who visited and weren't family always seemed totally drained after being there, like the house just sapped their energy. Sometimes we'd see these bright orbs zipping around, blue, sometimes green, moving with purpose. A couple of times they came right up to my video camera, hung there for a second, then shot off. I never felt like it was just the boy haunting the place. My mom once saw my grandmother's ghost too. For me, the wildest thing was seeing a headless black dog, its neck spurting blood, which I know sounds impossible. It breathed right on my face, and I could feel the heat even though it didn't have a mouth or nose. That one's still hard for me to talk about. One time, I even levitated a few inches off the floor in front of my family, though we never figured out how that happened. Just a week or two ago, I visited my parents and took some photos on my phone. They turned out red, with massive orbs floating around the edges. I also tried an EVP recording for the first time. I asked out loud how the boy died, and when I played it back, the voice sounded like it said, "front yard." That's the only clip I'd even think about sharing. My parents are older now, and I have to be careful. Now, after all of that, I moved into another old house with my boyfriend. This place was built in 1900, 5 bedrooms, and it had a weirdly tense energy from the day we moved in. Banging noises happen all the time. Footsteps echo from upstairs, and more than once, someone's just left the house because it felt too creepy. There are 4 other roommates. Every room has 2 little doors in the closet, one to the attic and one into the walls. The walls are double thick with insulation, and if you pull out those old nailed-up doors, you could walk upright inside. There's also this tunnel in the attic that connects our bedroom with one of the other bedrooms, which is unsettling in itself. The noises we hear often come from spots where no person could actually be standing. I wake up most nights, actually, it's always around 2 or 3 in the morning, feeling scared, though nothing obvious happens right then. It's just this creeping, crawling energy that never really goes away. Last week, during a heavy storm, the atmosphere in the house felt even worse. Out of nowhere, we heard something just like a basketball being dribbled upstairs, super loud, way too clear. Everyone froze. Then came footsteps, but not in the hallway. These were inside the wall, where the bedrooms don't even reach. When our roommates left for work, I decided to get out too. I practice Wicca, and I needed some stuff to shield the house with positive energy. So I came back alone a few hours later and went through the house with burning sage, asking for whatever was there to let in only good energy. I left some jet crystals on a flat shelf on the other side of the house, near where my cat, Noodle, likes to sit. Suddenly, there was a loud pig squeal kind of noise from that end of the house, and then a crash. I nearly jumped out of my skin. All the crystals had been knocked off the ledge. At first, I just figured they fell behind the couch. But when I moved the couch, I found them all on the floor, and right on top of the crystals was a single blue hydrangea flower, perfectly fresh and whole. That's the weirdest part. I had vacuumed and cleaned behind there a couple days before, and my cat's always dragging things back there or tearing up flowers. Plus, our hydrangea bush outside was dead at that point, brown and dried up. None of my roommates were home or even knew I was going through the house with Sage. Since then, that whole side of the house has felt peaceful to me. The other side, with the tunnel and the creepy closet, still feels thick and heavy, like the tension never left. Maybe the flower was some kind of sign or gift, I don't know. I've always believed in ghosts, but this was something new for me, like a message I still can't quite read. Living like this, sometimes hearing whispers, sometimes stumbling on strange gifts left behind. I can't say I understand it, but I know what I've seen. She always spoke quietly, like she was remembering something she wished she could forget. I want to share her two stories, one about how she met the devil, the other about how aliens supposedly gave her a stroke. Gigi, my great-grandma, was born in 1911 to immigrants. Her dad was English, her mom from Luxembourg, and most of the family spoke German, though Gigi only picked up bits and pieces. Her mom was almost fully deaf and only spoke German, so Gigi had to use a sort of sign language with her sisters to talk to her. Time felt different in her stories. She never really said exactly when things happened, but it felt like way back when everything around was fields and quiet. She grew up in a small town in North Dakota. She once told me how, as a little kid, her family would barter with members of the Mandan tribe. She called them real Indians, not like the ones on TV. School only lasted until around 6th grade for her, and while she'd say, "I wasn't the sharpest," she was smart in her own way. Religion mattered to her, but not in that pushy, in-your-face kind of way. She might tuck a Bible verse in your birthday card, but right next to a sticker of a Ninja Turtle. There was a picture of Jesus in her living room, crooked on the wall, but she never made us say grace. She'd only bring up the devil story if you asked, and even then, she sort of looked off like she'd rather not. But she never changed the details. She was around 10. One afternoon, her dad wasn't home, and her mother was trying, in her slow, careful English, to keep Gigi from causing trouble. Gigi just acted up more. Her mom tried to grab her, but Gigi pulled away and almost hit her. That's when her mom gripped her hand tight, stared her right in the face, real cold, then pointed at the hallway closet. No words, just pointed and left the room. That closet was the usual timeout spot, nothing special. Gigi went to take her punishment, but when she opened the door, there was something inside. She said it had hooves, dark brown fur covering most of it, though its face and chest were patchy and bare. The face was like a scruffy man's, deep eyes, tangled beard, a mess of greasy dark hair. And from one side of its head, a single deer antler stuck out. Only one. Gigi said it shuffled one step forward. She slammed the door so hard the hinges rattled and screamed until her mom ran back in. Gigi was shaking, waving her hands, but when her mom opened the closet, nothing was there. She'd go quiet after telling this. Even now, just thinking about it, I swear I can picture that antler caught in the closet light. Years later, in her 90s, Gigi had a series of strokes. The first wasn't the end, but it changed her. After rehab, our family took her and great-grandpa, who was still sharp as ever, to Godfather's Pizza. That place had yellow booths and the faint smell of burnt cheese. I was, I don't know, maybe 10, way more interested in the arcade machine in the corner than in sitting with them. My dad gave me a handful of quarters, and I wasted most of them on some racing game that barely worked. With my last quarter, I bought a toy from one of those red plastic egg machines. Inside was a tiny gray alien with a big head and a peace sign. I brought it to the table, clicking the egg halves together. Gigi spotted it and reached for it with her wrinkled hand, turning it slowly. She held it up and, in that flat voice she used when something was serious, said, "Them's the things that come and got me." My mom tried to joke it off, asking, "What, Grandma?" But Gigi stuck to it. Those were the things that came for her. My grandfather told her she'd had a stroke, was in the hospital because of that. Gigi just nodded, pointing with her chin at the alien. "Them things gave me the stroke." Nobody pressed her. The mood at the table dropped for a second, and then people just went back to eating. Most of the family figured she was confused. Maybe the stroke made her say things, but Gigi wasn't one for making up stories, and she wouldn't have known what a gray alien was. She hadn't watched a movie since the 1950s and only listened to old country music on the radio. Maybe it was all in her head. Still, I can't forget how her hand shook a little when she held up that alien. Those are the stories, my great-grandma and the antlered thing in the closet, and how she blamed tiny aliens for her stroke. There was this trace of a scent, familiar and almost out of place, the kind that makes you stop and wonder if you're remembering right. I didn't say anything to my friends because I thought maybe it was all in my head. Lena was only 16 when she passed away last week. It happened so quickly. She had a problem with her medication, and things just got bad so fast. I had a crush on her for a while, and I was going to tell her. Well, I was planning to, but I waited too long. Then she was gone. That Wednesday, Lena got worse and was sent to the ICU. I didn't know until the next day, at school. Heath told me she'd passed at empty in the evening. I felt empty inside, like someone just took all the air out of my chest. I don't know how long I cried for. It could have been hours, honestly. That whole day slipped by in a blur. Friday, we all agreed to go to the funeral together. We wanted to be there for each other, you know, and say goodbye to her properly. That morning, we met up in our classroom. That's when I caught her scent, her perfume, the one she always wore. It was soft and a little sweet, not the kind you forget. I looked around, but nobody else seemed to notice. Maybe it was just me, but it was there. At the funeral, we brought flowers and letters. I told Lena I loved her, just whispered it so no one would hear. I laid red roses on her chest and tried to let her go, but to be honest, I couldn't. The whole thing felt unreal. Back home, I tried to calm down. I showered, but the sadness just kind of stuck to me. I played FIFA 19 after that, just doing anything to get my mind somewhere else. The game helped for a while, until about 8 at night, when my tabby started making noise upstairs. I went up, carried her back down, and I was halfway down the stairs when I just stopped. I heard my nickname. "Hey, Red," in Lena's voice, clear like she was right behind me. I just froze for a second, felt my head go light. Then I started calling for her, just walking around the house, checking rooms and even outside. Outside, the neighbors' kids were yelling and laughing over some game. But Lena's voice wasn't like theirs. It was quieter, but I could still hear it in my head, like it was echoing. Both my cats were by the garage, staring at something I couldn't see. Their fur was puffed out, but there was nothing there. I felt kind of scared. After a while, I convinced myself it was all in my mind, just grief messing with me. I went back in, turned FIFA back on, trying not to think about it. About half an hour later, again, right next to me this time, I heard, "Hey." Soft, but so clear. I spun around, but nobody was there. I started crying again, couldn't help it. I just kept saying to myself I'd never get to see her anymore. On Monday, I met up with my friends, Heath, Carla, and Kristen. We needed to just hang out, try to feel normal. I told them about hearing Lena's voice. Heath said he'd heard knocking on his window that night, but he was too scared to check. Carla said she and her mom were talking about Lena when they heard strange engine noises nearby, but there were no cars. We all traded stories. Then, right as it got quiet, I smelled Lena's perfume again. I even checked behind the sofa, but there was no one there. Tuesday, we had a small ceremony, a ritual to help Lena's spirit, I guess. During the prayers, I felt her right beside me, not even an arm's length away. That same perfume, faint but real, like maybe she was just sitting there, listening. After that, everything got quiet. No more voices, no more scent, nothing else. I haven't heard from Lena since. There was always something odd about that blue playroom, and the night its door slammed itself shut is the first thing that comes back to me. Glenwood, Georgia, is a place where everyone seems to know your business, even if you don't want them to, and growing up there meant that even the houses had stories to tell. When I was about 5, after my parents split up, my mom had to hurry to find us a place. She ended up renting this old house at the edge of town and started working at one of the gas stations nearby. The house was a real relic, built maybe right before the Civil War, with cream-colored wood siding and a blue roof, and out front, a porch wide enough for 3 rocking chairs, with the ceiling painted sky blue. It just begged you to sit down and waste an afternoon. Inside, every room felt even bigger than it probably was. Ceilings way up high, I think nearly 14 feet. The walls were real tongue and groove wood. The colors inside, though, you'd have to see to believe. Even in 1995, it looked like someone had just picked colors with their eyes closed. You stepped in through these double front doors into a lemon yellow foyer. Across were more double doors to the living room, but turn right, and there was this small pink bedroom with green floors. That's where my mom, my brother, and I slept, crammed in together because it was the room with a working fireplace. On the other side of the foyer was a yellow bedroom. Fireplace wasn't usable. We just used it to pile old boxes and laundry. Behind that was the kitchen, the kind with appliances that looked like they hadn't been replaced since maybe the early 60s, if I'm recalling right. Behind the kitchen, there was my playroom. The walls were blue, the fireplace blocked off, and that room was so cold you almost expected your breath to fog up, even when it was August and the rest of Georgia was sticking to the sheets. I'm not making that up. It was always freezing in there. The living room and bathroom were add-ons, built where there used to be a screened porch. That meant a bunch of doors inside had window panes around them, like they were once outside doors. Out the back windows, you could see overgrown fields, a couple of half-leaning outhouses, and even these decayed little shacks from way back. Sometimes the wind would make them creak at night. Some stuff from back then is fuzzy, but a few things stand out. I would sit in the foyer and stare up at that ridiculous ceiling, and sometimes it felt like the room would tilt, like I was about to fall up instead of down. I used to put my head between my knees and look backwards, trying to bring back that dizzy feeling. I know it sounds strange, but it actually made me laugh until it didn't. That playroom, though, it was the coldest place I've ever been in, outside of a walk-in freezer. My mom would sometimes say the whole house could warm up, except that room. At night, when we were all together in the pink bedroom, there'd be these weird noises, sometimes as clear as a baby crying, and it always came from the blue playroom. My mom would get up and walk across the house, but the sound would just stop as soon as she touched the doorknob. I didn't like to talk about it, but my brother even remembers it now and then. Once, my mom was getting dressed in the pink bedroom, and out of nowhere, she spotted a man just staring at her through the side window. She wasn't scared exactly, more just annoyed. She ran out to yell at him, but whoever it was, they were just gone. There wasn't really a way for someone to run off without being seen with that much empty yard, unless I'm misremembering the layout. It was mostly tall grass and a couple pecan trees. We had relatives visit sometimes. My Uncle Gabriel stayed over the most, but he started sleeping in his truck after a while. He got pelted with stuff, books, a glass, even the remote one night, and he said the doors would slam so hard behind him that he stopped closing them altogether. But the creepiest night was when my mom and I sat in the living room watching a movie. The playroom door was in plain sight, and we both heard the doorknob twist, loud, metal against wood. The door creaked open and then, real fast, slammed shut so hard one of the little glass panes cracked right across. There was nobody in that room. All the windows were closed, and the only other person home was my brother, who was out cold by then. That door was heavy. You had to give it a good shove. My mom turned to me, and she just said, "All right, time for bed," but her voice was flat. She didn't even look nervous, which probably made it worse. Our neighbor across the road, Mr. Harlan, had lived nearby longer than anybody. He told us that the family who owned the house had been there for ages. According to him, way back near the early 1900s, a woman who lived there had a child born with problems, and something bad happened in the fireplace. My uncle told me that story, but my mom's neighbor said maybe the baby was stillborn and cremated in the fireplace, which apparently wasn't unheard of then. No one agreed on which version was true, but everyone figured it was the blue playroom's fireplace that was involved, seeing how odd it always felt in there. We left that place in July of 1996. Nobody's moved in since. I've tried to find it again. Once I drove past, but you can barely see the house anymore. Vines and weeds cover most of it, and a chain link fence is all that keeps it from sinking into the woods. If you look hard, and if the brush isn't too thick, you might spot the faded blue roof through the trees. The house where the playroom door still rattles, even if there's nobody left inside. That factory always felt stuck in another time, and something about it put me on edge before anything even happened. A couple years back, I had this experience that's stuck with me. There's a factory in town, built in 1890, opened the next year, where they used to make collars and cuffs by hand. Later on, in '99, the place became a bunch of little consignment shops, each room with something different. That whole building is full of odd things. Huge elevator shafts, those old-style accordion gates on the doors, and the wooden floors that creak under every step. One night, I went over with my friend Adam to check out a new bookstore inside the factory. We went downstairs, past all those strange little shops and displays, and spent maybe 20 minutes in the store. Afterward, we sat down on a bench that was pushed flat against the wall. From there, you could see clear down the long hallway. The stairs were to our right. On the left was one of the shops with old lamps in the window. It felt like we had the floor to ourselves. We sat talking quietly, and I started getting this weird feeling. I can't really explain it, but it was like something cold just made me want to leave fast. I told Adam I had a bad feeling and wanted to go. He just shrugged and said we'd leave in a minute, and for a bit, the feeling faded. Then, right before we stood up, something moved at the edge of my vision. A figure came around the far corner and headed our way. At first, I figured it was probably the maintenance guy. I'd seen him around before, wearing a blue work jacket and these heavy boots. But the way this person moved, it just didn't look right. He was gliding, not walking, and he came all the way to the end of the hallway, stopped, and stared at the wall for a good 5 seconds. Didn't move at all. Then he slowly turned and locked eyes with us, paused, and started coming straight toward us with these fast, even steps. That part, the turn, bothered me. The hallway behind us stretched maybe 30 feet, and we hadn't made a sound, barely a whisper. It was like he knew we were there before he ever saw us. I felt my chest tighten up. I almost forgot how to breathe for a second. Adam didn't freak out though. He just looked up and said, "Hey, how's it going?" The man didn't answer. He kept coming, faster now, not looking away. His face was completely blank. Not angry, not even confused, just empty, almost like he wasn't really seeing us. If he was the regular maintenance guy, or anyone who worked there, he would have said something. At the very least, he'd have grunted or waved. Instead, he just stared right through us and got closer. That was it for us. Adam and I looked at each other, and I didn't have to say anything. He knew we needed to leave. We both jumped up and rushed for the exit. The clatter of our shoes echoed off the hallway as we ran, and I swear, for a split second, I heard one of the elevator gates rattle behind us, though I can't be sure. Could have just been my nerves. We didn't say anything all the way to my place. After that, I just stopped going to that factory. I haven't been back in any of those shops since. Whatever that was back in the hallway, it wasn't supposed to be there. Every time I think about those empty eyes, I get that weird, cold feeling all over again. Our house is usually a comfort, even with the tension of my mother-in-law's illness and all that's happened here. But last night, something happened that made the place feel totally different, like we weren't alone anymore. I'd been having this string of connected dreams. Each night, the dream would just sort of pick up where it left off before, which is odd enough by itself. Last night's dream was the worst. In the dream, there was this big pink balloon sitting in what would be our future child's room. My wife and I are talking about having kids, so that room's been on my mind a lot lately. The balloon was strange though. It wasn't just floating there. It felt like some kind of memorial for a child who died. And in the dream, I kept thinking it was for our daughter, even though she's not here yet. I remember my wife making the thing, though I couldn't say how she managed it, even in the dream. Every time this balloon showed up in these dreams, I'd get more and more scared of it. Last night, it felt actually threatening, following me from room to room. I had this feeling, no, I was certain, it wanted to hurt me. Then, at one point, it swooped past my head, so close and so fast I let out a shout and ran for the bathroom. I must have been yelling in my sleep because my wife, Isabel, shook me awake. She said I was making these high, panicked sounds, like half screams. I told her, the balloon's going to kill me. She looked at me like she didn't know whether to laugh or worry, at least until, in the dream, the balloon opened the bathroom door by itself. That's when I snapped awake for real, all out of breath. I got up for a glass of water and came back to bed. Isabel asked about the dream, and I told her most of it, but left out the part about the balloon being for our future daughter. I just couldn't say it out loud yet. Lying there, I tried to calm myself, but this icy cold started to settle over me. It wasn't normal, not like sticking your feet out from under the duvet or something. I was sweating under the covers. The heating was still set at 23 degrees, but I felt frozen. For some reason, I kept thinking about that balloon and glanced over at the TV. And right then, exactly as my eyes landed on the TV, the LED strip behind it snapped on. No warning, just a sudden wash of light. Isabel noticed and gave me a look. It was weird, but for a second I thought maybe it was nothing. My late father-in-law was an electrician and loved messing with LEDs, so we've had odd flickers before, sometimes when the game console updates or the TV's on. But this was different. The lights stayed on way longer than usual, about 2 minutes this time. Then, the lights turned off by themselves, and just a couple seconds later, the TV screen flashed. Not a normal on and off. The flash was an oval, almost glowing, kind of like a huge balloon shape, or maybe even the outline of a person's face. It wasn't the whole screen, just the middle part. Both Isabel and I saw it, and we just sort of stared, neither of us saying a word. I jumped out of bed and unplugged the TV and every charger and plug I could find. For a second, I was half expecting the lights to flicker back on, but nothing happened. All I could think was that someone was trying to get our attention. After that, I couldn't sleep for ages. I kept feeling those cold shivers running over me, even though I was sweating and the room was roasting. Our dog, who usually sleeps sprawled out next to the wardrobe, was curled up tight at the top of the stairs. He does that sometimes, but last night it seemed like he wanted nothing to do with the room. Eventually, I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, the sun was coming up and the room felt normal again. But the whole thing still has me on edge, like something in the house was close enough to touch, maybe even watching us. The weirdest stuff started with something as simple as hearing a sharp, unfamiliar breath on my mom's phone recording. It was late, the halls were quiet except for the occasional creak, and that's when the pounding on the door started, shaking everything and making me feel like I'd never really been alone in that place after all. Back when I was about 15, I ended up living in a nursing home with my mom and little sister. We had to leave our old place, which people said was haunted, but that story's for another time. And since my mom worked at the nursing home, the owner, who liked her, offered us a couple of empty rooms in one of the unused wings. These rooms were at the very end of a long, mostly dark hallway. The doors to this wing were huge and made this booming sound whenever anyone tried to open or close them. No one from the staff or any of the residents used this wing. There were just a bunch of empty rooms with those standard hospital beds, nothing else. I can remember the squeak of my sneakers echoing when we first walked down that hallway. At first, it was just a little weird, but not scary. After a week or so, though, it felt like the air changed at night. Sometimes, it honestly felt like I could hear hushed voices behind me, even though I knew the rooms were empty. One night, when my mom was working and my sister and I were bored, we took her phone and messed around with the recorder, making dumb noises and trying to make each other laugh. We wound up getting bored pretty quick and just sat there, kind of quiet for a bit. I forgot about it until the next day. When we listened back, it was mostly just us acting like idiots until the last clip. The last few seconds were silent, but then we heard it, a deep, sharp breath. Not like anything either of us could make. My sister stopped the recording and just stared at me. For a minute, we both sat there, hardly breathing, trying to figure out if it could have just been one of us. It wasn't. We both knew it wasn't. A few nights after that, my mom was working late, my sister was out cold, and I was watching TV in my room. Out of nowhere, someone started pounding on my door, like shaking the hinges. This wasn't a polite knock. It sounded like someone was trying to bust the door down. I yelled out, but no answer. The pounding got louder, and then whoever or whatever was out there started rattling the doorknob. I kept my door unlocked in case my sister needed me, so I knew it wasn't stuck or anything. I ended up hiding in the bathroom, behind the shower curtain, trying to keep quiet. The pounding kept going, and I realized I hadn't heard the big hallway doors open. You can't miss that sound. The whole place echoes when those things move. But I hadn't heard a peep. After what felt like forever, actually, it was maybe 5 minutes, but I can't say for sure, the noise just stopped. I waited another minute, then slowly opened the door and stepped out. Not a scratch or dent on the door. The hallway was empty. My sister was still asleep. I checked with the staff, and they all said they hadn't seen anyone, and all the residents were asleep in bed. We stayed there a few more months, but nothing that extreme happened again. Now jump ahead a bunch of years. I've got my own place, and the weird stuff isn't over. It's just changed. I've had 4 run-ins with a spirit here, and 2 times other people have seen it too. Whenever anyone notices it, they describe a man about 50, sort of collar, but always just a dark shape. The first time, I was on a video call with my friend Richard, eating some leftover pizza in the kitchen. I left to get napkins, and when I got back, Richard was grinning and said, "You gonna offer your pizza to your roommate?" I blinked at him, and he said he'd seen a shadow move behind me. Honestly, I brushed it off at the time. A few weeks later, my girlfriend Cecilia, who says she's sensitive to spirits, came over. I asked her if she could pick up anything in the apartment. She just closed her eyes, asked the air, "Are you here?" and then nodded like she got an answer. She said, "He's here. He says you know." That was it. She got uncomfortable and wanted to leave. When we walked out, she paused and said the spirit was on the porch, sort of watching. Another time, my friend Julia came by. She is a bit spooky herself, likes crystals and all that. She stepped in and right away said, "There's someone hanging around in your kitchen. Not mean, just lonely." When we left, she glanced back and said the same thing about the porch, almost like he was seeing us off. The last big thing happened while I was live streaming. Was around 8 at night, middle of October, I think. Someone in the chat pointed out a shadow moving behind me from the kitchen toward the porch door. I watched the replay, and you could see it, plain as day, a black shape passing right through the frame. Eventually, I reached out to a medium. I didn't give her any details, just asked about my place. She said there was a spirit named Joe, middle-aged, who died of a heart attack in the 1990s. She said Joe liked my pets. My cat does stare at random corners a lot, actually. She also said Joe liked my PV guitar, which is a 90s model, and, this part made me laugh, Joe loves pizza. That lined up with the first time Richard saw the shadow, when I was eating pizza. Apparently, Joe isn't a fan of loud music. I play a lot of rock and sometimes practice with my band in the living room, so I guess he puts up with it. The medium said he's just lonely, likes to make himself known in small ways, but never wants to scare anyone. Last night, actually, I was lying in bed, and all of a sudden, the light flickered, and I got this weird burst of emotion and energy. I'm pretty sure it was Joe saying hi, or just reminding me he's around. I tried using some ghost apps, but honestly, they're kind of pointless. I thought about getting a Ouija board, but haven't made up my mind. Part of me wants to know more, just, well, not sure where to start. That's how things are now. I'm just living with a roommate you can't always see, but you sort of notice in small ways anyway. That spring on the Isle of Wight, I learned it's not always easy to decide what to do when you hear your name called and know you're alone. When I was a kid, my family used to stay at this holiday bungalow park on the Isle of Wight. The bungalows were laid out on different levels. Ours was on the lowest one, near where my grandparents and a bunch of cousins had theirs. Right in front, there was this big open field ringed by green hedges and wildflowers. It really was a beautiful spot, especially with the whole family around. I must have been about 13, maybe a bit older, and my cousin Jean was a couple years younger. Most days we'd be outside, tearing around the field, making up rules for whatever game we invented. The best part was up at the far end. There was a steep little hill with a tall maple tree at the top. Somebody had worn a narrow track into the slope, running right up under the branches. The limbs hung low enough you could clamber up into them, and with all the leaves, it felt hidden even though you could see through it if you looked from the right angle. We called it our secret base. Now, the Isle of Wight has this reputation for being haunted. I'd already seen, or, well, thought I'd seen, a couple weird things during our visits. But what happened at that tree stuck with me more than anything else. One afternoon, Jean and I were goofing around in the field. We decided to race up to the tree. I remember the dry grass sticking to my sneakers as we reached the bottom of the hill. The slope was steeper than it looked, so we had to grab onto big handfuls of grass to keep from sliding back. I was going in front, Jean right behind. About halfway up, we both heard a voice. It said, plain as anything. "Hi." But it didn't sound like a person. The voice was cold, almost robotic, like someone trying to talk while plugging their nose. There was this off, nasal quality. One word, but it sounded completely wrong. We both froze. For a second, I figured maybe someone was behind the tree, trying to mess with us. But the leaves were pretty sparse, and from where we were on the path, you could see right through the branches and almost all around the trunk. No one. Jean and I looked at each other, turned, and slid back down the hill so fast I nearly lost my shoe. We bolted straight over to our parents and told them. They just laughed it off, said we'd probably heard another kid, maybe even an echo. Later, I tried recording myself saying, "Hi," in all sorts of voices, hoping I could come close to what we'd heard. Nothing matched it, not even close. Years after that, someone told me a story about the tree. They said a girl once sheltered under it during a storm, and it was struck by lightning. She didn't make it. But I only heard that from another kid staying at the park, so I've never been sure if it was real or just something kids like to say to scare each other. Part of me still thinks someone could have been hiding, or maybe the sound carried weird across the field and tricked us. Maybe. But at that moment, everything felt different. Things got really still, as if something was paying attention to us right there in the tree. I know it doesn't sound like much, just one word. Sometimes, though, one word is all it takes. I still hear that cold, muffled, "Hi," coming from a spot where nobody was standing. I remember standing there, towel wrapped around me, listening to a voice that sounded exactly like my sister, until it suddenly didn't. Honestly, the place felt wrong from the beginning. Within days of moving in, small things started happening. Items we left on the kitchen counters would somehow end up on the floor overnight. Things would disappear, only to show up weeks later in obvious places, like the middle of the dining table, or once on top of a pillow. Then, black mold started creeping across my sister's bathroom ceiling. It seemed to appear almost overnight, and no matter how often we cleaned it, it just came back thicker. The landlord didn't care. Some nights, one of us would quietly walk into the other's room and ask to stay there until morning. We had both lived alone before, so this wasn't normal for us. We weren't afraid of being by ourselves. We were afraid of being alone in that house. Then the house gave us something we couldn't explain away. She started talking to me through the bathroom door about some drama at work. It was like a continuation of a conversation we'd had the night before. I answered her, she answered me back, and we had this totally normal exchange for several minutes. When I stepped out of the shower, her voice suddenly sounded different, flatter somehow, almost hollow. I opened the bathroom door. Nobody was there. She answered from work. She hadn't come home at all. When she finally got back that night, I told her what had happened. She went pale and said, "That happened to me a few days ago." When she got up to look, the house was empty. She convinced herself she was half asleep and just imagining things. After that, the activity got more frequent. There were several times when one of us would speak to the other from another room, only to find out the other person wasn't even home. But the worst night happened when we were both there. We were upstairs in our separate bedrooms watching television. Both of our doors were open. Suddenly, I heard two people talking downstairs. The voices sounded familiar. Too familiar. I muted my television. A few seconds later, I heard my sister turn hers off too. We both stepped into our doorways and listened. Downstairs, our voices were having a conversation. It sounded exactly like us, the same rhythm, the same little laughs, even the same way we tease each other. But neither of us was saying a word. We stood frozen in the hallway, listening to something downstairs pretend to be us. Then one of the voices said my sister's name. We screamed, ran down the stairs without looking into the living room, and flew out the front door. From outside, I called our aunt, who's always been deeply spiritual. I was crying so much she could barely understand me. She gave us a prayer to recite and told us to write it on paper, cleanse every room with sage, and then burn the prayer outside. We followed every step. When the paper finished burning, the ashes had curled into a shape that looked exactly like an angel with spread wings. I still have the photo, well, somewhere on my old phone. The house became quieter after that, but that feeling never totally left. We broke our lease soon afterwards because neither of us could sleep there anymore. For months, we barely spoke about what happened. Eventually, we started comparing our memories, and we realized we had heard the same voices, the same footsteps, and the same strange changes in tone. Later, we learned that 2 previous tenants had died inside the house. One had been killed during a shooting, and another died by suicide. It always felt like something in that house was studying us. It listened to our conversations, learned the sound of our voices, and waited until one of us was alone before it tried to become the other. Whatever it was, it didn't just haunt that house. It learned how to speak through us. There's a moment just before I fall asleep when the room feels slightly off, like there's something in the air that doesn't belong. That's when I notice the man again, standing in the corner by the mirror, his shape so clear in the half-dark. This has been happening more and more, and I can't really find a way to ignore it. There's one corner of my bedroom where I sometimes see this man. He's taller than anyone I know, and he's always got this old-timey bowler hat and a cigar in his hand. I can't make out any of his facial features. He looks just like a dark silhouette, but the shape is definitely a man. The first time I saw him, I was about 6. My mom told me I'd wake up screaming every night for weeks. Whenever she came in, she'd notice this faint smell, tobacco smoke, even though no one smoked in the house. I'd point to that same corner and say a man had been standing there. She never saw anything. After maybe 2 months, it just stopped. Everyone treated it like some weird childhood thing, and after a while, I did too. I barely thought about it. Lately though, he's back. He shows up near the tall mirror by my wardrobe. He just stands there, facing my direction, doesn't move or make a sound. Sometimes I see the outline of his shadow reflected in the glass. It's not like a regular shadow. If it was, I'd be able to figure out what caused it. But I've tried moving the furniture, closing the thick curtains, moving my lamps, even double-checking the hallway light. He still appears. A couple of months before he came back, I started having this dream over and over. In the dream, I'm floating up near the ceiling, watching myself sleep. My body's turned toward the wall. Then my view drifts over to the corner of the room. The man steps out of the dark. He walks slowly toward my bed. When he's close, he leans down, puts out one hand like he's about to touch my shoulder. Just before he touches me, my sleeping self rolls over to face him. He vanishes immediately. I had that dream nearly every night for 7 weeks, give or take a few days. Then it changed. Everything played out the same, except now there's this pale, glowing circle of light around my bed. When the man tries to step over it, he jerks backward fast, like he's been shocked or something burned him. After that version, the nightmares stopped. I have no idea what the circle of light meant. Maybe it was just my brain trying to make me feel safer. Honestly, I hope that's all it was. 4 times now, I've seen the face of a woman in another part of the bedroom. It only happens when a small strip of light falls across the wall near my dresser. I'll glance over and see a woman's face right in that patch of light. She always looks calm, but her expression is totally blank. She never actually looks at me. It's more like she's staring just past me, at something behind my shoulder, or maybe through me altogether. The first couple times, I figured it was a trick of the light. maybe a pattern from the street lamp outside. I got up, walked closer, expecting it to vanish. It didn't. If I switched on my overhead light, her face would disappear. Turn it off, and there she was again, in exactly the same spot. I checked the window, curtains, even the picture frame nearby, trying to figure out where the light was coming from. I never found the source. The woman never seems to notice me at all. The man definitely does. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm sure he knows I can see him. Even without a face, there's something about the way he stands, almost like he's waiting for me to acknowledge him. I see the cigar sticking out where his mouth would be, and sometimes there's a little wisp of smoke winding up from it. Funny thing is, I never smell that tobacco scent anymore. I've started talking to him, quietly, sometimes just a few words. I've asked who he is, what he wants, told him he's scaring me. He doesn't respond or even shift. He just stays by the mirror, silent. There have been nights when I eventually fell asleep with him still in the corner. Sometimes I'd wake up hours later and he'd be standing exactly as before. As far as I can tell, he only disappears when the sky outside starts getting lighter, maybe an hour before sunrise. I catch little glimpses of other figures too, out of the corner of my eye. Not just at home. I'll be at a friend's house and see someone in a hallway or standing in a doorway, only for them to vanish when I turn. I can't always be sure about these, but it happens more than I'd like. It makes me wonder if this is about the house or something about me, or maybe just my mind seeing people in every shadow. I don't really know the house's history. No recent family deaths, no big event I can think of that would start something like this. I do what I can to stay calm. I try not to jump to the supernatural as an answer, but it keeps happening and it's getting harder to shrug off. I don't know if I'm actually seeing something, or if my brain is just making sense of the dark in a weird way. The glass just tipped over by itself. I saw it. There wasn't any breeze, and nobody was anywhere near it. That was the first thing that made me start questioning this house. The first odd thing happened one afternoon when I was home alone. I just smoked and was getting ready for my shift when I heard a loud clattering from the kitchen. My bedroom is close to both the kitchen and the living room. If I open my door, I can see most of both rooms from the hallway. A few seconds after the noise, our two dogs started barking like crazy from their crate. That was when I felt it, like something was off. I texted my family to see if anyone had come home without telling me. They all confirmed they were still out. Both outside doors were locked, all the windows shut. I stood in my room for a bit, just trying to get myself to look. When I finally opened the door, I watched, a small glass sitting on the dining table slowly tip onto its side. It had water in it, so it wasn't empty or super light. No open window, nothing nearby that could have knocked it. I shut my door again right away. I was scared, but I still had to get to work. I grabbed the wooden lamp beside my bed, closest thing I could find, then went out toward the kitchen. Everything looked normal, except for that one glass on its side. The dogs had stopped barking, but they were just staring at the staircase. I let them out because I didn't want to be alone, finished getting ready, then left as fast as I could. Later, when everyone was still out, our downstairs neighbor heard a heavy crash from our apartment. We live in a two-family house. Her place is right below ours. After the crash, she said she heard the dogs barking like mad. Since I'd left the door unlocked by accident, she came up to check on them. Both dogs were at the bottom of the staircase, barking at the second floor, but neither of them would go up. She went back down and called my mother. When my family got home, they found a big framed decoration from the living room had fallen forward onto the ground. It hadn't just slipped. It was like someone pushed it. Our dogs are small. There's no way they could move something that heavy. Nothing else happened for a few weeks, so I tried to put it out of my mind. About 10 days ago, I smoked upstairs with my brother, Emmett. After a while, I got tired and lay down on the edge of his bed. I was staring at the dresser when I noticed something crawling along the side of it. It was like a spider, but way too big. The body looked almost as big as a beach ball, with thin legs reaching across all the drawers. I blinked, once, then again. Still there. I turned away, looking out the window instead, but while I watched the clouds, I started seeing faces in them. Faces that were twisted, definitely not right. Kind of like the clouds were making expressions that didn't belong on any person. When I finally looked back at the dresser, hoping the thing would be gone, no luck. Eventually, I just closed my eyes and fell asleep. Next morning, everything seemed normal. For a few days, nothing happened. Then, it started up again last night. I'd smoked with Emmett and was sitting in his desk chair, back toward the bedroom door, staring at the dark window. Out of nowhere, I got this intense feeling that something was right behind me, up on the ceiling. I spun around. Nothing there. But when I looked at the window again, that spider thing, its reflection was in the glass. This time, it was huge. It took up most of the ceiling behind me, completely black, darker than any normal shadow. I kept telling myself it was just the lighting or my brain playing tricks because I was high, but that feeling wouldn't go away. I couldn't stay in the room. I went downstairs, crawled into bed, and just pulled the blankets over my head until I fell asleep. That was only a few hours ago, and I can't get it out of my mind. I've decided to stop smoking for now. These things only happen when I'm high, so maybe it's anxiety or just my mind reacting weird. Still, even when I'm not using, I sometimes get that prickling on my neck, like someone standing right behind me. It happens at work or when I'm walking through the house at night. I keep telling myself it's nothing. I just really want to believe it. That dark shape over my bed was one of those things, and it sort of haunted me, not just the memory, but all the little things that followed it. Strange things have always happened around me, not just weird noises or feelings, but real, physical stuff, objects moving on their own, things thrown across the room. Sometimes I get the sense that something's stuck to me, like I'm some kind of porch light out in the dark, and that draws attention from things I'd rather not notice. The scariest moment came when I was about 22. Back then, I was living with my boyfriend. He's my husband now. Anytime I walked toward the bedroom, whether I needed something or just to use the bathroom, I'd get hit with this wave of fear. Not just nerves. It was more like my body knew something was waiting in there before I could even think about it. One night, I was extra tired and wanted to lie down, but my boyfriend was halfway into some movie and wanted to finish it. I asked him to come with me, but he waved me off, so I went in alone. Pretty much right after I lay down, something heavy pressed down on top of me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, and when I tried to shout, nothing came out. All I could do was keep struggling until finally, somehow, I managed to scream. My boyfriend rushed to the door. As he got there, he saw this big, dark mass sort of lift off me and disappear up through the ceiling. He sat on the bed beside me for a few minutes, trying to calm me down. We both tried to convince ourselves it was over, and he went back out to finish his movie. I tried to lie back down again. As soon as I settled in, it happened again. That same weight pinned me, and I couldn't move or catch a breath. When I finally forced out a scream, my boyfriend ran in again. He saw that same black shape, only this time it slid away through the upper corner of the room. That did it for us. He grabbed the blankets and pillows, and we just crashed on the living room floor in front of the TV. Whatever was in that bedroom left us alone after that, or at least for that night. Almost 10 years later, I was staying with my parents while helping look after my grandmother. She was going through chemo for breast cancer, and everyone in the house was run down. One night, an old friend came by to visit. We were sitting in my old bedroom while I burned some music onto CDs for them. Out of nowhere, I heard the doorknob turning. I watched it move and figured it was my grandmother, so I called out, "Come in." The door opened slowly, but no one was there. I got up right away and checked. My grandmother was sound asleep, as was my mother. My dad was at work. Only my friend and I were up. A few years after that, my husband and I moved out of state. The weird stuff kept happening though, like it followed us. One time, he was showering when my hairbrush came flying at him. Nobody else was in the bathroom. I was all the way in the kitchen making dinner. Another night, we had a guest over. Honestly, someone I could barely stand. And I guess whatever shared our apartment didn't like them either. We had 2 bottles on top of the fridge, a big vodka bottle in front, and a heavy glass bottle of rum behind it. All of a sudden, and I mean nobody was even next to it, the rum bottle sort of slid around the vodka and flew off the fridge straight at our guest. They left pretty quick after that. 6 months after, my husband and I went to a new bar for Valentine's. Our friend was doing karaoke, so we played pool with another couple for a bit. While we were taking a break, our pool cues started sliding and falling off the end of the table. Then, a piece of chalk zipped across the room and hit the wall. The other woman looked just terrified. My husband gave a weird little laugh and said, "Don't worry, the ghosts are probably following her again." Right then, the woman kind of snapped, just stared at me with this angry look, and said, "You need to leave, now." I took it as her blaming me for all the weirdness, so I told her she could leave if she wanted. Thinking back, I wish I'd taken her more seriously. Later that night, I got really sick and was completely out of it. Found out after that a man I'd played pool with had slipped something in my drink. I always thought the ghosts, or whatever, just wanted to mess with me. But now I wonder if all those flying pool cues and that chalk were actually trying to help instead of scare me. Maybe they were actually trying to warn me. There's a kind of quiet you only hear deep in the hills at dusk. So deep, you start to wonder if you really belong there at all. My grandmother once described the moment she realized she wasn't alone on a mountain trail, and that feeling stuck with her for the rest of her life. She grew up in a small farming village near Sparta in the south of Greece. Her family kept goats, harvested olives, and spent long days out in fields spread across the hills. One late summer afternoon, when she was about 19, she was walking home from a distant field with a handful of other villagers. To get back, they had to follow this narrow mountain path that cut through thick woods. People had vanished in that forest. It was always just a story. Nobody sure if it was wild dogs, an accident, or something else, but folks believed it enough to never cross alone. As they neared the village, my grandmother remembered she'd left behind a cloth bundle, her shawl, and some tools she needed. Since she was the youngest and wasn't tired, she told the group she'd run back for it. The woods felt normal at first. She could hear blackbirds calling back and forth, cicadas somewhere close, her shoes scrunching in the dry leaves. Then everything stopped, just suddenly silent all at once. Not a slow fade, but total quiet. Not a single bird or bug, not even the wind moving in the branches. She froze, listening. Nothing. She felt uneasy, though she didn't see anything, so she kept walking. After a bit, something crashed through the bushes beside her. The branches shook so hard, she thought it must be a wild boar or maybe a wolf hunting, but it wasn't. Instead, this enormous snake came out of the brush. She always said its body was thicker than her waist. It was so long she couldn't even see where it ended, part of it still lost in the trees. But what really stayed with her wasn't the size. It was the colors: bright turquoise, deep orange, streaks of violet and pink, and flashes of silver that changed whenever it moved. The patterns were so detailed, she said they almost looked like the painted borders inside one of those old stone churches. She'd grown up around snakes, saw them in the fields or hiding under the henhouse. She was careful, but not scared of them. This one, she swore, was like nothing she'd ever seen. It slid out until it blocked the trail, then lifted its head. Its eyes met hers, level, almost like a person looking at you. Here's the part that always made her voice softer when she told it. She didn't feel scared. Instead, this calm settled over her like a warm blanket. She felt safe, rooted to the spot, but not trapped. For a moment, it felt more like a dream than anything real. She just stood there, staring into its eyes. They stayed like that for a while. She could never really say how long. Then, someone called her name from farther down the hill. It was Juliet, one of the younger women from the group, coming to check on her. The moment the snake heard the voice, it lowered its head and slid back into the trees. My grandmother tried to watch as much of its body as she could, but she never saw where the tail ended. By the time Juliet reached her, the woods sounded normal again. Cicadas buzzing, birds flitting through leaves, the usual background noise. She told Juliet what happened, but when they looked along the trail, there was nothing. No tracks, no shed skin, not even a snapped twig. For years, I looked through snake books with her. I pulled up pictures of boas, vipers, some weird Australian ones by accident, but she'd always say, "No, nothing like that." The colors weren't right, the patterns wrong. And, she said, photographs just couldn't show the way its eyes looked at her. I tried digging into the old stories about disappearances on that mountain path. Never found anything official. Villages like that, they didn't always keep proper records back then, so maybe some of it was just talk. Or maybe not. She never said she knew what she'd seen, just that she'd seen it. She never changed her story, right up to the end. Maybe it really was just a huge snake, and the late sun made it seem brighter. But sometimes I remember her walking there, alone on that path, and wonder if there really are things out in the woods that don't match any picture, no matter how many books you look through. That banging sound coming from the empty stairwell, or the way a shadow figure actually moves when you're sure you're alone, those are memories I can't shake. The first time it really hit me that something strange was going on was my first overnight shift as a security officer at this resort with an indoor water park. My night manager, Trevor, told me this story on my first night. He said the resort was one of the last places a kid was seen before they disappeared for good. I thought he was messing with me. That night, as I walked my rounds, I started hearing a loud, rhythmic tapping from the ducks overhead. It echoed through one particular hallway. I flagged down one of the hotel engineers, showed them where it was loudest, but they couldn't figure out where it was coming from. We even checked some ceiling panels, but nothing. Then there was a night I was checking fire extinguishers and ended up near this heavy emergency exit door in the lower level restaurant. It only had a handle on the inside, so you couldn't open it from outside. Out of nowhere, this huge slam rattled the door from the dark side of the restaurant. I figured it was someone fooling around, so I opened the door, expecting to see footprints in the thick snow outside. There was nothing at all. The snow was untouched. The lower restaurant kitchen was where I finally saw what people had described for years. A tall shadow slid across the wall right through the swinging door, as if it didn't care that I was there. I just turned and hustled back to the little security office. After I left for a while and then came back, my old shift partner, Matthew, and I started pushing our luck, trying to see if whatever was in the building would react to us. We'd hang around the hotel spa after hours, sometimes just talking, sometimes just waiting for something to happen. One night, something ice cold touched my elbow in the massage room. Another time, I saw a black shape peeking quickly around a doorframe, but it faded before I could really look. A few nights later, Matthew and I both heard two voices in the spa. One sounded like a child, or maybe a woman, and the other was deeper, kind of raspy. After that, we heard these heavy boots thumping up the spa stairs. Nobody was there. We checked every room, every closet. When the hotel got bought out, we still had 60 days left on the clock, but now it was just us security people in a mostly empty building overnight. The random banging noises got worse. One time, Matthew and I heard what sounded exactly like a bowling ball tumbling down the stairs. That night, 2 local police officers came by, and while we were patrolling, one of them saw an old metal food warmer shaking so hard it rattled the tile. He flat out refused to come back and check on me after that. Later, in that same restaurant, I caught sight of a floating gray blur just drifting across the floor. Twice, there was a scream, high-pitched, like a kid, from the darkness of the restaurant, echoing in the empty space. I didn't go look. The water park was worst near the child's splash tower, where I'd see black shapes darting. The last straw was a night when, after a loud crash, I looked up and this pitch-black mass, shaped like a head and shoulders, just watched me. I haven't set foot in that hotel since. I had other close calls too. One summer, I was hiking a riverbed when the water was low. I was trying to take photos of these weird, jagged rocks when I heard a man shouting my name from across the river. I spun around, nobody there. Then this guttural voice just screamed, "Help me," so loud that it sounded like it could break trees, and I heard branches snapping. Instead of running toward it, I bolted the opposite way. I ended up scrambling over a backyard fence into someone's garden, which was covered in what looked like rabbit bones. I was completely turned around for almost an hour before I found my way out. I even checked the local news after, expecting to hear about an accident or something, but nothing ever matched up. Then there was the night at my friend Joseph's house. We'd been up late with video games and crashed in his room. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to shouting, what sounded like his mom's voice, yelling and crying about $7 over and over, getting louder each time. Joseph was dead asleep and wouldn't wake up, no matter how hard I shook his shoulder. I didn't want to barge into a family argument, so I just sat there, kind of paralyzed, until it got so intense I had to do something. I opened the door while the shouting was peaking, and instantly everything went silent. The hallway was pitch black. Nobody was there. I turned on the kitchen light, stood there for a bit, called out, nothing. I went back and finally managed to wake Joseph up. We didn't sleep after that. The next morning, his parents said they hadn't heard a thing. Back in boarding school in Southeast Asia, our chalets were set in the jungle, tiny buildings, 2 to a room. I was up late, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, finishing a chemistry assignment. The front door banged open, then slammed shut. I called out to my roommate, Matthew, but there was no answer. Then his bedroom door slammed too. About half an hour later, there were huge crashing sounds, cupboards slamming, shelves rattling. I figured maybe a monkey got inside for food, but when I checked, the room was totally calm and empty. I texted Matthew, and he said he was sleeping over at another chalet. The noises started again, so I locked my door and stayed put. There was a knock on my window, and when I looked, it was a security guard. He'd been called about the noise and said he'd heard it too. His advice was to just stay in my room, not to try and figure it out. One memory stands out from a night alone in my apartment. I was bone tired, and even though I tried to sleep, I kept feeling pinned in place, sweating, shaking, just panicky. I thought it was just anxiety, so I took my meds, drank some water. Around 1 in the morning, footsteps and knocks started in the hallway, but I was so out of it that I drifted off. Then I had this dream, or what felt like more than a dream. My room was the same, but outside the window, the sky was a weird, rusty red. I tried to leave, but suddenly my door was locked, except my door doesn't even have a lock. I sat down, looking for my phone. Then a door creaked, and this bald man, all in black, with no face, stood there. He said, "You may come in, Grandma." This woman I'd never seen before shuffled in, crying, just repeating how lonely she was and that she needed my help, apologizing over and over for what she was about to do. I realized she was lying on the bed the exact way I'd fallen asleep. That's when I woke up, gasping. Growing up, my family moved into a place we called the White House. It was a big, raised ranch with a porch, kind of tucked away from the main road. Inside, it looked normal. 3 bedrooms, each with a bathroom and a fireplace. But within a couple weeks, we started hearing footsteps upstairs, things dragging across the wooden floor, doors opening and slamming. My mom checked the upstairs, but the stair door was locked and we didn't have the key. The landlord said nobody had been up there in ages. The carriage barn out back had this little glassed-in room, shelves, and an old upright piano. My sister Zoe and I would pretend to do ghost hunts, asking questions, leaving silly notes. Nothing really happened back there, but in the house, sometimes the TV would turn on or flip channels by itself, or the stereo would get stuck on one note, almost like a CD skipping. Once, my little sister, she must have been around 2, pointed at Mom's closet and said, "A man went in there, totally dead serious." And there was the night my best friend sat in the living room with me, and we both saw a man in a red jacket just standing by the stove. He faded out before we could properly look at him, but I remember the pattern of his coat. The worst night was when I was 14. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I felt like everything went static. My whole body tingled. I couldn't move, and I was sure someone sat down on my bed next to me. There were whispers, weird static, and the sound of a car engine starting up, coming from outside by the barn. This wave of sadness hit me, and I couldn't scream, couldn't even open my mouth. It took me forever to crawl to the doorway, and the feeling vanished as the sun was coming up. My mom kept me home from school that day. Sometime later, we found out the house had belonged to a piano teacher who died by suicide in the barn after some family trouble. Here's one more, from a spa hotel we stayed at for a family trip right after Christmas a few years ago. The place was famous for its haunted history, and they actually offered ghost tour packages. When we came back from lunch one afternoon, we heard a radio blasting through the hallway, old static, music skipping through stations. It was coming from our room. My husband, who works in the hotel industry, had made sure to turn off all the alarms when we checked in, so this wasn't just an alarm going off. The second night, our daughter Maya woke up around 2 in the morning, absolutely screaming and clawing at her pack and play. She was usually a sound sleeper. I kept her with me for the rest of the night. The next day, I went for a massage in the Grotto Spa, where they keep everything quiet. But the minute I lay down, the music switched from relaxing spa sounds to just blaring radio static. The massage therapist just poked her head in and said, "The ghosts are at it again," then went on like nothing happened. Those are just some of the stranger moments that have stayed with me. We had a couple spots we liked for hanging out, but sometimes we'd walk over to this forest trail at the edge of the neighborhood. It was a well-used path, people running or biking all day, nothing sketchy about it. This one night, Alexander and I decided to smoke out on the trail instead of in the car. We wandered maybe a mile or so in, joking around and talking about college, bands we liked, what we'd do next year. At some point, we found a bench off the path and sat down, lit up, and just kept talking about whatever came up. The only other soul we saw was a man, maybe in his 50s, jogging by with earbuds in and an old blue windbreaker. After that, nobody. By the time we finished, the sun was long gone and the woods had kind of swallowed up what was left of the light. We figured it was time to head back to the car. As we started back, it was almost completely dark and took a second for my eyes to adjust. I could barely see Alexander next to me. Then that bluish tint settled over everything, almost like the old movies, where nighttime scenes look weirdly blue instead of black. The woods on both sides of the trail were just walls of pitch black, so black I couldn't tell where the trees ended and the sky started. We walked side by side, talking about how late it had gotten, and the trail stretched out ahead, ending at a curve maybe 150 or 200 feet up. Alexander was on my right, the trail in front, and we kept our voices low for no real reason. That's when I saw it, a thin, white beam of light slicing through the darkness just off the path ahead, a little to the left. My first thought, it had to be moonlight bouncing off the riverbank, because there's this small stream that runs alongside the trail in places. But the light moved, smooth as anything, and it wasn't moonlight or a flashlight. I stopped talking mid-sentence. Alexander did too, just staring. I remember the silence more than anything, how we both just went quiet, like some switch had flipped. We slowed down, not even thinking about it, and watched as this figure slipped out from between the trees. It was this pale, grayish shape that seemed to glow, walking toward us, only not really touching the ground. There weren't any footsteps or twigs snapping or anything, just dead quiet. Alexander whispered, "You see that?" And I nodded, but I was trying to tell myself it was something normal. I mumbled, "It's gotta be moonlight." But Alexander shook his head. "No, man, I don't think so." The thing was maybe 60 feet away by then, and there was no mistaking it. A human shape, moving like a person, but not quite right. I thought it looked like a woman in a loose white dress, but the whole figure shone white, all the way from her feet up. Arms, legs, even the head, everything was just pale white. No hair, no face, or maybe there was, but the details were... I can't explain it. They just weren't there. My chest felt tight. Well, I guess my heart was beating pretty fast, but I was also kind of numb, like none of it was real. I even wondered if it was some guy in a reflective jacket out for a run, but it made no sense, not at that hour. And nobody glides like that, a few inches above the ground. She, at least I think it was a woman, kept coming, 20, maybe 30 feet now. She was almost as tall as me, or maybe a little shorter. It was hard to judge. No eyes, just a nose-shaped shadow and that gentle white glow. Both of us stopped, just frozen, not even breathing for a second. Alexander's mouth dropped open and he said, sort of hoarse, "Dude, what is that?" I looked back at the figure, right between us, like she'd been walking straight for us, and suddenly, she was gone. I don't mean she faded or ducked away, just 1 second she was there, the next, nothing. Neither of us moved for a few seconds. Then I just said, "Let's go." We walked fast at first, then started running, trying not to lose each other in the dark. I couldn't really tell how far we got before the trees thinned out and we tumbled into the parking lot. Maybe it only lasted 30 seconds, but it felt a lot longer. We jumped back in my car and I started the engine. Alexander was shaking, kept asking, "We both saw that, right? You saw her too?" We went over every detail, again and again, trying to figure out what it was. None of the trail or the street felt normal after that. I kept thinking maybe it was some woman's spirit, someone who'd lived in those houses or used to walk the trail. I'd heard somewhere that part of the woods was close to an old battleground, though that might have been a different area. Alexander and I brought it up a few times after. Once, we even tried to walk the trail again, hoping we'd see something, but my gut started turning as soon as we got near. We just turned back. I haven't seen anything like that since. Whatever it was, we both saw that glowing woman, clear as day, in the middle of a blue-lit night. That was the night things got weird, and I've never really figured out what I witnessed out there. When I was about 14 or 15, back in maybe 2004, My mom and stepdad finally let me go raccoon hunting by myself. I was just a country kid in Southwest Virginia, used to running wild out in the woods. That evening, right around when the sky was streaked with purple and gold, I grabbed the dogs and headed out. The hunting spot was almost 2 miles from our place, tucked deep in the woods near an old, half-fallen house. That place had its own weird stories, stuff people whispered about. I let the dogs off their leads as usual, expecting them to take off barking or at least get excited. Instead, it all just stayed quiet. At first, I figured they'd wandered off out of earshot, but even after maybe half an hour, nothing. That was strange. Even if our coon dogs weren't the best, they'd usually raise a fuss if they caught a whiff of anything. Deer, possum, even a rabbit sometimes. This time, it was like they'd just disappeared. I started calling out, my voice echoing in a way that made the place sound empty and wrong. Still, no thunk of paws in the brush, no answer. That's when I saw it, a band of red light, not flickering, but just glowing, almost like how a taillight looks when you see it through fog. It was coming from beyond the ridge, out past the old fence line where the land dropped down into a holler. At first, I convinced myself it was just someone burning brush, but as I got closer, that didn't fit. There was no smell of smoke, and the light didn't shift or move at all. And it was just so red, not orange or yellow, not like a regular fire. I remember thinking it looked fake, almost, like some sort of warning signal, except there weren't any roads or buildings anywhere near. That's when I got nervous. I had my single-shot 20 gauge with birdshot, but I fished a slug shell out of my side pouch, just in case. I switched out the shell quietly. I fumbled a bit and almost dropped a buckshot shell, but caught it before it hit the ground. Every sound seemed too loud, but there really wasn't any sound. Even the night bugs had stopped, though I didn't pay attention at the time, only realized later. I didn't want to turn my back, but I didn't dare go over the ridge to see. I edged away, going the long path back, keeping some trees between me and that light, and finally made it home. I burst in and went straight to my mom and stepdad, telling them the whole thing. My stepdad, Wallace, just looked at me sideways and said I was making excuses for leaving the dogs behind. He got kind of mad, said I ought to be more responsible. A week passed. Then, late one night, I woke up and shuffled out to the living room. Wallace was sitting up, staring out the window. He turned to me and, a little shaky, said, "I saw that red light too. It scared me just like it scared you." He'd been hunting one ridge over, not the exact spot, but close, and seen 3 sharp red flashes that turned the field as bright as noon for a split second. He said it was bright enough to see the cow's breath in the air, and after that, nothing. We kept going out hunting, but whatever it was, that red glow never came back. I always wondered what would have happened if I'd climbed to the top and looked down into that light. There was a comfort in being surrounded by trees and cicadas, with nothing but the distant echo of dogs barking, or maybe a squirrel scurrying around. Back then, I had a lot of time on my hands, no internet worth the name, just the dial-up that worked twice a week if you were lucky. Hunting was my escape. It gave me a reason to wander and just be out there. Near the patch where I hunted, tucked away deep in a hollow and half choked with vines, stood an abandoned mansion. This place was 2 stories tall, attic and basement both, and out back there were what looked like old slave quarters, all boarded up. One strange thing about the house was how untouched it seemed. The windows still had glass, the floors weren't rotted, and the doors all hung on their hinges. No birds or raccoons had moved in. It was like the house was holding its breath, waiting for something, or maybe waiting for nothing at all. The farmer who owned the next farm over let me hunt on his land, but he always told me to stay clear of that house, said he stored fence posts and barbed wire in there and didn't want anyone messing with his stuff. But I was a curious kid, and honestly, I doubt any teenager would resist the draw of a place like that. I did my best not to touch anything, just looked around and tried to keep to myself. Sometimes I'd hunt with my stepdad, but other times it was just me and the coonhounds. Those nights, you'd let the dogs off the leash and wait while they chased raccoons through the dark. I'd stand quietly in the shadows, letting my eyes adjust. Without a flashlight, it was actually easier to see outlines and movement. There'd just be the sound of barking, maybe some rustling, and the rest was all night sounds, insects, wind, a distant owl. A few times, especially when I was close to that old mansion, I saw what looked like candlelight flickering inside. It was just a little glow moving from window to window. Every time we tried to shine a light, nothing was ever there. The noises from the house could have been old boards shifting, but it never sounded quite right. Cows and critters kept clear too. Their trails always curved wide around that place, like even they knew better. One afternoon, I went out in a gray jacket, thinking the mild weather wouldn't turn on me. I wandered deeper into the woods than I meant to, and out of nowhere, the temperature dropped. A strong gust picked up, maybe 30, maybe 40 miles per hour, I'm not sure, and it felt like it cut straight through me. I've sat in deer stands in the dead of winter, but this cold was different, almost, I don't know, it felt wrong somehow. I needed shelter fast, and that house was all there was. The wind roared in my ears as I hurried down the hill, leaves and twigs snapping under my boots. The moment I stepped inside, the noise stopped, and I felt almost warm again, like the house was wrapping itself around me. The cold in my hands started to fade, and it felt like the house didn't want me to leave just yet. I figured since I was there, I might as well look around. Upstairs was empty, except for an old blue crate in one corner. No furniture, just bare wood and leftover dust. On the main floor, the farmer's fence post bundles and rolls of wire were stacked near the door. I made my way to the basement, flashlight ready. The door creaked, louder than I remembered, and I headed down. Downstairs, the smell was thick, like stale earth and rust. The shelves down there were bare, except for a broken jar. I walked over to the far wall and reached out. My fingers found the old, pitted shackles still stuck in the stone. I ran my hand along one, thinking about how long they'd been there, when suddenly a banging crash echoed from above, sharp and loud, like someone slamming a door. For a second, I thought maybe the wind caught it, but it didn't sound like that. It sounded angry, almost. Or maybe that's me reading into it. I can't quite say. I rushed back upstairs, and everything felt different. That warm feeling was gone, replaced by a cold that settled in my bones. The air felt thicker, like it was pressing in on me, and the silence was worse than the wind had been. The breeze outside had died down a little, but I wasn't about to hang around. I left the house, boots crunching over gravel, and walked home, the weird cold following me all the way to my porch. That was the closest I ever got to whatever haunts that place. I never got any pictures. My old flip phone wouldn't have worked anyway, and I didn't have a camera. I used to think about going back, maybe bringing a friend or some kind of recorder. But these days, I'd have to trespass, and I don't want to disrespect the farmer who trusted me. That's how it happened. Some woods, some hunting, and a house with shackles in the basement that I still think about if I'm out too late. It was about mid-September when I first started. They had me carry stacks of dishes up to that room for a wedding setup, so I must have gone up and down those stairs a dozen times in an hour. Every time I walked into the banquet room, though, there was this nagging feeling, like a voice in the back of my head telling me to pay attention. Not chills, not anything dramatic, just this little whisper that made me hesitate in the doorway. I blamed it on getting used to the job, or maybe I was being jumpy for no real reason. thing is, I tend to pick up on the mood of a place, whether I want to or not, and it felt like, well, I'm not sure how to say it, but the room was watching. Then, a few weeks later, mid-October, I was up there again, same routine with the dishes. This time, the feeling was stronger, a heaviness, not quite fear, but enough to make me look over my shoulder before I went back down. It was like the room was holding back, just waiting for something to happen. I finished up and went back downstairs. I was half joking when I asked Olive, one of the waitresses, if she ever felt anything weird up there. Olive gave me a shaky smile and admitted, yeah, everyone thinks the place is haunted, especially that room. She said she hates going up there on her own. That threw me. I hadn't told anyone how strange it felt. Leon decided to join in and told me some stories about a ghost hunting crew that spent a night upstairs, and they recorded an EVP with a voice actually saying a bartender's name out loud. Another time, bar stools at the main bar flipped over one by one, like someone was closing up, but nobody was there. Worst of all, Leon said, was a scream that echoed all the way down the staff hallway. No one could ever find where it came from, and it happened right as he was locking up one night. The part that really gets under my skin is that I sensed something before anyone told me the stories. It makes me wonder, was it just nerves, or did something not want me there? All I know is, since then, I hate being the last one to leave, especially if I have to go upstairs. I always check to see if someone else can turn off the lights or do the final sweep. Now, every time I set foot in that banquet room, I get that feeling again, like something's waiting just past the edge of the light. Sometimes I think I hear my name whispered, but it's probably just the building settling. Still, it feels like I'll see a shadow move, or maybe I'll hear what Leon did, the scream in the hallway. I can't explain it, but I know what I felt. That night, with the stones almost invisible in the dark, it was hard to tell what was shadow and what was something else moving between the monuments. A couple weeks back, I went to Greyfriars Kirkyard in Edinburgh late at night with a friend of mine. Let's call her Cynthia. It was pitch black, and Cynthia was already regretting every decision that had her following me into an ancient cemetery full of plague pits. I basically dragged her along because I wanted the real spooky Edinburgh experience, not just the tourist stuff. We worked our way toward the Black Mausoleum, where Bloody Mackenzie's meant to haunt. After failing to see anything through the cracks in the door, I turned, and that's when I noticed someone moving off to the left, close to the Greyfriars Bobby statue. It was a woman in a long, old-fashioned white dress, looked Victorian, or maybe earlier. She seemed to be in a hurry, heading straight toward the front of the church. At the time, I just thought, well, it's probably someone else who's out here for the atmosphere. I didn't mention it to Cynthia, figured she'd seen her too, and there wasn't much to talk about. Eventually, we left, walked over toward the grass market to find somewhere warm. There's a little bar there with a yellow door, can't remember its name. The next morning, though, something about the woman started bugging me. I kept replaying what I'd seen. The odd thing was how she moved. She slid forward, really quick, but her shoulders didn't bouncing at all. The dress didn't move either. No sound of footsteps, even though it was so silent I could hear Cynthia's bracelets clinking half the time. She didn't look like she was running. She looked like she was gliding. So later, while we were getting coffee, I asked Cynthia, sort of offhand, "You remember that woman we saw last night in the graveyard?" Cynthia just stared at me, totally blank. "What woman?" she said. "The one in the white dress, near the dog statue, in front of the church." Her whole face changed just like that. She told me not to try and scare her and said she genuinely hadn't seen any woman. She did not want to keep talking about it. So I dropped it, but I kept thinking about it. There'd been a sort of glow around the bottom of her dress. At the time, I thought maybe she was carrying a torch or a phone. But thinking about it, that didn't add up. A torch should light the ground. A phone might brighten her face or hands. Neither would make the hem of her dress look softly lit up from underneath. I tried to tell myself maybe she was a tour guide, dressed up and heading home, but it was too late for that. I'd checked all the ghost tour times because none of them finished that late. Now, I keep going over it. Was it just someone who moved strange? Could a person really walk that quick without any bounce, or even making their clothes shift? Maybe my eyes made it weirder in the dark. Sounds silly saying it out loud. A woman in a white dress gliding through a graveyard isn't exactly original. Feels like the start of a story I heard as a kid. But I know what I saw. Or, well, I think I do. No matter how many normal explanations I come up with, I can't shake the sense that the woman near Greyfriars Bobby wasn't just another late-night visitor. Some nights after my dad died, I would light a little candle and speak to him quietly, just hoping he could hear. There were moments in those first weeks where I truly felt he was still with me, not gone, not really. Losing my dad about 10 weeks ago has been one of the hardest things I've ever gone through. We were always really close. I'd been looking after him for several years, and almost everything I did was about making sure he was comfortable and safe. I put a lot of my own plans on hold, but I never once minded. That's just how much I loved him, and honestly, being there for him felt more important than anything else. He got dementia toward the end, but before it got really bad, we still had these great little moments. We'd talk for ages, we teased each other, and had these inside jokes. Little things only the two of us would even find funny. Those years gave us this bond I can't really describe. When he passed, he was staying with my sister in another country. I tried to get there, but my travel documents just weren't approved in time, so there was no way for me to reach him. That afternoon, he died peacefully in his sleep. I dozed off too, and in my sleep, I dreamed about my dad, my sister, and her family. In the dream, there was this really sudden urge, like I needed to find them right that second. It was so strong that I woke up, and I remember almost hearing my own heart pounding, or maybe it was just a car passing by. The moment I opened my eyes, my sister called. She told me Dad had just passed in his sleep. I could barely speak, just stood there, holding the phone. The world felt like it just stopped. For a while, I needed medication just to calm down. My body wouldn't stop shaking. After he died, I started noticing something gentle but strange. Anytime I found myself crying for him or talking to him quietly, just asking him to help me get through the day, I would end up dreaming about him that night. The dreams felt so clear, and sometimes he spoke to me, but sometimes he was just there, healthy again, looking peaceful. It happened so much, I started to feel like maybe our connection hadn't been broken at all. At night, I'd still light a candle and talk to him. In those moments, it honestly did feel like he could hear me. There were small things too, like when I had a stressful checkup at the doctor or something big to handle, and suddenly the right help would show up or the problem would just sort itself out. I'd get this feeling, almost like doors opening, even if I can't quite explain it right. I don't know if it was all just coincidence. Maybe my brain was looking for patterns because I was so sad, or maybe it was something else. But believing that my dad was watching over me was what got me through those days. About 5 weeks after he passed, My mom asked if we could say a special prayer for him. She knew this prayer for loved ones who died, and we lit a candle and read it together. Most of it was really comforting, but then there was a part that made me uneasy. It was something like, "I will no longer hold on to you or ask anything from you. I won't try to call you back. You are free to enter the light, find peace, and rest." The prayer also said that the living shouldn't keep reaching out to the dead because the souls need to move on. That part, I just wasn't ready for it. I know that sounds selfish, but feeling close to my dad was the only thing keeping me going at that point. Of course, I wanted him to be at peace, but I didn't want to let go yet, not completely. Since that night, it's been several weeks. I haven't dreamed about him at all. That quiet, peaceful presence that I used to feel, now it's just gone. I still talk to him sometimes, but it's like my words just vanish, like I'm talking into an empty room. I know my mom meant well. She didn't realize I'd been dreaming about Dad or how strong that connection felt for me. But after that prayer, I got angry. Everything changed, and I can't explain why. So now I keep thinking, was he really there, close to me? Did that prayer help him move on? Did I sort of give him permission to leave, even though I wasn't ready? I wish I could say I know how these things work. If I'd known that saying those words would make the dreams stop, I probably would have waited. I really do want my dad to be at peace and free from everything he went through at the end. I just wish it had lasted a little longer. Rain was falling outside as we waited in line for the tour, drops pattering softly on my jacket. It was the kind of weather that makes you want to duck into somewhere warm, which is exactly what we did near the Whaley House in San Diego. What I didn't expect was how my body would react before I even knew what was going on. I had never done a rotten house tour before. I felt curious, excited, and, if I'm being honest, a bit skeptical. I thought I'd hear some spooky stories, hear a couple of floorboards creak, maybe get that jittery feeling you get in old places when people say they're haunted. Our guide told us about the Whaley family and said that Elias Whaley had built the house really close to land used for public executions. We walked through a few rooms, the courtroom, a small general store, the dining room, then upstairs to a theater. The moment we walked into the general store, though, something changed. While the guide talked about Elias and the family history, I got hit with this sudden, strong headache. Not the kind that creeps up. This one was instant, heavy, like someone set a stone right on top of my head. At the same time, I just lost all my energy. I got nauseous, weak, and sort of bone-tired all at once. It felt like standing in that spot was pulling something out of me. I tried to focus on the guide, kept glancing at the old cans and a chipped blue mug on a shelf, but all I could really think about was whether I needed to leave. Once we left the general store, the pressure started to let up. In the theater, some of those same feelings came back, just not as strong. Still that heavy, tired feeling hanging around. As soon as we stepped outside again, I started to feel better. Only then did I realize my shirt was clinging to me, completely soaked in sweat. The weird thing? I hadn't felt hot. My partner Ida had been right next to me the whole time, and she looked totally comfortable, not a drop of sweat on her. By the time we got back to the car, I was wiped out. I had to slide the seat back and close my eyes for a minute. After, it felt like I'd been awake for 2 days straight, but it happened again. That night, we took another ghost tour that also passed through that part of town. I wasn't really paying attention to where we were at that point. My eyes were glued to the sidewalk, honestly, because I tend to trip over uneven blocks and didn't want to make a scene. Suddenly, the headache was back. Nausea, weakness, that same weird pressure on my head, all of it returned at once. I looked up. There was the Whaley house, right in front of me. We didn't go inside that time, just stood close to the property. And while we were there, something even stranger happened. The side of my face closest to the house started to drip with sweat, while the other side was only kind of damp. I kept wiping at it, confused, but the sweat wouldn't stop on that one side. As our group moved away from the property, everything faded again. Headache, nausea, weakness, they all eased up. My energy came back, slowly. I keep trying to come up with a reasonable explanation. Maybe it was nerves, maybe their ventilation was bad, or, I don't know, maybe it was something in the air. But none of those really explain why the same symptoms hit me again before I even realized we were near the house. I still can't make sense of it. My body seemed to pick up on something before my mind did, and that's not something I can easily explain. The first time I realized something was off, I was making my bed and suddenly started crying for no reason at all. It wasn't just sadness. I felt disconnected, like something in me had changed, but I couldn't explain why. This all started during my summer break in June. That part of the month was actually great. I got to catch up with a few friends from school, and most days we'd just hang around, play games, and talk about nothing. The one I'm closest with is Calvin. He's off doing military training, so when he's away, he barely gets to use his phone. No texts, no social media, basically radio silence for nearly 5 months at a time. When he's home, we meet nearly every day. He only lives a few streets away, and those conversations really keep me grounded. So when it's time for him to leave, it always hits me pretty hard. Watching how disciplined Calvin was made me want to improve myself too. I got really into competitive programming, thinking if I could work as hard at that as he did at training, I'd finally get somewhere. I started to feel like if someone I trusted could push himself so far, maybe I could too. Unlike most of my other friends who spent hours on social media sharing pictures or posts, Calvin was different. He barely cared about any of that. I think I wanted to be more like that, just focused, not so caught up in what everyone else was doing. So at the start of July, I deleted Instagram and Snapchat, which were the only ways I kept up with people. The first few days were rough. I'd reach for my phone out of habit, thinking I needed to check something, but there'd be nothing. After a while, though, I noticed most of those people weren't even real friends, just people from my classes. I've always been introverted, so my school group is really the only place I feel I fit. At college, I don't have close friends, and when everyone goes back to their own cities, I get stuck with this weird loneliness. It's happened before, but usually I manage to ignore it. By the 4th day off social media, something in me felt lighter. I'd started pouring all my energy into programming. During my internship that month, I wasn't given much work, so I'd spend hours at my desk solving problems. I'd leave home around 7 in the morning and come back around 7 at night, coding, reading through challenging problems during lunch, even practicing between tasks. I wanted to get better so badly that I guess I let it take over. When I got home, I'd rest for 20 minutes, then start coding again. If there was an online contest at 8, I'd do that for 2 hours, then eat, and finally go to sleep sometime after 11. Then the weird stuff began. It was a night when I'd gone to bed after failing to solve a tough problem. In my dream, I was back at my desk, working on the same thing, but suddenly the solution came to me, like I'd always known it. When I woke up, I could remember it clearly, and after double-checking, it actually made sense. So at the office, the first thing I did was try it out. It worked. That night, I took on another problem before bed, hoping it'd happen again. And it did. At first, it felt like my mind was working overtime, learning while I slept. But at the same time, I was barely talking to anyone. My family noticed. I think my mom and sister asked if I was okay at least a few times, but I kept saying I was fine. Then, suddenly, I wasn't. I started crying out of nowhere one morning, standing on the balcony staring at the sky, not sure what was wrong. That was the first time it felt like something was really off. Worse things happened a few nights later. I never wake up in the middle of the night for no reason, but this time it felt like someone was crouched down by my bed, watching me. The feeling hit so hard I woke up instantly, but there was nobody around. My chest felt tight, and it was like the fear stayed stuck in my body. After about 30 minutes, I put in my earphones and started a podcast, something I do after a nightmare to calm myself down. Eventually, I fell asleep again. That's when the next dream started. I was solving another programming problem, and the feeling came back, someone watching me, but stronger. Then, things got mixed up. I could see an actual while loop floating in front of me, with this variable named ind starting at 0. I got up and tried to leave my room, but somehow, when I stepped through the doorway, I just wind up entering the same room again from the other side. In the dream, it made sense, like I was stuck inside the loop, and every time I tried to walk out of the room, the variable ind would go up by 1. I ran through the door again and again, watching the number climb, 412, 412, then 1047, or maybe it was a little lower, but definitely in the thousands. It just wouldn't end. In the end, I curled up on the bed in the dream, crying and hugging my knees. That was when I remembered to call for help. I grabbed my phone and called my mom. Actually, I called for both her and my sister. When they came, I was shaking and couldn't stop crying. Kept telling them we needed to leave the house or they'd get trapped too. They tried to calm me down, said it was just a nightmare or maybe one of those sleep paralysis things, but right then, it felt like more than that. I slept with my family for the rest of the night. Since then, I can't say I felt normal. I barely want to talk, and my sister finally told me that I needed to stop coding for a while. I did, sat outside on the balcony, watched videos, tried to rest, except my emotions kept flipping for no reason. I'd get angry at videos that weren't even about anything, or I'd start laughing at things that weren't remotely funny, then get sad all over again. Normally, I'm steady, but now I was unpredictable. One morning, waiting for the bus, I heard a bell ringing, clear as anything, even though there was no bicycle, no shop, not even a street vendor nearby. That's happened a few times since. Sounds with no source. Today was the strangest. I was cleaning the balcony and I started hearing these murmurs, voices, but muffled, like people fighting somewhere nearby. I couldn't catch what they were saying. I looked out and saw people leaning out of their windows, watching something below. I messaged Ruth, who lives just a block away, and asked if anything was happening on our street. No, she said, everything was quiet. That left me wondering what I'd actually heard. The voices, the people at the windows, the whole thing. I don't know if it was in my head or not. At the time, it felt real. This whole time, ever since that night, things haven't gone back to normal. I don't know if it's stress, exhaustion, or if something else is happening to me, but I can't shake how much I've changed. I just want to know what's going on. That changed for me just a few days ago. Then something scraped the floor near my bed. Could have been a bag shifting, or no, I thought maybe I'd dropped my charger cable and it was dragging, except I hadn't plugged it in. I didn't want to open my eyes and freak myself out over nothing. I just stayed still, kind of half listening. Suddenly, I realized I couldn't move at all. My arms, my head, nothing would work. Total dead weight. I started to panic, but my thoughts felt all foggy. It was like I was stuck between dreaming and being awake, floating there, hearing my own breathing and not much else. When I finally managed to force my eyes to the left, the spinning stopped, and I saw it. Someone or something was standing right beside the bed. My first gut reaction, don't ask me why, was to throw a punch at it. My arm started working again, kind of all of a sudden, so I swung and tried to hit its chest. But my fist just passed straight through, like there was nothing there at all. I jumped right out of bed, flicked the light on, and turned the whole room upside down, looking for someone. Nothing. The door hung open a crack, but the hall was empty, the same as always. I haven't said a word to my family about any of this. They'd just nod and tell me, "We told you so." For years, they've passed around this story about my grandmother's cousin, Sonia, who supposedly did something to bring bad luck to the house after a huge falling out. People say weird things always happen when she visits or when someone goes to her place. Part of me wants to blame it on sleep paralysis. Maybe I was so tired that my brain just tricked me. But the footsteps, the door opening, and the way my hand just cut right through that figure, all of it was so physical, so real, it's hard to shake off. The thing that stuck with me most was the way Ray described that man's face, standing just on the other side of the fence, eyes completely black. Back when I was in college, I worked evenings at a small neighborhood bar. After closing, a few of us would usually hang around for a while. We'd mess around with mixing drinks, shoot a couple games of pool, clean up half-heartedly, and just talk. The place felt weirdly comfortable after midnight, when the speakers were quiet and the doors were locked up. One night, sometime after 2 in the morning, there were 5 of us left inside. Me, 2 coworkers my age, a guy and a girl, and a regular I'll call Isaac. Out of nowhere, Isaac leaned against the bar and said, "Does anyone feel like visiting a haunted house?" We all laughed, but he wasn't joking. He started telling us about his friend, Rodney, who just moved back to town. According to Isaac, Rodney was really sensitive to spirits. People said he could see things the rest of us didn't. Isaac called him, and after some back and forth, Rodney agreed to swing by and pick us up. There was this abandoned house on the edge of town that everybody had heard about. I'll just call it the Hoshida House. It stood set apart from other houses with empty lots on both sides. An iron fence surrounded the whole yard, and weeds basically swallowed everything up. Near the porch, there was a blue wagon lying on its side and a rusted swing that squeaked whenever the wind blew. Nobody had lived there in years, probably decades actually, now that I think about it. Still, people talked about seeing shapes behind the upstairs windows or hearing someone crying inside late at night. But the warning was always the same: never cross the fence, because if you stepped onto the property, something might follow you home. On the drive over, we passed another supposedly haunted building. As we went by, I noticed Rodney staring kind of hard out the window. Then he smiled, except it didn't seem like a regular smile, more like he'd recognized someone just standing outside. I almost asked him about it, but something told me not to. Rodney didn't say much for the rest of the drive. When we got to the Hoshida house, we parked across the street and walked slowly along the outside of the fence. At first, nothing happened. No weird noises, no voices, no faces in the windows. My female coworker and I hung near the gate, looking at the wagon in the tall grass. We whispered that maybe people made up all the stories. Honestly, I was already thinking about heading back. Then, my other coworker, Philip, clapped his hands together and said, "Well, I guess somebody has to go inside." We all told him not to. I said, "That's still private property. We could get in trouble." Philip just grinned. "Does it count as a ghost hunt if we're stuck on the sidewalk?" Before anyone could react, he walked over to the fence. He grabbed the top rail and started to pull himself up. The second his feet left the ground, Rodney lunged forward. He grabbed Philip around the waist and yanked him down so hard they nearly landed in the bushes. Rodney didn't look at Philip or at the house, just said, "We're leaving, get in the car." Something in his voice made all of us just listen. Even Philip quit joking, though he grumbled a little in the car. Back at the bar, we stood together in the dark for a minute. Then someone finally asked Rodney, "What did you see?" He didn't answer right away. He just stared at Philip for several seconds. Then he said, "As soon as you started climbing, a man appeared on the other side of the fence." Philip went pale. Rodney kept going. "He was right in front of you. His face was almost touching yours." He stopped to swallow. His eyes were completely black. No one said anything. Rodney said, "If you'd leaned forward another inch, you would have gone straight into him." Philip asked, What would have happened? Rodney just shook his head slowly. I don't know. He wasn't trying to scare you away, he said, voice getting sort of quiet. He wanted you to come closer. He was waiting for you to cross. That's why I pulled you back. I never went back to the Hoshida house after that, and as far as I know, it's still there, still empty, still waiting behind the fence. That day, though, it was like something was waiting for me right outside my door, and I had no idea how strange things were about to get. They were loud. The whole staircase seemed to shake with the weight of them. She started shouting at me, but no matter how hard I listened, I couldn't understand a single thing she was saying. It was complete nonsense. When she stopped, I quietly apologized and asked her to repeat herself. She shouted again, louder this time, but the words still made no sense. It was almost like someone had learned how to imitate human speech without really knowing what words meant. I wanted to help her, but I just couldn't understand her. So I asked one more time. She let out this low, frustrated sound, almost like a growl. Then she threw her arms down, turned sharply, and ran out of my room. Instead, I found my mom sitting calmly in the living room. When she noticed me, she smiled. Eventually, I sat beside her and asked what she had needed from me upstairs. Her smile disappeared. I explained everything: the footsteps, the door flying open, the nightgown, the shouting, and the words I couldn't understand. At the time, she insisted I must have been dreaming. She said maybe I'd experienced some kind of waking hallucination and told me not to talk about it anymore. For years, that was the explanation she stuck to. Then, not long ago, I brought it up again. She said the detail that frightened her most was the bedroom door. It had a habit of sticking, and it took real force to open it quickly. When I told her it had slammed open, she knew I hadn't just imagined a shadow out in the hallway. She confessed that the thought of something copying her face, her clothes, and her voice had scared her so badly that she needed to convince herself it had never happened. But it did happen. And it wasn't the only strange experience I've had. When I was younger, my stepsister and I saw something in the woods during a camping trip in northern Vermont that neither of us could explain. Years later, while walking into work for an overnight shift, I suddenly had a vivid image flash through my mind. It scared me so much that I stopped walking. No, actually, I froze on the spot. A moment later, a delivery van turned the corner. Its headlights lit up a large mountain lion crouched right beside the sidewalk, less than 15 feet away from me. If I'd kept walking, I would have passed directly in front of it. I've experienced many things that sound impossible when spoken aloud. Some happened when I was alone. Others happened with witnesses. A few were even captured on video. I know what I saw. That's when I noticed the small things, the soft footsteps, or the way the sound of something rolling across the ceiling just doesn't fit. I live in an apartment that was built, I think, sometime in the late 1980s. My grandmother bought it right after it was finished, and for a few years, she rented it out. As far as I know, none of those first tenants mentioned anything weird happening here. Now, it's me, my grandmother, my mom, and my uncle living together in this place. The odd part is, I end up being the only one in the family who experiences anything I can't explain. There are some hard things in our family history. My grandfather died a long time before I was born. He and my grandmother had already split up, so he never actually lived here. My uncle went through a real rough patch in this apartment once, actually tried to end his own life here. Luckily, he survived, got help, and now he's probably the most cheerful person in the family. I only bring it up because people sometimes say strong emotions can leave something behind, some kind of energy, I guess. The strange stuff usually starts small. I've seen things move just a little while I was staring right at them. One time, a pair of sandals on the floor shifted by themselves. Another time, my bottle of face cream just slid slowly across the bathroom counter, even though nobody touched it. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I feel something brush lightly against my back. It almost feels like someone tapping with their fingertips, but when I turn around, there's nothing there. I've even felt single pieces of my hair get tugged. A couple times I saw it in the mirror, just a few strands lifting or floating upwards. There was no fan on, and all the windows were closed tight. I checked twice because I thought maybe I was missing some draft, but no. Other times, I felt something gently push me from behind. It's never hard enough to make me stumble, but it's clear and sudden enough that I always notice it. The bathroom is where everything feels the strongest. Sometimes, with the door closed, I hear knocking, deliberate knocks, not random clanking pipes. It always sounds like someone is waiting for me to answer, but when I open the door right after, the hallway is empty. Every time. I also hear footsteps in the apartment, especially late at night. They sound slow, moving up the hall and stopping near the bathroom or just outside my bedroom. Even in daylight, the place can feel off. It's like being watched, even though I can see the whole room and know I'm alone. The curtains sometimes shift on their own, even when there's just not enough breeze for that. Once, I saw the towels in the bathroom swinging hard enough to rattle the blue plastic hangers. The bathroom window was barely cracked, and the air in there felt almost completely still. Another thing is the noise from above, like glass marbles rolling across the ceiling. We're on the top floor, so there's no apartment above us. I can't figure out how anyone could be rolling anything up there. I've seen shadows too. They're usually near doorways or at the edge of my sight. They look just enough like a person that I do a double take, but when I turn, nothing's there. The hardest part is how whatever this is, it seems aware of me. Sometimes it feels like it's trying to get my attention. Other times, it's more like it doesn't like me very much. For a while, I thought maybe it was linked to an old porcelain doll I kept in my room. I tried using a pendulum over it just to see. The answers said the doll wasn't haunted. I posted online in a group about haunted objects, and most people said they didn't pick up anything odd from a photo of the doll. Instead, they thought the problem was the apartment itself. My experiences aren't as wild as some stories I've read. No objects flying across the room, no unexplained fires, no voices or screaming. But being pushed, having my hair pulled, that's more than enough. The worst part isn't even the noises or the movement. It's just the feeling, the atmosphere. Most of the activity happens at night, but the discomfort doesn't go away in daylight. I haven't had nightmares about the apartment, at least. I'm Christian, and I keep a small wooden cross and an image of Jesus next to my bed. Maybe it's just that they make me feel protected, but my bedroom is basically the only place where the presence leaves me alone. I've thought about putting something like that in the bathroom, since that's the spot that always feels the worst. The problem is, my family doesn't believe me. They usually say it's just the building making old noises and tell me not to worry. Lately, things have slowed down, but when something does happen now, it's a stronger feeling than before. I don't think whatever's here is out to hurt me, but I wouldn't call it friendly, and I still can't say if it's a man, a woman, several spirits, or just my mind making normal things scary. I've tried reading about hauntings and poltergeists, but there's barely anything detailed in my language, so I'm still left wondering about all this. That figure by the side of the road still comes back to me in flashes I'd rather not have. The memory doesn't like to sit still, but I'll do my best. This happened many years ago, but it's still one of the most unsettling things my family has ever experienced. My husband and I were driving our 5-year-old daughter to visit her grandfather in Connecticut. He had plans to take her out for ice cream that night. We were riding along a quiet road just outside of town, the kind lined with patches of woods, older houses, and those long, bumpy gravel driveways. It was late afternoon, but the sun was still bright. Nothing was hidden. As we came around a gentle curve, all three of us noticed a figure standing near the edge of the road. It wasn't on the shoulder. It was actually standing on the pavement, though far enough to the side that we could drive by without swerving. Even now, I can't tell you exactly what we saw. I remember the figure as being unusually tall, maybe a little over 6 feet. Its whole body was black, more than just dark clothing. It was a thicker, flatter sort of black. No skin, no eyes, no features I could make out. It had long, dark hair hanging down around its head and shoulders. The hair was thick and uneven, tangled in ropes that looked either damp or just badly matted. I keep thinking it was wet, but maybe it was just filthy. Its clothing was just as odd. It looked like it was wearing a bunch of layers, including something like a long coat or a heavy cloak. But the fabric didn't hang right. The layers overlapped in ways that made no sense, like someone had tried to put together a human outfit without really knowing how clothes are supposed to fit. That's the feeling the whole figure gave me. It was like it was trying to pass as a person. I can't explain why I felt that way. Nothing about it was dramatically monstrous. It had arms, legs, hair, clothes, but every part of it was slightly off, like it had copied the idea of a human being, but missed the little details that make someone seem real. Then I noticed what it was holding. It looked like an old parasol, or maybe an umbrella with a bunch of broken ribs. The canopy was open, but it was being held upside down. The figure was slowly pushing it across the pavement, then pulling it back and forth, back and forth. The motion made me think of someone cleaning a rug with one of those old-fashioned sweepers. It would have been funny if it wasn't so wrong. But nothing about that moment was funny. As our car rolled closer, the figure started to turn toward us. Its head didn't turn first. Its whole body rotated at once. The movement was slow and stiff, almost like it was on a lazy Susan or something under its feet. I don't remember seeing a face, but I knew, absolutely knew, it was watching us. The moment it faced the car, that feeling hit me. I've been scared before. I know what it's like to get startled or to see something dangerous. This was another thing entirely. It was deeper, almost animal. Every part of me just knew we shouldn't be near it. I didn't reason it out. There was no "that person might hurt us" in my mind. The feeling came first. Thinking came later. Beside me, my husband went completely rigid. Later, he told me he'd felt the same, like we needed to get away right then. The figure never moved toward us. It didn't lift its arms. It didn't chase us or make any threatening move. It just stood there, turned toward us, that ruined umbrella resting upside down against the road. Neither of us said a word as we passed. Then, from the back seat, our daughter said quietly, not quite whispering, but soft as anything, "That thing was pretending." That broke the silence. We hadn't described the figure to her. We hadn't said it looked strange. We hadn't even said out loud that we saw it. She just said that one thing and looked out the rear window. We didn't turn around. My husband and I have talked about it a lot over the years. Some details are always hard to hold on to, but the big pieces never change. The bright daylight, the tall, black figure, the ropes of hair, the clothes that didn't fit together right, the broken umbrella scraping across the pavement, the way its whole body turned, and that sense, overwhelming, that whatever we were seeing wanted to be a person but wasn't. Most of all, I still hear my daughter's voice from the back seat. That thing was pretending. I've gone through books on folklore, local legends, stories people share about odd encounters, but I haven't found anything that really matches what we saw. Even now, if I let myself remember without pushing, I can see the figure on that quiet road. I was almost asleep when across the hallway I saw movement that made me forget about the storm for a minute. It was too quick and strange to be one of my kids, and that was just the start. A couple of years back, I bought a house after living for a while in an apartment that sat right behind a cemetery. I still have a couple of videos somewhere from that apartment showing some of the weird things that happened, but honestly, even after moving, it felt like whatever had been around sort of stuck with me. Maybe it never left at all. I live in the house with my 3 kids. My oldest daughter, Beverly, who's 12, her sister, Angela, 10, and my little boy, Glenn, who's 5. I'm a single dad, so it's just us. The odd part is the kids never seem bothered by anything. I'm the only one who feels it. This presence, this thing, I guess. The first weird thing happened just 3 days after we got the keys. I was in the kitchen and could see down the hallway that leads to the bedrooms. Out of nowhere, I saw what looked exactly like one of my daughters run down the hall and vanish into Angela's room. Not 10 seconds later, all 3 of my actual kids came bursting through the front door, muddy shoes and all, fresh from playing outside. I just stared at them, absolutely thrown off. After that, I started sleeping in my own room, which is across the house from theirs. Even then, I'd get this feeling sometimes, like one of the kids had snuck in and curled up next to me. I'd turn to check on them, ask if they were okay, but nobody was there. One night, it was even stronger. I actually felt a small arm, like a child's, drape over my back while I was half asleep. When I rolled over, I saw this little girl, smaller than Beverly or Angela, climb over me and shoot across the room, disappearing into the bathroom. I just sat there, stunned. Since then, at least a couple times a week, something else happens. Doors close on their own, even if I know the kids are at school and I'm the only one home. Sometimes I hear voices, like a man and a woman having a low conversation somewhere in the house, usually near the back hallway. And that feeling of something on the bed, that hasn't gone away. I end up crashing on the living room couch a lot, TV on, a lamp lit. But even then, out of the corner of my eye, I'll see something dart along the hallway baseboards. At one point, I brought in 3 different paranormal investigators. We all saw the same thing, that little girl run behind the kitchen island. It's like she's tied to the house, or maybe she just never left. Before all this, there was something else, an old family story from back when I was a baby. My dad hates talking about it, but if I press, he usually just shrugs like he forgot. He's never wanted anything to do with ghosts. When I was little, my crib was set up right beside my parents' bed. One night, I started crying, and my mom moved to get up. My dad said, "Don't worry, I'll get her." He picked me up and paced the kitchen, trying to settle me down. That's when my mom said she felt something in the room, but she didn't look. Then, suddenly, something grabbed the back of her head. She said it picked her head up off the pillow, and her neck was bending back like it could snap. She couldn't move. Terrified, she screamed for my dad. Her head dropped back to the pillow, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a white figure dart out of the room, straight into the hallway. My dad ran in and saw the same white blur dash into the bathroom. He switched on the lights, but the room was empty. My mom was sitting there, shaking. They both agreed it was something nasty. That night, they slept in the living room and moved a few months later. I asked my mom once if she ever saw anything else, cold air, weird shadows. She said that was the only time. My dad wouldn't talk about it at all until a few years back when he accidentally said, "Remember that place when we saw one?" He went silent after that. I pointed out he'd always claimed not to remember, and he just stared at the floor. I've had these dreams that seem to warn about deaths. From when I was 9 to 17, I went to a music camp in the mountains. It was run by this older woman and her husband who'd owned it for decades. Their son lived with them, and he was the conductor for the advanced kids. I only really got to see him up close in my later years. One August at the start of camp, the conductor passed away after being sick for a long time. I didn't know him well, but that Monday night, I had this really bad dream. Can't recall the details, but I woke up gasping, sweating, panicked, turned on all the lights just to be sure. That week, I found out he died late Monday or early Tuesday. It was unsettling, realizing the timing matched up. It happened again that winter. Another nightmare woke me up at 2 in the morning, breathing hard, scared out of my mind. I grabbed my phone for the flashlight just to check the corners of the room. Later that morning, I got a bunch of texts. This time, the woman who ran the camp had died early in the morning. The dream felt even heavier than before. When I was about 20, my mom asked if I could help out our neighbor, an older woman who'd had a stroke. She lived across the street, a few houses to the left. Honestly, I hadn't talked to her in years and barely remembered her face. Still, I agreed, and after a while, we had this little routine. Every Monday, I'd take her shopping, and every Thursday, I'd come by and cook dinner. We actually had a good time, and it became something I looked forward to. One Thursday, she said she probably wouldn't need me for groceries the next week, since some folks had brought her meals. I didn't think much about it, but Saturday night, I had one of those horrible dreams again, woke up sweating and out of breath. Monday rolled around, and I didn't hear from her. I thought maybe she was still good for food. Thursday came and went the same way. By the next Monday, I decided to check in, but there was no answer. Her phone just rang and rang. The gate was locked, and her car was shut away in the garage. 2 weeks after I'd last seen her, my mom mentioned she'd seen ambulances and police outside the house. The neighbor had passed from another stroke and had been alone until her son came by after not hearing from her. I was the last person to see her alive. All these things, the hauntings, the ghost story from when I was a baby, the dreams before someone passes away, they've just clung to me for years. It feels like there's some kind of thin line between here and whatever's next, and sometimes it gets pulled back just enough to let something through. So, when I was a kid, I wasn't scared of the dark itself. It was what I thought might be hiding in it, especially in my closet. Keeping the closet doors shut was serious business. The metal latches snapping closed felt like the only thing keeping whatever was in there away from me. There were two shapes, or I guess presences, that kept coming back. The first was this woman. It's hard to say if she was young or old. Her face was always a sort of blur, full of sadness and anger, like she was mourning someone, maybe a lost child. Her touch, if you could call it that, had this gentleness mixed with something fierce. She'd be there just at the edge of where you could see, barely inside the room. After a while, those two spirits, if that's what they were, started to fade. Not all at once, but little by little, like they were losing interest. I barely feel them now. Sometimes I wonder if they were connected, maybe both stuck because of the same loss or event. Their presence wasn't just in my room either. Sometimes I'd get that prickly feeling in my dad's office or in the living room, once in the guest bathroom with the blue shower curtain, which never made sense. There's another story, though, about an old man nobody in my family can explain. He's shown up more than once, which makes it stranger. Jump ahead nearly 20 years. My family moved into the house I grew up in before I was born. My oldest brother, Jonah, was about 7 and the last one inside. As soon as he set foot past the door, he started screaming and crying and wouldn't stop. My parents rushed over, and when Dad asked him what happened, Jonah pointed up to the landing at the top of the stairs, just to the right of the entryway. He said there was an old man standing there, watching him. These things just kind of hang around in my memory. They never really left, even if nothing's happened in a long time. My boyfriend and I had moved in with his family just as the quarantine began, and his bed was too small for 2 people, so I took the basement couch. Down there, the air stayed cool even in the afternoon, and at night, every sound echoed. Pipes creaking, animals shifting upstairs, the floor making these quiet little pops. There was this toy, a bright blue transformer jet with a red sticker peeling off one wing that belonged to my boyfriend's nephew. It had a button that set off this loud, warbling jet noise. At first, the toy only made noise when it got bumped, but then it started going off by itself, with no one near it, just buzzing and whining in the middle of the night. The first couple times, I chalked it up to old batteries or maybe the button being sticky. Then, exactly at 3 a.m. one night, it started up again, louder this time, and the buzzing kept repeating, not even finishing the sound before starting over. I tried to ignore it, but after a while, I had enough. I grabbed the toy and took it up the stairs, left it in the kitchen, but even up there, I could still hear the buzzing faintly. And then there were these slow, heavy footsteps on the stairs behind me. They went up and then down, steady and measured. I waited a bit, listening, but eventually I went back to the basement and tried to get some sleep. The next day, my boyfriend's mom brought the toy back down. She said it belonged with the rest of the nephew's stuff. That morning, around 6 a.m., the toy started up again, just as loud, non-stop. I got so frustrated I yelled at it and, well, at whatever else might have been listening. That just made the buzzing worse. So finally, in a burst, I tossed the toy out onto the back porch. It landed on the splintered wooden boards and went quiet. For a few nights, everything was calm. Then, last night, I woke up suddenly at 4 a.m. because my feet were cold and wet. I sat up and realized there was water on the couch and more dripping onto my feet. The drops were steady for a moment, then just stopped. I checked the ceiling and walls, but couldn't find a leak. No marks, nothing dripping down. The couch was damp, but there wasn't a puddle. All the animals were asleep, and the house was totally quiet. I checked in with my boyfriend and his family, and everyone was still in bed. I told my boyfriend about this, but nobody else knew. I later searched online and came across something called a water poltergeist, which is apparently a thing, though I'd never heard of it before. I guess it explains the water, though who really knows? Then there's my daughter, who just turned 4. For the last year or so, she's been telling me about her friend Ida. I figured she was just making her up, like kids do, but Ida only came up in conversation and never during play. My daughter said she met Ida at her Nana's house, her great-grandma's place. One afternoon, we pulled into a Walmart parking lot next to this tan apartment building. My daughter looked out the window and said, "That's where my friend Ida died." I froze for a second, asked her what she meant, but she just repeated herself and then got distracted by something else, as little kids do. A few months later, we parked at the same spot. She said it again, exactly the same words. That time, I felt a little chill, like this wasn't just random. I tried to ask her more, but she only ever told me small details, never much at once. Then, my daughter's stepmom sent me a text. She'd searched for Ida's name online out of curiosity. She found an old record for Ida Carter and her sister Sarah. The picture of Sarah looked just like my daughter. Big black eyes, dark brown hair, same smile. Ida in the picture looked like my oldest daughter, which was just too weird. But the really odd thing was their mother's name, Betsy Larson. Larson is the last name of my daughter's Nana, her great-grandma, the very house where my daughter said she met Ida. And there's a photo of Betsy Larson hanging in Nana's front hallway, the exact same one from the record. When I asked Nana, she said she didn't know those names, and her husband, who might have remembered, passed away over a decade ago. But all three, Ida, Sarah, Betsy, were already gone. Ida died in the 1970s. I've started to think my daughter is actually communicating with Ida's spirit. Sometimes I wonder if she's connected to Sarah somehow, or maybe was her in a past life. My daughter always says Ida is just a little girl, even though the real Ida died as an adult, which doesn't quite add up, but it's the resemblance and these connections that make it so hard to brush off. She's said some other strange things now and then, but this whole Ida thing is the one I can't explain. It's like something from the past is still echoing through her, or maybe through all of us, and every now and then it just makes itself heard. That still stands out more than most things that happened that year. But my grandmother invited him to have dinner with us instead, so he could be around people who truly cared about him. A week after that, Gerald passed away in his sleep. I'm glad he got to experience that happiness. Just once. I like to think that was Gerald's way of letting us know he'd found peace. The building itself just felt wrong. It was set apart from the others, with a long, echoing hallway and rooms on both sides, every room with extra doors going either outside or into more rooms. I had to go in alone a lot. I felt this heavy sense of dread suddenly, like I was being shoved out by something I couldn't see. My skin prickled, almost like there was static in the air. Even so, I kept working. When we got back in, every door, every window, even cupboards that never opened, were thrown wide. Papers, old keyboards, computer parts, junk everywhere, like a tornado had hit just inside. I had to apologize to everyone after, since a lot of their stuff got destroyed or lost because I'd apparently angered a ghost. It lasted just a second. I stepped out, then back in, but the smell was gone. It's happened since then, always when I'm dealing with his things. Once, when I was cleaning his apartment, I grabbed an old shirt from his closet. Suddenly, I heard a soft tapping. I looked out and saw his bedroom door swinging, knocking the wall with a steady rhythm. It wasn't the AC or a draft. I tried everything afterwards, but nothing made it move like that again. Maybe it was just him saying he was still there. Now my mom and I joke to him out loud, especially when we're looking for things, like the handgun safe keys, since he had specific wishes about that. Like, if someone was lying, or if something felt off, I'd just know. I don't research this stuff, it's just there. For example, when BTS announced a break, I felt uneasy right away. I filmed myself joking about it, time-stamped and all. A week later, they announced they'd all enlist and wouldn't be back until 2025. No one saw it coming, but I did, somehow. She still teases me about being a witch. That terror always snaps me out of it. After, I can't recall what started the feeling, but I'm left with this odd sense of having learned something. A friend even described an identical place to me, calling it a fear of a concept, which I still don't get. When we tried reconnecting, our regular password, our last name plus family, suddenly stopped working. Changing it to our dogs' names fixed it, but it felt like Dad took his name away for a while. There was one summer staying in an apartment with friends where some rooms felt wrong. One night, the lights flickered, and I woke up to a smoky, dark figure by my bed, reaching for me. Right before it touched me, I felt a strong surge, almost like electricity or heat, that pulsed out from me and made the figure vanish. After that, I slept better than usual, while my friends all slept terribly. My smartwatch even logged strange heart rates and weird sleep cycles those nights. It's hard to believe it was all in my head. One of their friends, who'd had sleep paralysis before, warned not to look at it, or they'll want you to help them. Eventually, the plant stopped shaking and they left the room. Later, I learned that the receptionists sometimes saw cupboards slamming open and shut in that part of the building. My mom avoided going down there after dark. The attic was so old you'd fall right through if you tried to walk up there. I just screamed at whatever was in the darkness to leave. I swear the shadows in the corners actually pulled back and the light looked clearer after that. There's a bunch more I could talk about, but stories like these remind me sometimes the strange stuff, like unexpected snow or the smell of someone gone, shows up when you need it most. That comfort didn't last long for me as a kid, though. I had things start happening late at night. Things, even now, I'm not sure how to explain. It started when I was about 5. That was a rough stretch for my family. My baby sister, her name was Delia, she only lived 3 days. There were complications with her birth, and that's about where my memories of her end. I have this clear image of crowded toys in the play area with my grandma, everything bright blue and yellow, but the rest of that year is fuzzy. I got a few dinosaur books to keep me distracted because our home felt so empty after Delia was gone. I do remember seeing her one last time before she was taken off life support. It's heavy to think back on, but I don't think I really understood it all then. Not too long after Delia passed, my Grandpa Carl, died as well. He used to take me out to feed ducks, I think, or maybe it was pigeons. That's all cloudy now, like a dream I can't get back. Right after losing both of them, things at night got really strange for me. Every night, I'd have these vivid nightmares. But it wasn't just bad dreams, it was sleep paralysis too. I'd wake up in bed, completely frozen, unable to move even my hands. There were voices, soft at first, whispering, then turning louder, sometimes almost shouting inside my head. My bed would feel like it was spinning in circles, faster and faster. The worst of it was this sharp pain in my back, like someone stabbing me right through. It happened every night for months. The pain and voices would get more intense each time, and then the shadows started. Dark figures standing in the corners of my room, not moving, just watching. There's one night in that apartment that stands out. It was late, and my mom was in the kitchen. I think she was making soup or something similar. The smell of celery and onion kind of filled the place. The kitchen was off a long, narrow hallway that led to the bedrooms. I'd set my little dinosaurs up at the far end of the hall and was playing quietly. I picked up a green triceratops and tossed it down the hall, just for something to do. Suddenly, every noise seemed to disappear. The quiet was so thick, it was like my ears plugged up. I stared at the toy, and I swear, it sat up by itself and started sliding slowly back toward me. I wasn't exactly scared, but I got this sinking feeling that things weren't normal. I tried to call for my mom, but no sound came out. I couldn't catch my breath, like my chest was locked up. As the dinosaur got closer, it tipped over, and right then, it was like I snapped out of whatever daze I'd been in. I didn't feel any leftover fear. I didn't even tell anyone about it, not even my mom. That was the only time something actually moved in that apartment, besides all the nightmares. We moved about a year later into a duplex farther into town. For a little while, things eased up, but then the nightmares came back, even stronger than before. These dreams were brutal and always seemed to follow the same steps. It'd start with me waking up, frozen in place, sweat soaking the back of my shirt. The voices would whisper, then sometimes yell. That's when I'd see, in the darkest corner, this black figure standing there. It never moved, just stood and, I don't know, watched. The room would go silent, and then my blanket would start to slide off me. This horrible nausea and dizziness would hit, and only then could I finally sit up. After that, everything would stop, and I'd be left shaking. This happened over and over for about a year. It was always the same, until one night, everything changed. The pattern started as usual. I woke up stuck in bed, the voices in my head even louder than before, sweat pouring down my face. I managed to move this time, but the dizziness and nausea got worse, not better. Instead of waking my parents, who were just down the hall, I got up and ran to the downstairs bathroom. I knelt in front of the toilet, thinking I'd be sick, but nothing happened. My vision started to go, dark around the edges, but filled with these tiny white specks, like TV static floating everywhere. That's when the stabbing pain in my back came back, sharper than ever. I couldn't speak, tried to, but my voice was gone. It felt like I'd lost my breath completely. The night just dragged on. At some point, I must have passed out because I woke up on the couch, finally free of the nightmare. We moved again after that, to a house tucked back in the woods. I was in 5th grade then. The nightmares never returned after that move. Every so often, I'd have a bad dream, but nothing like what happened in the apartment and the duplex. Just a few weeks ago, I finally told my cousin Trent about all this. He said every time he visited those old places, he felt this awful, heavy presence, especially in the hallway near my old room. That's why he'd always come up with a reason not to sleep over. I never realized he could sense it too. So, that's what happened. The nights with the whispers, the pain, the frozen feeling, those are memories I'll never completely shake, even though they're in the past now. It was the night I heard banging through the wall in those impossible footsteps above us that I realized something was seriously wrong in there. 6 years ago, my wife and I stayed at my late father's house after he passed. It was a tiny Victorian place, a little 2-story with a half-finished attic, more like a cramped apartment than anything else. The family always whispered about it being haunted, but honestly, growing up there, I never saw or heard anything I couldn't explain. I figured people just liked to scare each other, especially when the house made weird noises. We drove down, about 5 hours from our place, to sort through Dad's belongings. My wife and I spent the week packing up his stuff, mostly old NASCAR die-cast cars and boxes of collectibles. It was exhausting, physically, yeah, but emotionally, too. That's when things started to get strange. The first thing happened while I was heading up to the attic. My wife had gone to pick up food, and I was on the phone with her, rambling about what needed to be boxed up. As I reached the attic stairs, the door handle slowly twisted, and the door creaked open just a sliver. I stopped short. My first thought was, someone's in here. So, phone still in my ear, I ran right up. Probably not my smartest move. I searched behind every stack of boxes and through the closets, but no one was there. I guess I was just tired and not really thinking straight. A couple days later, my wife, our friend Corinne, and I were up in the attic together. The floor was covered with this faded orange shag carpet, thick and old, probably from the 70s. The attic had 2 rooms, the main area and a smaller storage room where Corinne was digging through stuff. That's when my wife nudged me and pointed. The heavy door to the storage room started to creak shut on its own, closing Corinne inside. That door was solid. It never moved unless you pushed it hard. We stood there a second, just staring, and then awkwardly called out, "Sorry, didn't mean to close you in," trying to laugh it off so Corinne wouldn't get too weirded out. It was the final night that really did it. We were asleep upstairs in the main bedroom, with the headboard against the wall that lined up right behind the landing at the top of the stairs. The way the house was built, the floors behind that wall didn't match up. Sometimes it was 3 feet to the landing. Sometimes it was a good 12 feet to the attic. All night, my wife kept nudging me awake. She whispered, saying she heard footsteps pacing on the landing outside our door. At first, I brushed her off, but then I saw a shadow moving under the door frame. I got up, opened the door, expecting to see someone, but there was nothing. We checked the whole place. Nothing had been touched. Later that night, I woke up to scratching coming from right behind our bed. My wife was wide-eyed, listening. I figured maybe there was a squirrel or something in the wall. Frustrated, I punched the spot where the noise was. But then something hit back, hard enough that the wall shook and the picture above the bed rattled. It felt like a punch, not an animal. Right after that, we heard footsteps pounding, running away from that spot and up towards the attic stairs. It sounded like someone running on a floor behind the wall, but there was no floor there, just empty space. We grabbed our son from his crib and left right then. Didn't even stay to find out anything more. We called the police, figuring maybe someone got in somehow, but there was no forced entry, nothing missing, no sign of anyone. Security cameras outside didn't show anything either. After that, we just sold the place as is and walked away. I went back once, weeks later, just to deal with paperwork and say a final goodbye to Dad. The house felt off, almost angry, though I know how that sounds. The walls seemed to hum with something, not just emptiness, but something worse. That feeling stuck, even after I left. My dad never believed in ghosts, and honestly, neither did I. Not before that week. Now, when my wife and I talk about it, we get this horrible feeling, like reliving a nightmare you can't wake up from. I still can't explain what happened there. Some nights, when everything quiets down, I catch sounds in the house that don't belong there. It's that kind of quiet where you can hear every creak, but sometimes something else slips in. I never used to believe in ghosts or any of that, but there was one night that made me think twice. A couple years back, well, maybe it was 3, I'm not totally sure. I was home alone, getting ready to head to bed. The hallway was pitch black, except for a thin line of orange light from the street lamp outside, slipping through the window. My bedroom door was open, same as always, so my cats could come and go during the night. My brother's door was closed at the end of the hall. All of a sudden, I heard this scratching noise at his door. At first, I thought it was my cat, but then I realized it wasn't that soft scritching you get on the carpet. No, this sounded deep, claws digging right into the wood, slow and heavy. There was a weight to the noise, like whatever was making it was just too big to be a cat. I just stayed completely still, listening. The scratching kept going for a long time, or maybe it just felt long because I was so on edge. Then it stopped. Right after, there was this sound, like something big shooting down the hall, all the way from my brother's door to the top of the stairs. It was fast, yeah, but also somehow heavy, like a big dog, but not quite right. It changed direction in the middle of running, which isn't possible, not for something that size. The thing is, it kept doing that, dashing back and forth, pounding down the hall, and then suddenly stopping right outside my open door. That's when it hit me. My door was open, and I suddenly felt like I'd made a mistake leaving it that way. I heard my door creak, not a lot, just a little push, like someone was nudging it with their head. Then came this breathing, slow, raspy, and weirdly human, but rougher. It growled, real low, and the noise stuck in my head way more than I'd like to admit. And then, whatever it was, it just stopped. The house was dead silent again. I lay completely still for what must have been an hour, but honestly, it could have been 15 minutes. I wasn't about to check the clock. After that night, I tried to pretend it hadn't happened, just shoved it away somewhere in the back of my mind. Didn't bring it up to anyone, not even Scott, who's my friend 2 doors down. Not that long ago, it happened again. This time, the sound was coming from the far side of my parents' room. Same kind of running, just as fast and heavy, zigzagging around the hall. Like whatever it was still there, moving the way it shouldn't be able to. That's when I finally told Scott, because I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Turns out, he's been dealing with the same thing in his flat, just a few doors away. Knowing that made me feel sort of sick, honestly, because now, it's not just something in my head. I keep thinking about it at night, whenever the house quiets down, like it's just waiting in the hall, moving where no one can see. My partner Carson was sleeping next to me, and everything seemed ordinary, the kind of night where even the shadows felt familiar. But something happened that night that I still can't quite shake. Carson had come over to stay, and we'd spent the evening watching random videos together. My mom had already gone to sleep, and my dad was still out with friends from his motorcycle club. I think I had a cup of that extra strong tea after dinner. Maybe that's why I just couldn't fall asleep. I tried to wait it out, just lying there in the dark. It was probably close to 4 in the morning when I heard my dad come in. He walked through the house, his boots making that uneven clacking sound on the hallway tiles, and then his door creaked shut. A little while later, I finally drifted off. Right away, I was at my aunt's house out in the country, the place our whole family goes for birthdays and holidays. But the garden was under a thick layer of snow, which doesn't make sense. Around here, it never snows. I've actually never seen snow in real life. Carson was there, and so was this couple we're friends with. The dream felt almost normal at first, except some parts are fuzzy now. I remember opening one of the bedroom doors and seeing the couple inside, both of them completely naked. There were these weird, shadowy figures standing around them, and the room felt intensely private, almost like I'd walked in on something secret. They invited me to come in. I closed the door quickly and felt embarrassed, kind of anxious, because it was my aunt's place and my whole family was around somewhere. I didn't realize it was a dream. Everything was solid and real. Later on, I was up on a balcony talking to someone. I want to say it was Carson, but maybe it was someone else. The cold air whistled through the leaves, and for a minute, that weird feeling went away. Next, it was morning in the dream. Breakfast was set out, mugs of hot chocolate, fresh bread, some fruit. Everything felt safe again. I went upstairs to change. That's when things turned. My mom was sitting on the edge of the bed, hands folded in her lap like she was waiting for me to show up. We're really close, so seeing her there should have made me feel okay. She smiled and called me to sit with her, so I did. She started asking questions about the night before. She kept saying, over and over, "What happened yesterday? What did you see?" Her voice got sharper, and I realized she meant what I saw in that bedroom. I didn't want to answer, but she just wouldn't let up. Suddenly, my body started sliding toward her, like my feet came off the ground, and I was getting pulled closer whether I wanted to be or not. I couldn't lift my arms or yell. Her face began to change. The features stretched out at weird angles. Eyes went sort of hollow, and her smile just kept getting bigger and bigger until it didn't look like a face anymore. I managed to get out. "Are you really my mother?" As soon as I said it, I woke up, soaked in sweat. I shook Carson awake and just blurted out, "Something came into my dream." Didn't sleep again at all that night. When the sun was up, I opened every window, scrubbed the whole room, burned incense, and did this deep cleansing that I usually save for when things feel really off. I've had strange things happen before, felt things watching me, heard noises, sometimes seen stuff that didn't add up. But nothing ever forced its way into my dream and twisted it like that. What really sticks with me is how clear everything was. Those bodies in the bedroom, the discomfort, that face on the bed. I can still see parts of it if I let myself think too long. Whatever was waiting for me on that bed, it wasn't my mother. Some details from that night have stayed with me, almost too clearly. The 2 empty circles where its eyes should have been, and the strange way its head looked through the thin canopy are memories that never quite faded. When I was around 8, my family was living in a cramped apartment in Brooklyn. My bed had a canopy over it, kind of like a little tunnel, rounded and soft. It was pale green with little silver stars scattered all over. The fabric was thin. You could see shapes through it, but nothing looked sharp. Everything on the other side came out blurry, like if I squinted through frosted glass. I usually felt safe in there. Sure, I was a kid, afraid of the dark like anyone, but nothing major. But then, one night was just off. I couldn't sleep. I felt this pressure, like someone was watching me. I don't remember feeling tired or even falling asleep, just being stuck awake. The door was cracked open like always, a sliver of hallway light coming in. That's when I noticed a shadow moving in the hall. The shadow crept right up to my door, and then a really tall, thin figure ducked under the frame. It was way taller than any grown-up, and thinner too, with arms hanging down and fingers that looked way too long. The whole thing was just pure black, darker than anything else in my room. It almost soaked up the light. Its head is what I remember best. There were jagged spikes or shapes sticking out, like a crooked crown. Where the eyes should have been, there were two perfect holes. No glow, just clear and empty, as if someone punched circles through its face. I watched it get closer to my bed. Through the canopy, I saw the shape stop and lean in. It started whispering. Most of it didn't make any sense, but one word sounded like below. Or maybe below wasn't quite right, but that's what my brain picked out. I yanked the covers over my head and stayed perfectly still, trying to breathe as quietly as I could. I was sure if it knew I was awake, it would get worse. I didn't move until sunlight started coming through the window. When my mom came to get me ready for school, I told her the whole story. She said I must have dreamed it. A few years later, people talked about weird things happening in our building, but I didn't really listen. I never trusted those rumors. Even now, I'm not sure I buy them. For a long time, I didn't bring it up much. Whenever I did, the memory came back stronger, like talking about it made it feel more real. When I was about 16, I had a friend, Charlotte, sleep over. One night, I told her about that thing from my childhood. She went really quiet. After a minute, Charlotte told me she'd seen almost the same figure in a nightmare that kept coming back. She's good at drawing, so she picked up her sketchbook and drew what she represented. When she turned the page, everything in me froze. Her drawing had the same long arms, the strange head with the jagged edges, and those two empty circles for eyes. She'd drawn almost exactly what I'd seen, without me describing every last thing. It's hard to explain, but seeing that picture scared me more than the original night did. Nothing else happened for years. Then, just a few weeks ago, must have been almost 2 in the morning, I was out in my backyard, alone. There's an old wooden fence at the back, and beyond that, a patch of trees, a field, and some houses far off. While I was out there, I heard a drumming sound behind the fence. Not music, more like someone smacking wood with their hands. It started slow, then sped up, still steady. I didn't stick around. I went straight inside and locked the door. I think I double-checked the lock too, just in case. About a week later, 2 friends came over. We were hanging around outside, and one of them, Gavin, said the backyard felt off. I told them about the drumming, which turned into a whole chat about weird experiences. Eventually, I brought up the figure from when I was a kid. Right before I started the story, I warned them that I don't like talking about it, because every time I do, it's like the memory comes back stronger. As soon as I said that, something snapped behind the fence. Could have been an animal. There are plenty out there. But then, right when I started describing its face, a bat flew straight between us, so close we ducked. A second later, something heavy hit the back corner of the yard. Nobody checked what it was. We bolted inside. I know it could all be coincidence. Branches break, bats fly around at night, animals make noise. I'm pretty skeptical, honestly. I've tried to explain the old memory as a nightmare, a hallucination, maybe sleep paralysis, but it never matched up with sleep paralysis. I could move. I clearly remember choosing to pull the covers up over my face, lying there, listening to myself breathe, and not falling asleep after. The feeling that it really happened, that's what's always stuck around. I can't say if the figure was real. I don't know why Charlotte drew something so similar, or if what happened in the backyard is related at all. Maybe it all adds up to nothing. But every now and then, I remember those 2 empty circles behind the blue canopy, and I think about whether that night was actually the last time I ever saw it. That's when I realized the shadows from Walnut Grove hadn't really let us go. Sometimes, late at night, I'd sense someone standing behind me, just at the edge of the bedroom door. It wore me down, even though maybe I just let it get to me. I packed up my things and left Walnut Grove behind. I left my green lamp there by accident, actually, in the hallway closet. Then, Hannah started drawing things that made me uneasy. She'd say she saw a woman in the hallway late at night, crying. There was one drawing with a woman's hands tied above her and 2 people, faces twisted, looming over her. I remember my first reaction was to dismiss it, but there was a kind of recognition that made my stomach churn. At first, I kept it to myself. I didn't want to scare Joel or even say the words out loud, but I ended up telling him everything after one night when Hannah woke up screaming. To my surprise, Joel didn't brush it off. He said, "Let's try to figure out who she is." That meant a lot to me. We spent a couple weekends at the library. Joel found microfilm, that old kind where you turn the handle and the screen jumps. We scanned through newspapers from the late 70s, looking for anything connected to our old address. Then we found it, a missing person, Marie Spanhawk, last seen at our old building in 1976. There was a faded photograph of her. She looked exactly like the woman from my dreams, the same eyes, same sad mouth. After that, the nightmares came back, worse than before. I got in touch with a reporter named Roger, who covered local crimes. He listened, didn't interrupt, then told me about a couple from a nearby town, Cameron and Janice, who'd kidnapped a woman named Colleen and kept her trapped for years. He explained, in detail that still makes me uncomfortable, how they hid her in a wooden box under their bed. I kept fidgeting with a blue pen I'd found at the library that day, just to have something in my hands. Roger showed me pictures of Cameron and Janice, and I felt heat spread over my face. They were the people from my nightmares, the ones hurting the woman. Roger said Janice testified later and admitted they'd killed Marie, but her body was never found. Joel pushed me to go to the police with all of this. When I called, the detective sounded honestly shocked by how much I knew. Turns out, they were about to reopen the case that same day. I sat through a long interview, repeating things I'd seen and heard, sometimes stumbling, sometimes not sure I had it right, but they listened. At the end, the detective said they appreciated it, but unless I could show them real, physical evidence, there wasn't much they could do. Even so, I felt less alone. It wasn't just me anymore. Joel believed me. The police listened, even if only for a bit. And in a strange way, I think Marie was searching for someone who could see what she needed them to see. The nightmares didn't stop, not completely, but they felt less sharp with Joel there, and with the truth out in the open, at least for us. Lately, I can't seem to settle, and it's not just because I left my blinds wide open 2 nights in a row. I keep waking up over and over, like something out there wants me alert, and I have no good explanation for it. I just moved into this place not long ago. Someone mentioned, almost as a joke, but with that half-serious tone, that this is supposed to be Wendigo country. All that folklore about those creepy, dangerous things that hide in the woods. Honestly, I'm not laughing now. This morning started off strange. I was outside scraping a layer of ice off my windshield with a blue plastic scraper. Couldn't find my gloves, so my hand just about froze. Right in the middle of that, the street lamp above my driveway flickered, then went completely dark. The motion sensor lights by the garage got snuffed out right after. Then, every single porch light and window along the street blinked out too. No glow from anywhere, just total blackness all at once, like the whole row of houses got erased. Something inside me just snapped. I told myself, "Nope," said it out loud, tossed my scraper in the back seat, and I got into my car as fast as I could. For a second, I was afraid to even look out the windows. It was almost like every instinct was screaming at me to keep my eyes forward and not check the dark corners. The lights all came back a few seconds later, everything totally normal again, but I couldn't get that panic out of my head. On my drive home that evening, something else happened. I was heading down the highway, barely thinking about anything except just getting back, when I noticed movement right beside my car, on the passenger side. It zipped along the shoulder, quick and low. Fear just kind of settled in my stomach. I told myself it was just a deer or maybe a shadow, except I kept having to glance at the window because of all the deer crossing signs in that area. I couldn't stop looking, even though I really didn't want to. Leaving the highway, it got worse. My exit has no streetlights, just my own headlights against the black. As I turned onto my street, I heard something, kind of a sharp breath or a hiss, but outside the car, not in it. It sounded way too close, like someone exhaling right by my window. I parked in the driveway, hands shaking, the cold stinging my face. As soon as I turned off the car, there was a shape, tall, moving fast, slipping behind my roommate Diana's van. I didn't get a good look, honestly, it was so quick, but the way the shadows swallowed it made my skin crawl. It felt like I was being watched from everywhere at once. Part of me wanted to just stay in the car, but it was about 8 degrees out, and that wasn't an option. I hurried inside, slamming the door harder than I meant to. Crossing into the house, I felt a little safer, since we'd had this place cleansed before because of other weird stuff. But when I reached my room and saw the blinds still open, my stomach dropped. I pulled them down, a bit rougher than usual, just wanting to block out whatever was outside. Now, as I sit here writing, I keep hearing these sounds outside, sometimes a scraping, sometimes just a soft brushing, like something dragging against the siding. Maybe it's the wind, but there's nothing close enough to the house that could make that noise. I keep glancing back at the window, like something's urging me to look. I honestly don't know what I saw or what's out there, but I know something's watching, and for the first time since I got here, I feel truly unsettled, even inside my own home, where I should be safe. Nights in my grandfather's house were always strange, but the one when I saw a figure with glowing red eyes standing by the bedroom door is burned into my memory. Sometimes, even now, I find myself glancing toward dark doorways at night, half expecting to see that shape again. My grandfather's house was one of those places layered with family history. He'd lived there since he was barely 20. The place got passed from him to my mother, and after she died, to my oldest brother, Franklin. Death seemed to linger there, almost as if the house could never really be empty. My grandmother passed away in the main bedroom. Later, my mother would sleep on the same bed, just with a different mattress on top. Family dogs and my mother's little mutt, Daisy, died in that house. There was even a man, someone I never met, who died by suicide out in the shed behind the laundry room. My grandparents were very religious, but my mother rebelled and got into spiritual practices they wouldn't have liked. She'd talk about sensing things, figures, voices, just this constant awareness that something was there. She told me once about a dream, maybe it was more than a dream, where 2 glowing shapes circled her, screaming at her to leave and threatening her. She yelled back, "In the name of Jesus Christ and in the name of the Lord, leave this house." After one last scream, she woke up. She always said that was when things really started to change. At night, lying in bed, she'd hear whispers by her ears. Sometimes she'd feel someone breathing against her face or feel fingers grip her arm. The whispers, she said, didn't bother her much, but she hated being touched. There was even a night something wrapped its arms around her in a full embrace. She sat up and said, "Touch me again, and I will make you leave." After that, it never grabbed her again, or so she claimed. Not everything was bad, though. After she hurt her hip, She woke up once to someone tucking the blanket over her legs, careful and gentle. She was certain it was her grandfather watching over her. When my parents split, my mother moved back into that house with my grandparents. Franklin moved in too. When my other brother, Dennis, and I stayed over, we would all sleep in the same room, a bunk bed against the far wall and a mattress on the floor beside it. Franklin usually took the floor. My mother and I shared the lower bunk. That room is where the scariest things happened to me. The first time was just an ordinary afternoon. I was stretched out on the lower bunk, our dog Zoe curled at my feet. My mother, Franklin, and my grandfather were in the living room. My back was to the door, which was a heavy old thing, never latched right, but it always needed a real push to open. Lying there, I heard it creak open behind me. I figured it was my mother or Franklin, but nobody came in. Zoe stood up, ears perked, and stared at the gap between the bed frame and Franklin's mattress. I turned to look, and the door kept opening, slow and steady, but there wasn't anyone behind it. My grandmother's cat used to push that door open to come in and sleep beside my mother. It opened just as far as it used to when the cat came in, and for a second, I wondered if that was it. Then Zoe started to growl, a low sound. She wasn't staring at the door anymore, but at the dresser across the room. Her eyes tracked something I couldn't see. She paced along the side of the bed, growling. Then the growl faded into a scared whine, and she bolted out, leaving me alone. The second thing is harder to talk about. Sometimes it still makes my eyes water if I think about it too long. I was sleeping over. Franklin was on the floor mattress, my mother and I in the lower bunk. Dennis wasn't there, so the top bunk was empty. I was young then and always fell asleep before everyone. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I'm guessing, I woke up. I checked the time, wiggled under the blanket, and looked at the door. That's when I saw it. Something standing inside the room, the door shut behind it. The room was pitch black. The window was covered with thick blankets, and every light was off. But this figure was somehow darker than the rest of the room. Not a shadow, exactly, more like a cutout of pure darkness. It was taller than the doorway, body impossibly thin, with a head all stretched out and weird, rising higher than the top of the frame. And it had eyes. 2 red eyes. Dull, not lighting up its face, but bright enough for me to know it was staring right at me. I could move, I remember that. But all I did was pull the blanket up and try to curl away. The figure raised one arm toward me, hand with these long, claw-like fingers. My mother and Franklin were asleep. Nobody else saw it. I just yanked the blanket over my head and repeated to myself that it was a dream, over and over. I don't know how long I hid there. I don't know when I fell asleep either. Some people would just say I imagined it. Maybe I did. But I always believed that something about it woke me up. The laundry room was right off that bedroom. The machines stopped working years ago, and after my grandmother died, my mother and Franklin piled it full of boxes and bags and old chairs. One time, Franklin heard a growl come from behind that mess when he was searching for something. No one else was in the room, and my mother was sleeping in the front with my grandfather and Zoe. Franklin said the sound was deep and rough, almost human, not like an animal. He tried to explain it away, but the fact that he told us said enough. It wasn't just that house. Before the divorce, we had another place, and when I was still little, my brothers and cousins played with a Ouija board one afternoon. I can't say if it was real or if they were messing around, but they got scared and let go without saying goodbye. Who knows if that mattered? When I was 4 or 5, I played alone in my room a lot. Almost every day, I'd glance at the hallway and see a black shape rush past my open door. It moved fast, but never so fast I couldn't see it at all, just a blur. Then one afternoon, it stopped. My dad was at work. Franklin was playing video games at the end of the hall. Dennis was somewhere else. I looked up, and there was a little boy standing in my doorway. He looked 7 or so, but he was completely black. No face, no clothes, just a silhouette. He stood there, watching. I wasn't scared at first. I thought one of my brothers must have a friend over, so I got up and started walking toward him. He suddenly turned and dashed down the hallway. I followed. The front of the house was right at the end, across from Franklin's room. The door was old and squeaked loud, so no way anyone could sneak out. I asked Franklin who the boy was. He said nobody else was there and told me to get lost. I checked the door, but I'd never heard it open. Years later, I told my mother. She went quiet, then shared her own story. Back when she and my father were still married, she was reading in the bedroom and heard a noise at the door. She saw a little boy standing there. She called for Dennis, thinking it was him, but the boy turned and ran down the hall. She found Franklin and me asleep. Dennis was asleep too, and when she tried to wake him, he was totally unresponsive, not faking. Next morning, she asked him. He swore he'd been in bed all night. The strangest thing is, my father, who hates talking about anything supernatural, once admitted he saw the boy too. Same with Franklin. They'd never admit to believing in ghosts or anything, but even they wouldn't say what happened was nothing. I honestly don't know what all this means. Maybe grief changed the way we saw things. Maybe old houses creak and shadows do weird things. Or maybe, for a while, something else was sharing space with us. All I know is these memories haven't faded, and sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I still check the doorway before I move. The rain made soft tapping sounds against the portholes that morning, and the ship felt even more isolated than usual. We were nearing the end of our long voyage when the strangest thing happened to me on board. I spent quite a few years working at sea, and about 4 years ago, I joined a repositioning voyage from Australia to Portugal. An older passenger and freight vessel had been bought by a European shipping company, and our job was to bring her across. I joined the ship in Melbourne. We stayed alongside for almost a month, getting everything ready, and the voyage itself took just over 5 months. We stopped at several ports along the way, and there were times when we had to stay docked for repairs. This ship was really meant for short Baltic crossings. She carried plenty of passengers and cargo, but wasn't designed for weeks out on open water. In all honesty, it was a surprise she held together for the whole trip. Toward the end of the voyage, when we were crossing the Atlantic, the chief officer assigned me a strange little task. He wanted me to inspect every mattress on board, count them, and write down their condition. It wasn't the kind of job you normally give a junior deck officer, but it was one of those tedious things that had been put off for months. So, between watches, I worked my way through the passenger cabins while also checking fire extinguishers. There was a row of unused cabins up on Deck 8, right at the forward end of the accommodation block. I never liked that part of the ship. The lights flickered, the corridors were always colder than anywhere else, and there was this stale, damp smell that just never left. One of those rooms was cabin 108. That one was an inside cabin with no windows at all. When the lights were off, you couldn't see your hand even if you held it an inch from your face. The second I opened the door, the smell hit me. It's hard to describe, sort of like burned wiring mixed with wet carpet, but the cabin itself was absolutely spotless. Not just tidy, but spotless. There was no dust anywhere, no rust around the bathroom fittings, and the carpet looked cleaner than in any of the occupied rooms. That should have been a good sign, but honestly, it made the place feel even stranger. As soon as I walked in, I felt like something was off. I stopped right in the middle of the room. Every part of me was telling me to just leave. It felt familiar in a way, but not in a way I could explain, like remembering a place from a dream. I checked the first mattress and found this wide black stain running across the bottom. I wrote it up, just thinking it was mold or heat damage. While I was crouched next to the bed, the second bunk suddenly dropped down from the wall. It swung out and smacked me on the back of the head. I yelled, stumbled out, and figured I'd earned myself a cigarette. After a minute up on the upper deck, I realized I'd left my safety helmet behind. I had to have it to go back outside, so I dragged myself back down to deck 8. When I got to cabin 108, my helmet was sitting right on the floor outside the door. For a second I thought, maybe I put it there and just didn't remember. But I hadn't. I knew I'd left it inside, right on top of that stained mattress. And I was absolutely sure because I had the only keys for that stretch of cabins. No one else could have gone in. I picked up the helmet and finished up, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd bothered something. For the next few weeks, I started having these awful dreams. Sometimes I was sinking under dark water with something watching me from below. Other nights, I'd see my skin covered in black mold that wouldn't come off, no matter how hard I scrubbed. Even wide awake, I kept thinking someone was standing just behind me. Sometimes I'd even glance over my shoulder for no reason. We finally made it to Portugal. A cleaning crew came on board to get the passenger cabins ready. That same afternoon, one of the cleaners reported that cabin 108 had been found in total disorder. The bathroom floor was flooded. The mirror had fallen and smashed. The stained mattress somehow ended up on the other side of the room. All the other cabins were untouched. I still don't know what was in cabin 108. But whatever moved my helmet crept into my dreams and tore apart that cabin. I can tell you, it wasn't trying to help. There are a few memories like that from when I was a kid, and they still bother me, even if I can't piece them together all the way. One of the first times something happened, I was maybe 6 or 7. It was close to lunchtime, I think. I was standing in the living room, and across from me, a man just appeared. He was really tall, taller than anyone I knew, and he wore clothes like something out of an old photograph. His hat was wide-brimmed, kind of a dusty green, and a long, dark coat hung almost to his knees. His boots looked heavy, scuffed at the toes, and his trousers were tucked in. He had a big, thick mustache and pale skin, and I guess he seemed about 50, but honestly, it's hard to tell when you're little. His hair was dark, but not black, maybe more brown. What honestly made my stomach twist was how solid he looked. He wasn't see-through or ghostly. He was standing in our house, unmoving, almost like somebody had placed a mannequin there. I must have only stared for a second or two, but it felt much longer. Later, way later, I found out my dad had seen him too. He told me about it one night, and every detail matched. The same coat, the hat, the mustache, everything. Dad said the man's eyes sort of followed him, like he knew Dad was there. A couple years after that, there was another thing. I was walking down this quiet street with my mom. It was late afternoon, I think, because the shadows were long. Across the road, by the open gate of a house, I saw a man sweeping, but he was shouting and crying at the same time. All at once, he dropped the broom and started banging his fists on the door, really desperate, yelling something I couldn't quite make out, just some kind of sadness. He wasn't tall, more the opposite, but broad and sturdy, with these shoulders that stuck out under his striped shirt. His trousers looked faded, and his mustache was thick, almost comical. His hair reached nearly to his collar. I tugged my mom's sleeve and pointed, saying, "That guy is crying and knocking on the door." She looked where I pointed, but she didn't react. It turned out she couldn't see him at all. When we told Dad, I tried to explain how the man looked, and he recognized him right away. Dad said he'd known someone like that, but the man had died not long before. I still get a kind of cold feeling remembering that. That glowing oval thing happened around the same time, maybe the same autumn. I woke up in the middle of the night. Something bright lit up the room, and a buzzing noise loud and sharp, filled my ears. The thing was oval, just under a meter wide, hovering in the air near the corner, white, so bright it made the edges of my desk shimmer, and I could feel it, the sound or the light or whatever, running through my body. My teeth felt like they were rattling for a second. Nothing burned, nothing broke, and the next morning there was nothing to show it had happened, but the sound stuck with me more than anything. The one thing that actually terrified me happened in the spring of 2004. I woke up just before sunrise. Light crept through the curtains, enough to let me see something at the other end of my bedroom. It was standing directly across from my bed, watching. Its body was a person shape, but all wrong. Not tall, but its neck was longer than it should have been and kind of bent. Its head was covered in these lumpy ridges, and the eyes, huge, pale, not really round, more like shields, had skinny vertical slits instead of round pupils. Where a nose should have been, there were just two holes. The mouth barely made a line, pulled down at the corners, almost sad. The thing's skin was really dark brown and kind of shiny, like it was wet. I yanked the covers over my head and lay there, not able to breathe right for a while. I peeked out, and it was still there, in the same spot, just staring at me. I hid again. I think I counted to 30 before daring to look. By then, the room was empty. None of this ever came with a real explanation. Maybe it was all in my head, but I know what I saw, or at least what I thought I saw. The tall man standing silent in our house, the crying figure by the door, that floating white oval, and the thing watching me at dawn. Those are just burned into my head. I can still remember the sound the oval made, like a high-tension wire humming, and sometimes I wonder if it was all a dream, but it feels too real. For a while, I tried to convince myself that everything was just my imagination. It felt like I could finally settle into normal life, but then things turned strange all over again. I've been seeing things I can't explain since I was really young. Even though I always avoided scary movies and ghost stories, they honestly scared me out of my skin. Strange figures and spirits somehow still managed to find me anyway. I couldn't even count all the times something happened. I'd see shadowy people, sometimes things that looked exactly like a person, and every now and then one that felt even darker, like it brought something heavy with it. The weirdest part was how aggressive they always seemed, almost like they wanted to be seen, but not in a good way. It never felt like just random ghosts. It felt personal, like they somehow knew I could see them and were annoyed by that. I'd get chased through hallways. A few times, I felt a hard shove from behind and spun around, but nobody was there. One time, I saw this figure coming toward me, holding what looked like a long, dull needle. Well, maybe it was more like a rusty knitting needle, actually. I still don't know what that was supposed to mean. Other times, I'd glimpse something walking past a doorway, and the second I glanced straight at it, it would whip around and rush right at me. Most of this happened before I turned 13, and then things started to die down. I hoped it was over. Then I started hearing my name. At first I thought I was just tired, but it kept happening. Didn't matter where I was, home, in class, out in the backyard, even once when I was cleaning up during a weekend shift. It was always this strange, breathy sort of voice, not a whisper, but not really spoken either. I kept telling myself I had to be imagining it. I was sure it was just stress, or maybe I'd misheard someone talking in another room. Then someone else heard it too. One evening, I was sitting in the living room with my mom. We finished talking, and I got up to head to the kitchen. Right as I reached the hallway, I heard my name, clear as anything, right behind me. It was that same airy, unfamiliar voice, not my mom's at all, but I turned around anyway. I asked, "Did you just call me?" She looked at me, kind of startled, and said, "You heard that too?" My mom told me she'd heard the voice, but she didn't say anything at first because she thought maybe I hadn't noticed it and she didn't want to scare me if it was nothing. After that, it was a lot harder to just dismiss the whole thing. A while later, I think it was maybe autumn or early winter, some friends invited me to go along to a paranormal investigation at this old community building. I never would have agreed to something like that before, but it was all organized and professional. Plus, the guides were friendly, so I figured I'd go. The entire night just felt off. Whenever I stood near the devices, those little lights would go off. The radio scan box, what do you call it, a spirit box, would answer right after I spoke, which creeped me out. Even when I moved across the room, it was like the activity shifted with me. Before then, I honestly thought those investigations were mostly staged. But when everything kept centering on me, I just thought, well, obviously, if anything's going to happen here, it'll be to me. The weirdness even shows up in my dreams. They're not normal nightmares. They're heavy, more vivid, and I always wake up feeling like something was sitting in the room, watching. I'm not pretending I understand what's going on. All I can say is, these things have been following me for as long as I can remember, and they seem determined. My mom's always been spiritual. I grew up around sage smoke, prayers, little jars of salt, and cleansing rituals. I've tried those myself, but they never stopped things for good. My older sister, her name's Gloria, had strange stuff happen to her too when she was a kid, but it faded away for her. For me, things just seem to find new ways. That's honestly what scares me the most. Sometimes it feels like I'm stuck on some supernatural list and I can't get off it. Maybe there are people who are just more sensitive, but for me, it's always so aggressive. I want to understand why, but it just keeps happening. The first time I heard the doors rattle in that house, I tried to tell myself it was just the wind or maybe the old hinges settling, but deep down, it felt more like a warning than an accident. That house in Union, Missouri had a kind of welcome that made you uneasy right from the start. The LaChance family, Stephen and his 3 kids, moved in during the spring of 2001, thinking it was a new beginning after losing their mom. The place seemed perfect. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a big front porch with faded blue paint, and even a basement. Compared to their old place, it felt almost too good. The day they moved in, Stephen was still unpacking when a silver sedan crawled past. The windows rolled down, and these people inside hollered, "Hope you'll get along okay here." Stephen waved, but something about the way they said it stuck with him. The car didn't stop or slow down again. It just sped off down Jefferson Street, almost like it was glad to be out of there. Things started up fast. There was this picture of an angel hanging in the living room, kept falling off the wall. They'd fix it, check the nail, even tried a different spot, but it would crash down again. It wasn't just the picture either. Coffee mugs, a potted fern on the kitchen counter, little things, kept ending up on the floor without anyone touching them. Stephen's daughter, Claudia, started saying her closet door would creak open in the middle of the night, slow and deliberate. She'd hear the sound of boxes scooting across the floor in the guest room next to hers. Most nights, everyone else was asleep by midnight, so nobody was in there moving things around. Neighbors didn't help either. If Stephen or his kids crossed the street, the neighbors would cross back, pretending they had somewhere else to be. He tried to chat once or twice, but they'd just stop talking, look at their shoes, and drift away without another word. Then, one afternoon, Stephen's youngest, Quincy, went to the basement to fetch the garden hose. The air down there was colder than the rest of the house, kind of damp, smelled faintly like rubber and old newspapers. He hadn't even made it halfway to the shelf before he heard heavy footsteps running toward him. He bolted, grabbed the hose, and glanced back just long enough to see a huge, black figure, no face, taller than any person he knew, lunge at him from the corner. Quincy ran up the stairs, slammed the door so hard a broom fell over, and stood there in the kitchen, shaking with his pants wet. When Stephen checked, the basement was empty, just their old freezer humming in the dark. That evening, Quincy wouldn't go anywhere alone. After using the bathroom, he opened the door and saw something charging down the stairs. A massive figure, face like a clown mask, but wrong, all twisted with no eyes. Quincy screamed and ran for Stephen's room. Stephen went to look, but again, nothing was there. He told the kids to stop teasing Quincy about monsters, but that night, he got his own taste of whatever had moved in with them. He woke up to a loud crash. His heart, well, it was pounding, but he said it was just nerves. In the doorway, there was an old man in a red plaid shirt, just standing there, silent. The man's face didn't move, didn't even blink. Stephen blinked, rubbed his eyes, but the man was gone. He tried to tell himself it was a dream, but it felt too real. From that point on, the house acted up. Stephen's dad came over to check the wiring after the lights started flickering on and off. Sometimes the kitchen light would be blazing when nobody was home. Circuits were fine. Still, every time they walked into Claudia's room or the upstairs bathroom, the air would feel hot, prickly, like static, only heavier. Doors opened and slammed with no warning. The kids got so scared they wouldn't go to the bathroom alone. That black shape kept showing up in odd corners. Once, Stephen said he saw it just standing in the hallway mirror behind him, but when he turned around, it was gone. One day, Stephen was looking for an old shoe in his closet. He felt that heaviness pressing in, heard a muffled humming sound, and spun around. The black figure was there, faceless and still. Stephen didn't remember grabbing his coat, but he did. He walked into the living room and told his kids. His voice was flat, but his hands were shaking. "We're leaving, now." As soon as they got outside, the house filled up with loud, awful screams, echoing from every window. It sounded, he said, like someone was being tortured. He hustled the kids into the car, and as he glanced back, that figure was staring at them from the upstairs bedroom. He spent the next morning checking for an animal or maybe a busted pipe, anything that could explain those screams. Nothing. But a few days later, the screams came back, worse than before. One night, Stephen was on the phone with his mom. The doors behind him started banging. At first, it was just a rattle. Then, it sounded like someone was trying to tear them off the hinges. The screams were back, but now there was this smell, sour, like burnt hair and rotten eggs. He ran to the kids' room, but the door wouldn't budge. He kept pounding, yelling, while something cold seemed to close in behind him. The kids were screaming, and over all of it, a deep, awful voice kept saying something he couldn't make out. He prayed out loud, probably louder than he meant to. The door finally swung open, and he pulled his kids close. That was it for him. The family packed up and left by the end of July. Years passed. Through an online forum, Stephen learned another family had moved in, a woman named Linda, her husband, teenage daughter, and grandson. Stephen wrote to her, thinking he should warn her, but Linda already knew. She described hearing someone breathing next to her when nobody was there, footsteps on the stairs, and lights getting hot enough to burn her hand if she touched the switch. Strange calls came in. One night, the police arrived on a false suicide report, but the whole family had been asleep. Objects in the house would randomly burst into flames. Dolls had their hair chopped off, like someone got bored and used scissors on them. Worst of all, Linda's cat turned up dead in the hallway. Back and neck snapped in half, but no blood anywhere. They moved out soon after. That house, with its rattling doors and screaming nights, never really let anyone settle in. The first time Bobby's door creaked open on its own, it was like all the ordinary noises of the house suddenly meant something different. The kids heard footsteps at night, and sometimes the lights in the basement would just flicker and snap on by themselves. We all tried to play it off at first, but that was just the beginning. This story is about the Cranmer family and the house they bought on Brownsville Road in Pennsylvania back in December of 1988. Bob Kramer had just left military intelligence, and he and his wife Lisa thought this place was the perfect new start for them and their 4 kids. The house was huge, 14 rooms, those fancy glass windows, big white pillars, and a big yard with a crooked old maple tree. They moved in just before Christmas, full of hope. The first weird thing happened right away. Bobby Jr., the oldest, disappeared while everyone was busy unpacking. When they finally found him, he was in the hallway, crying, but there was no sound coming out. His eyes were squeezed shut and his mouth was open, but it was just silent. It was Mrs. McHenry, the last owner, who got to him first. She hugged him close and told Bob and Lisa, kind of under her breath, that they should keep a close eye on their kids inside that house. Bob used to say, walking into that house felt like stepping into the hull of a ship. He said it was dark and sort of pressed in on you, and the air felt weirdly heavy, or loaded, I guess is a better word. It didn't take long for the kids to start acting oddly. Nights were the worst. The younger ones would pile into Bob and Lisa's bed by dawn, too scared to be alone. Bobby started sleeping in the closet with a mattress, refusing to use his bed no matter what they tried. I think Lisa put an extra pillow in there, hoping it would help. Bob's mother suggested bringing in a priest for a blessing, so they asked Father Victor, a family friend, to come by. The priest went through room by room, but when he got to Bobby's bedroom, the blue room, Bobby blocked the door. He started crying, begging Father Victor not to go in. The priest just blessed the outside and went on, and after that, things seemed to get worse. At first, the weird stuff was small. The pull string light under the stairs kept getting twisted up, even though none of the kids could reach it. Lights would click on in the basement, and Bob's office chair sometimes ended up facing the furnace when he was sure he'd left it tidy. The kids heard knocking and footsteps, but Bob and Lisa thought they were making it up to get attention, until the kids started talking about seeing a hooded figure in the hallways. The blue room turned out to be the worst spot in the house. Lisa decided to sleep in there during some renovations, and she just unraveled. She ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks. After that, Bob was convinced that room was the source of the trouble. Everyone seemed angrier in that room, and it got so they barely spoke when they were near it. Bobby saw things in that room he couldn't explain. A tall, hooded figure like the Grim Reaper standing by his bed. One night, when Bobby was alone, he heard what sounded like bagpipes far away, then louder until his door swung open by itself. A faceless child's shape floated in, followed by the tall figure. The thing reached for him, and Bobby pulled his blanket over his head, but it was yanked away. He said he looked up and saw a glowing figure above him without a face. He screamed until Lisa ran in, and just like that, it was gone. By 2004, it was chaos. Figures in black robes appeared regularly. Footsteps and pounding sounds echoed at all hours, and the smell of burning sulfur hung in the air sometimes, mainly near the basement. It got so no one could relax. 2 priests, Ed Moran and Michael Salvagna, visited to help. After a mass in the house, things only got stranger. Picture frames slid off the walls, furniture moved, faucets started running by themselves, clocks stopped, and stuff like the toaster and the old radio just died. Even computers fried for no reason. One time, Bobby and his girlfriend were in his room when a CD shot across the room and broke against the wall. It was almost like the house itself was angry. Father Michael wasn't a full exorcist, but he tried a deliverance. The spirit, or whatever it was, got meaner. Bob and Lisa fought constantly, and both Bobby and their other son, Charlie, tried to hurt themselves. They all had nightmares, and sometimes woke up with deep scratches or bites on their arms and backs. After Father Michael's visits, puddles, sometimes reddish, sometimes clear, showed up on the floor and even high up on the stairs. Bob blamed the kids at first, but the stains were so far up the wall, there was just no way. The liquid felt sticky, almost like syrup, but thinner. Through Bob's political friends, another priest, Father Ron got involved from a distance, and he brought in Connie Valenti, a clairvoyant. Connie worked with Bob over the phone. She told him to cover all the mirrors and walk room to room, sprinkling salt and commanding the dark thing to leave. Even after that and more masses, the madness didn't let up. Connie also picked up on the history behind it all. Decades before, a doctor known for illegal abortions had rented out the Blue Room to use as a backroom clinic. He stored things down in the furnace room and burned the remains there. Going even further back, around the late 1700s, a woman and her children were killed by Native Americans, their bodies buried under the old oak tree out front. That's what Connie said anyway. All that pain seemed burned into the place. One more twist. Back during construction, a jealous worker who'd been fired cursed the family and the home. That was passed down as local rumor. Bob finally called in a paranormal team led by a guy named Adam. While they were there, Adam got 3 red scratches on his forehead, and the temperature in the Blue Room dropped so fast that their breath clouded in the air. Their equipment kept glitching out. They found a weird L-shaped crawl space filled with black dust, a chunk of yellowish amber, a dead bird, some of Bob's old Legos, and a piece of paper covered in scribbles that looked like angry faces. The air in there, it's hard to explain, but Bob said it felt thick, like the room was pushing him out. Brownsville Road was no regular haunted house. The Cranmers stayed together, but it nearly broke them. Even now, sometimes when you walk past that old place, you wonder if it's finally quiet inside, or if something's still waiting in the Blue Room. Sometimes the quiet of night can fool you. That's when things seem to move on their own, just past your line of sight. It was in that kind of hush that everything in my life shifted. Lee and his girlfriend Chelsea had been together since they were teenagers. They were the sort of couple everyone thought would last forever. Always side by side, always looking out for each other. Chelsea was especially kind, the one who'd stay up talking with you if you needed it. Lee worked double shifts sometimes, saving up for their wedding, picturing a simple, happy future. But sometime in early 2007, Chelsea met Ursula. Ursula said she was a witch, always talking about rituals and tarot cards, stuff Lee didn't believe in or really understand. After Chelsea started hanging out with her more, something changed. It was like Chelsea's warmth had gotten switched off. She'd get annoyed at the smallest things. Lee noticed it first in little ways. A quick glare instead of a smile, an edge to her voice that hadn't been there before. He started getting the feeling that Ursula wanted more than friendship with Chelsea. It was just a hunch, but that's when he began having nightmares. Stuff he didn't even want to describe, but he'd wake up sweating and certain that someone or something was watching him. Even in daylight, it felt like there were eyes on him from the next room. When he brought it up to Chelsea, she'd snap, telling him he was being ridiculous. Then came the day Lee was walking up the driveway. He saw, above their house, a giant black shape, like a cloud, but with edges that didn't move. His knees gave out, and he hit the driveway hard, scraping his hands on the concrete. Chelsea ran over and helped him stand up, but by the time she looked, the thing was gone. Ursula was suddenly there too, watching him with this dry smirk, like none of this mattered. She just said, "It's nothing." After that, it got so Lee couldn't sit in his own living room without feeling that something else was there. Chelsea still insisted he was imagining things. The tension ramped up until one day, while looking for his old high school baseball shirt, Lee questioned Chelsea about where it went. She avoided his eyes, muttered something about the laundry. That was when he knew she was hiding something, but wouldn't say what. Everything collapsed after that. Lee finally moved out and back to St. Louis, hoping putting distance would help. About 5 years later, Lee met Sabrina. They fell for each other fast and ended up getting married. When Sabrina found out she was pregnant, they bought this big old house together, wanting to start over. The first night there, they heard noises upstairs, footsteps that didn't belong to either of them. Lee gripped his old pistol, checked the whole room, but found nothing. He told Sabrina it was probably just the house shifting, though he didn't really believe it. but the noises got worse. One night, Lee heard a slam from the hallway and rushed out with his gun. The hallway was empty until the coffee table in the corner suddenly rose a few inches and crashed down. He froze. Sweat ran down into his eyes. Sabrina came out and found Lee staring at the table, not saying a word. A few days later, Sabrina went out to the shed for a shovel. The moment she stepped inside, the air turned freezing and everything went pitch black, though it was noon. Something shoved her so hard she almost tripped over the rake leaning against the door. She screamed for Lee, and he came running, but he found her outside, shaking and white as a sheet. Then, while taking a bath one night, Sabrina heard heavy footsteps coming closer from the next room, slower than any normal walk. She yelled for Lee. Nothing. The steps stopped at the bathroom door. Suddenly, through the steam, a black figure with red eyes stood over her. It jammed her head under the water, so hard she thought she was going to drown. She kicked and thrashed, and as quick as it came, the thing vanished. They realized it wasn't just the house, it was something else. They called Lita, a paranormal investigator everyone in the area seemed to know. The minute Lita walked in, she said she could feel something evil. During an EVP session, Lee asked, "Are you demonic?" The lights flickered, Lee's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, letting out a noise that sounded nothing like him. When he woke up, he didn't remember anything. Lita brought in 2 demonologists, Deal and Farah. They investigated and started a cleansing ritual. During the ritual, Lee started gasping for breath, clutching at his throat. Deal gripped Lee's shoulders, praying aloud, and eventually the choking loosened. The air seemed to clear. Afterward, Deal explained that this curse wasn't tied to the house. It was on Lee. Chelsea and Ursula had taken his old baseball shirt and used it in some kind of ritual, binding something to him. After the cleansing, things got quieter. Lee and Sabrina started prepping the baby's room and thought maybe it was finished. But then Lita returned, saying the demon wasn't gone. She performed another ritual. That night, Sabrina found Lee on the floor, unconscious, blood coming from his nose and mouth. At the hospital, doctors said his liver and kidneys were shutting down, but couldn't find any cause. Deal and Farah came to help, but the darkness seemed to be winning. Sabrina knew then that the fight wasn't over, not for Lee and not for her either. I first saw the salt poured in a straight line at the bottom of the closet door in the old summer dorm. That's what this was like for me, in this old summer dorm that sounded pretty normal at first. I'd hoped for some early college credits, not an encounter with whatever was in that hallway. Back when I was in high school, I took a summer college course up in upstate New York. I'm an art student, so the plan was to get ahead on a few credits before college actually started. The dorms they put us in were these ancient, creaky houses, 3 floors, narrow stairways, a mess of old furniture. I was placed on the 2nd floor with 2 other students and our RA. For some context, I'm trans, and all the trans students got grouped into one dorm for the program. Right from the start, I noticed something strange. There was a little closet at the end of the hall. When I opened it, I saw a line of salt neatly poured along the bottom of the door. Not a pile, just a clear, straight line. I didn't think much of it, except that it looked purposeful. My room was right beside that closet, and in my room, there was a big mirror. I've always been kind of jumpy about mirrors, never liked them, but figured I'd live. Later that day, my roommates and I asked our RA about the salt. He told us the building was haunted. He said he'd moved in a week before anyone else to get things ready, and every night the closet door would creak open and he'd hear footsteps walking the hallway. So he put down the salt in the closet. He'd also drawn weird symbols, some kind of protection thing, on the backs of our name tags that were taped to our doors. I'm pretty sure they were pagan, and he said they were supposed to tell spirits to keep out. I don't know symbols, so I just took his word for it. We sort of laughed it off. But that night, in my bottom bunk, I couldn't sleep. I was staring out into the dark, and suddenly, between the mirror on the wall and the window beside it, I saw these two glowing red circles just hanging there, not moving, just staring right back. I tried to convince myself it was some weird reflection, maybe from a light outside, but when the sun came up, I checked the view. There was nothing, just a bunch of trees. The nearest buildings were way too far for any light to reach, and the road you could hear cars from was down past the woods. No way those eyes came from anywhere normal. That same morning, one of my roommates said she'd seen the blinds in our room moving by themselves. It was August, the kind of day where the air feels thick and heavy, well above 85 degrees, dead still. The fans were off, but the blinds kept shifting, almost like something was brushing past them, even though there wasn't a breeze. A couple days later, on Wednesday, our class got to tour this haunted theater in downtown. I took videos of every room, hoping I'd catch something weird. I guess I was kind of obsessed after what happened in our dorm. I was up late that night editing all the clips, just dumping them into Windows Movie Maker. It was around 2:30 a.m. when I heard this sound, a sharp, almost mechanical hiss, like when a city bus stops and lets off steam. It was loud enough to make me sit up. I figured it was a truck outside at first, but then it happened again and felt too close, too sharp. I started worrying. The building was old. I thought, maybe a gas leak? I should have just woken the RA, but instead, I reached for my glasses on the desk, which were a little out of reach. The second my feet touched the floor, the hissing stopped. Right after that, I felt a strange pressure, almost like pins and needles, but without any tingling, pressing firmly against the backs of my legs. It wasn't pain, but a heaviness, like something was pushing down on me. I panicked, scrambled back onto my bunk, and just lay there trying to calm myself. Eventually, I got up the nerve to wake up one of my roommates. I climbed into her bunk, and almost right away, I felt the same weight on my lower back, pressing me into the mattress. I didn't move. I just waited, listening to her breathing, while the pressure lingered. It lasted, well, I want to say half an hour, but maybe that's wrong. Maybe it was less. Eventually, it faded, and I got back into my own bed and finally managed to sleep. After that, I was completely afraid to be alone. I avoided my room if none of my roommates were there. It got so bad that our RA cornered me and just said, "Get over it. One day you'll be alone." By the third week, it looked like I might have to room by myself, so I pretty much begged to move upstairs to share with one of the girls. The RAs argued about it, saying they needed to keep everyone separated, but after a lot of back and forth, they agreed. Once I moved upstairs, everything stopped. My new roommate had this way about her. She'd always ask permission out loud before entering a room and thank any spirits for letting her stay. I started doing it too. The room felt different, like whatever was there just didn't bother us anymore. I could finally sleep without looking over my shoulder. That was my one ghost encounter. The red eyes, the salt, the pressure on my legs. There's no way any of that was just in my head. The weather outside was almost soothing, but inside, something felt off in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. My first ghost story didn't start with anything you could see. It was more about this weird moment in our dining room, near this old pine cabinet. We'd had it forever. My family kept a bunch of glasses and little mementos in there. One morning, while we were packing for a holiday trip, I went to grab something from that cabinet. The house was busy with noise and movement. I opened the cabinet, and without warning, a glass just shot straight out at us. It wasn't anywhere near the front. I even checked if something could have been leaning on it, but no, it seemed like something just pushed it, hard, from behind. A couple weeks later, during dinner, I noticed this heavy bronze elephant figurine perched near the edge of the cabinet. It had been sitting at least a foot back earlier that day, nowhere near the edge. No one said they'd touched it, and it was heavy. You couldn't just bump it without noticing. When I picked it up, there were clear streaks in the dust underneath, like it had been dragged across. That bit made my skin crawl more than I care to admit. It wasn't just a slip or a breeze. Something moved it. The scariest thing happened not long after. I was home alone. My parents were away, and Joan was upstairs asleep. I was playing a game on my PC, listening to the hum of both monitors. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a tall, dark figure. It moved across the room, slow as anything, from the cabinet toward the kitchen. I told my friend on the mic, "Hold up," and I ran to check. Of course, there was nothing, just the fridge buzzing and the faint drip from the tap. A week later, I told my family. Joan didn't hesitate. She said, "I've seen it too, couple times." Then my dad chimed in with a story about seeing the same thing walk by while he watched TV. He never heard my version, but his description matched mine exactly. That freaked us all out. It made me realize whatever was there wasn't just in my mind. That wasn't the only haunted place I've been. There was my ex-boyfriend's house. This place was all old charm and crumbling corners. It had served time as a hotel, a brothel, a hardware store, and, apparently, a funeral home before his family moved in. You could see the building's past in the details: faded gold wallpaper, big carved oak trims with little faces and animals tucked into the patterns. It was never comfortable there, even in daylight. Sometimes you'd get this static feeling, like a radio tuned between stations. I'd walk from the kitchen to the back parlor and suddenly feel prickly, like someone was right behind me. During the day, you learned to ignore it. It got almost familiar, like a weird housemate you just tried not to bother. At night, though, things changed. The upstairs was the worst. There hadn't been working lights up there since, I think, 2016. They had to snake big orange extension cords up the stairs just to plug in a lamp or charge a phone. The hallway kept the old room numbers from its hotel days, all faded brass screwed into painted doors. One night when his family was away, I was there to dog sit. We hung out, watched some dumb movie, tried to keep the mood normal. After the movie, we dared each other to check the back hall upstairs. The house had been quiet all day, weirdly so. As soon as we opened the door at the top of the stairs, it was like walking into a wall. The air felt almost thick. My ex and I locked eyes and both said, "Nope." We slammed the door. That feeling vanished the second it shut. The rest of the house felt fine, too. We tried to settle down in his room and get some sleep. The extension cord light flickered, but that happened a lot. It was the next part that made my stomach drop. There was a huge bang in the hallway, then 5, maybe 6, really loud thumping footsteps. I swear it sounded exactly like a little kid running, but heavier. The sound boomed, echoing right up to the bedroom. When it stopped, everything got quiet again in an instant. Neither of us wanted to move. We just lay there, staring at the ceiling until we both agreed we should leave. Just as we opened the door, my ex stepped on something sharp. He flinched and swore, then bent down and found shards of blue glass, part of one of his mom's Christmas ornaments. Those decorations were locked away in a storage bin in the attic, deep behind 2 closed doors. There's no way they should have ended up outside his bedroom. We grabbed the dog, barely remembered our shoes, and left. I could still hear those footsteps echoing in my head as we hit the sidewalk. I didn't even notice the rain had finally stopped. That's how I learned some places keep their secrets pretty close, and sometimes the past is just waiting in the next room. This was about 4 years ago when I was 19. I was just lying in bed late at night, scrolling through my phone and not really thinking about much when I started hearing this quiet, steady tapping somewhere in my room. At first, it barely registered. I think it had been going for at least a minute or two before it got annoying enough to snap me out of whatever I was reading. My first thought was that maybe one of my hamsters was drinking from the metal water bottle by their cage. The sound matched, kind of, but after it kept going for so long, I finally looked over, wondering how one little animal could make that much noise. Both hamsters were curled up together, fast asleep in their little plastic tunnel, the yellow one, not the blue that always falls apart. The second I realized the sound wasn't coming from them, the tapping stopped. Everything in the room just went silent. A few seconds later, it started again. Tap, tap, tap. Slower at first, then picking up speed, getting louder, but always in that same rhythm. I sat up and looked around, trying to figure out the source. After listening for a bit, it seemed like it was coming from my closet. And just like before, when I finally clocked where it was coming from, the tapping quit. Another short silence. Then back again, starting soft, building into that fast tapping. I stared at the closet door. It was almost shut, just cracked enough to see darkness behind it, not even wide enough for my cat Vera to shove her head through. That ruled her out right away. Then I remembered something inside the closet. Months earlier, I'd worn a priest costume for Halloween, kind of a weird choice looking back, and I'd left this little metal pendant on a chain, just hanging from a nail in the back. The sound was exactly like that pendant smacking against the wall, but there wasn't any breeze. The windows were closed, the AC wasn't running, and nothing else was moving. I checked 2 old medals I'd hung right outside the closet. They weren't even swaying. That's when I really started feeling scared. It's like every explanation evaporated as soon as I checked it out. Not the hamsters, not the cat, not the wind. And every single time I started figuring out what it couldn't be, the tapping would cut out, like whatever was behind it knew where my mind was going. Then it would start up again, slow, soft, like it was waiting. And every time it would get a bit louder, a bit quicker. My whole body felt weird, goosebumps everywhere. I couldn't shake the idea that something inside the closet was watching me, even though I couldn't see a thing. I knew I had to get out of there. I still had my phone, so I unlocked it and opened the camera. The second the camera app popped up, the tapping stopped again. I just stood there, waiting. Right after, it started up like clockwork. Tap, 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 getting louder, getting faster. I hit record and started edging toward the door. I really wanted to bolt, honestly, but I kept holding my phone out, aiming at the closet and trying to catch the sound as clearly as possible. I needed proof that I wasn't just making it up. Something changed the day we saw that figure. It was just me, my stepsister, and the quiet stretch of trees beyond the old campsites. Back when I was young, my grandparents kept an old camper at a religious campground up in northern New Hampshire. The place had rows of trailers, gravel paths, and the sort of woods that seem endless if you wander in too far. My dad, at the time, was dating a woman from church. She had 2 kids, and her oldest, Antoinette, was about my age. Right away, Antoinette and I clicked. We ended up spending nearly every day together, just wandering the paths, sneaking off to the playground, or coming up with little games behind the campers. After a while, our parents bought their own camper not far from my grandparents', maybe 3 spots over. It was close enough that Antoinette and I could run back and forth. Our camper was near the very end of the rows, right up against the abandoned section where nobody kept trailers anymore. The trees grew denser there, and what used to be campsites had pretty much vanished under leaves and old branches. That's where the woods sat, staring right at us, the day everything happened. This one afternoon, Antoinette and I were inside our grandparents' camper, probably watching cartoons and gossiping about some TV show. After a bit, we both got hungry and decided to head back to our parents' place for snacks. We stepped out onto the metal steps and started walking along the path. The tree line by the abandoned sites was to our left, shadowy and quiet. We hadn't even gotten 20 steps before we both saw it. Something leaned out from behind a tree, just enough for us to notice. I remember we both stopped, arms outstretched, as if we were about to block each other. At the same time, I blurted, "You see that too, right?" Antoinette answered right with me, "Yeah." Staring across the gravel, it looked almost human, except it was way too tall. I'd say about 8 or 9 feet, maybe a little more. The arms and legs were long and narrow, so thin I thought for a second I was looking at some weird branch. Its head was big and sort of rounded, and the eyes were the darkest thing on its face, just 2 black shapes. I don't remember much else for its face. If it had a nose or mouth, they were way too small to see from where we were. The skin, though, that sticks with me. It wasn't just pale, it was this strange, silver white, almost like a fish's scales, but smoother. Sometimes, when the light caught it, I'd see faint blues and greens shifting underneath. Not glowing exactly, but changing, like oil on water. That's the closest I can get to explaining it. It was beautiful, and so wrong at the same time. Then the thing raised its arm and waved at us. The way it moved, well, it didn't move like a person. It looked slow, but it was there and then gone so quick, I can't quite say how fast. It felt like my eyes couldn't keep up, or maybe my brain just didn't know how to read what I was seeing. Antoinette and I just stood there, totally stuck. I think I squeezed her arm. The figure slid back behind the tree in one fluid motion. No noise, nothing breaking underfoot, just gone. After that, everything was silent. No birds, no wind, not even the sound of a squirrel. We ran all the way to our parents' camper and busted through the door, crying and tripping over each other's words, trying to explain. Our parents didn't believe a single bit. First, they said we were making it up. Then they started laughing and calling us liars. When we got too upset, they actually threatened to punish us if we didn't stop talking about it. So we shut up. But we never changed what we'd seen. Not then, not after. Years passed. Every once in a while, I'd bring it up to my dad. Eventually, he started to think maybe something had happened, probably because he heard people talking more about UFOs and strange stuff on the news. He even said it was weird that Antoinette and I always told it the exact same way, years later. After I had my first baby, that memory came crashing back. I was just sitting on the couch, holding my daughter, and it was like I was right back on that gravel path, staring at the trees. That's when I started poking around online, seeing if anyone else had seen something like it. I noticed that public discussions about UFOs and UAPs were popping up more too. I eventually found a guy named Darren Axton who claimed he talked to non-human beings from some other place. At first, I thought it sounded like nonsense, but I watched one of his group sessions anyway. Someone asked him to describe the beings. He said they were tall, thin, with big heads and black eyes, kind of like what people call grays, but with skin that looked almost white, sort of glowing. That description hit me hard. It lined up almost exactly with what Antoinette and I had seen, except for the skin. He missed that shifting silvery color, that faint movement under the surface. I don't know how else to say it. I have no idea what we saw. Maybe it was alien, maybe something else, but the memory is still there, clear as ever. I still picture that figure leaning out from behind the tree, its silver skin catching the light, keeping its eyes right on us. As we got closer to the old place, paint all scraped off, grass up nearly to my knees, I heard a man's voice calling out to us. Hey you two, you girls over there." We both stopped dead. I figured someone was maybe hiding somewhere in the yard or behind the porch. Mara squinted, and I went up to the fence, pushing aside a weed. We both looked at every window, every patch of shadow we could see, but there was nobody. There was nothing moving at all. Then, out of nowhere, the voice came again. It sounded like it was coming straight from the house, maybe just behind that yellowed front window. "Yes, you! Come over here. Come inside. I need to show you something. It's important. I can see you." It sounded like a regular man, just some adult, but kind of weirdly eager, maybe a little too desperate. There was no echo, nothing you'd expect if it was bouncing off walls. Just this voice, and no one attached to it. We could see right through those windows. There was nobody inside, but it kept talking, even more excited. "Come inside. I need to show you something." Mara looked at me, and I think I barely whispered, "Run." We just turned and started bolting, holding on to the candy and chips like idiots. I remember thinking the crunching sound under my sneakers was so loud, and I could hear Mara breathing beside me, almost a sob. We sprinted past the side of that house, but when we hit the far end, the voice came again. Only now, it sounded wrong, lower, raspy, like it was coming from more than one mouth at once. It didn't even sound human. It screamed, "Get back here! Get inside this house! I will come out there and get you myself! I will find you!" We kept running, our shoes slapping the pavement, and I was sure something invisible was chasing us. We didn't stop until we were almost at our block, and somehow we kept hold of everything we bought. I didn't remember this until later, but back in the winter, I'd convinced my siblings to walk around that same house with me. I'd brought my phone that day and took a video. Nothing happened at the time, no voices, no weird feelings. But when I watched it back, there was a kind of growling scream in the background. It was hard to hear at first, almost like the phone picked something up that our ears missed. Low, rough, not like a dog or any person. The thing is, when I listened to that recording again after what happened with Mara, I realized the sound matched exactly what screamed at us, that same ugly, inhuman tone. I still have no idea what was in that house. All I know is it could see us, and it wanted us to come inside. The oddest part is that all of this started after my sister moved back home. My dad has been married to his wife for as long as I can remember, but she never seemed to warm up to me or my two sisters. A few years ago, she even moved into her own little place, just a tiny apartment nearby, because she said she needed space away from the kids, even her own. She ended up coming back, but things between all of us stayed tense. For years, there were whispers about her cheating on my dad. I never saw anything for myself, but her daughter Esther told me about some things. My mom also said she once caught her in the act and showed my dad a photo, but I didn't see it. I've listened through thin bedroom walls while they fought about their relationship, so nothing ever really felt settled. What messes with my head is how her whole family just goes on being friendly to my dad, pretending nothing's wrong. She still leaves for a few days at a time, saying she's visiting relatives, and maybe she is. After so many stories, though, it's hard not to wonder if there's more going on. So, about the house. My dad's lived here for over 20 years, paid the bills, and did the repairs himself. Until this past year, nothing even the slightest bit strange happened here. No cold spots, no weird shadows, just us and the faded wallpaper. Her grandmother's ashes have been sitting in an urn on a little corner table in the living room for years. The urn itself is kind of a dull brown, not something you'd notice unless you were looking right at it. Nothing ever happened when it first came into the house. Then, a few months ago, my sister Daphne moved back in. That's when things started. In the bedroom Daphne and I share, little objects keep falling that have no real reason to move. A skinny calendar slid off the dresser. Light things, like a hairbrush or a notepad, just sort of tip or drop to the carpet. One afternoon, I was home visiting, half asleep, when Daphne's purse suddenly hit the floor. I'm pretty sure it was brown, but now I'm wondering if it was more gray. There was a box fan running behind it, but the purse was heavy and kind of hooked over the knob, so it didn't make sense that any breeze could knock it off. Right after the purse fell, I heard the kitchen grater inside its plastic bin rattle and scrape. That sound, it snapped me awake. I lay there, just staring at the dresser, telling myself there had to be a reason. Maybe the fan was stronger than I gave it credit for, or maybe the dresser was just wobbly. I kept trying to figure it out, but this wasn't the first time, and it never happened anywhere else in the house. I've seen stuff fall or move on its own, at least 6 times now, and it's always in that same room. Once, a little jewelry box slid a few inches before it toppled off the edge. No one else was around. My dad told me something that made the whole thing stick in my mind even more. He swore that on 2 different days, each of my nephews, both under 5, stopped in his bedroom doorway, looked at the same back corner, and waved like someone was standing right there. He said neither kid said a word, just that quiet wave, and then they left the room. My dad's voice was sort of shaky when he told me. I'm not sure what to think. Sometimes I wonder if her grandmother's ashes had something to do with it, especially since nothing strange happened before. I even had this wild idea to swap the ashes for flour and see if that changed anything, but I'd never really do it. That's just asking for trouble, and it would feel wrong. Honestly, mostly I'm just scared. My dad bought this place so his daughters would always have a home, a stable one, and now there's this edge I can't ignore. I hate feeling unsafe here, like something is trying to get us to notice it or trying to push us out. Maybe it's all in my head. Maybe it's just the fan or floorboards settling or something else I'm missing. But these little things keep happening just in that room over and over, and I can't shake the feeling that something's changed. Nights get so quiet out there, you can almost hear your own breath. That was the only sound while my brother and I trudged up the pitch-black road with our bags, just the little circle of my phone's flashlight showing us the dirt path until we noticed something strange. My family lives in Skopje, but for Orthodox Easter, we always visit my father's family village up in the mountains. It's a small, isolated place, just a few dozen permanent residents and thick forest all around. Most people stay near the church and the square, but our house sits all the way out on the eastern edge, right where the road gets narrow and there are hardly any homes left. No street lights out that way. Once you leave the square, the darkness really is total. That year, we'd already been there close to a week. During Easter, the village gets packed. Relatives everywhere, even people who moved away years ago, come back. But by the next night, nearly everyone had gone. The energy just drains right out of the place, and it's quiet again. It was probably around 10:30 at night. My parents were getting everything ready for the drive home. Our house is down below the road a bit, so my dad had parked the car farther uphill on safer ground. My mom asked my brother and me to take the first load of bags up. I turned on my phone's flashlight as we made our way up the uneven path. Past that little beam, you just saw blackness. We set the bags in the trunk and started back toward the house. That's when my brother suddenly stopped. He just stood there, frozen, then bolted past me and got behind my shoulder. I asked, "What is it?" But he didn't answer right away. Then I saw it too. A man was coming toward us out of the darkest stretch of the eastern road. It struck me as odd right away. Nobody lives out that way. That side's just empty holiday houses and woods. His clothes made it stranger. He had on this faded, mustard-colored sweater, a white shirt, and a dark tie underneath. His pants were high-waisted and really old-fashioned. He looked, I don't know, he could have walked out of a photo from the 1960s, or maybe 50s, hard to say. Not sure what else to do. I just said, "Good evening, sir." He didn't respond, didn't even look at us, just kept moving past at the same slow pace until the darkness took him again. My brother and I hurried back and told our parents. My father said maybe it was one of the older villagers out for a walk. Some do that in the warmer months, though usually not that late, and not in complete darkness either. A few minutes later, all four of us carried the rest of the bags up. My father loaded the trunk, and we got in. As he reversed, the car's headlights swung across the road. The old man was standing there. He was still as a post, facing our car. This time, he was looking right into the headlights, and he was smiling. It wasn't a warm smile. It was too wide, too stiff, almost like he'd been waiting. He raised his hand real slow and started waving. My father just kind of waved back, more out of habit, I guess. The man never stopped smiling. When we finally pulled away, I asked my father who he was. My father glanced in the mirror and said, "I have no idea. I've never seen him before." That answer just made things worse, honestly. Everyone in that village knows each other. 30 people, maybe. My dad spent half his childhood there, so if anyone should have recognized a face, it'd be him. When we went back later in May, I asked my grandparents about it. I described the old guy's face, his clothes, and the direction he'd come from. Neither of them knew who I was talking about. My grandmother was especially puzzled. She said nobody should have been in those eastern houses by then. The Easter crowd had left, and the holiday homes beyond us were locked up. I asked around the village, too. My grandmother's sister has lived there forever. She didn't know anyone fitting that description either. No one remembered him arriving, and nobody could say why a man that age, dressed in clothes from, well, before my parents were born, would be wandering alone out there in the pitch dark. I still go to the village sometimes. I've walked that eastern road, day and night, stopped by every abandoned house, even tried to look down a few overgrown side paths. Never saw him again. Maybe he really was just a stranger passing through. Sometimes I want to believe that, but then I remember that smile and the way he waited there, standing dead still in the darkness until our lights found him. I saw something staring at me from the darkest corner of my room, something most people would call impossible. I'm not sure if anyone can really understand what I saw unless they've been through it themselves. Let me try to tell it straight. This happened about 5 years back in the Pacific Northwest. My family moved into a house my grandmother built, and we lived in the basement apartment right underneath her. Even on the first day, that basement had a feeling I couldn't brush off, like a sort of wrongness you can't put your finger on. I was a teenager then, and since it was summer, I usually spent my days alone, except for our big black mutt. I'd get my chores done, sit on the couch with the dog nearby, and just try to read or watch something. But some afternoons, the hallway would get dark in a way that made no sense, like someone turned the dimmer down only on that stretch of floor. That was usually when the doors started opening, not all at once, but one after another, sort of zigzagging down the hallway. As soon as it started, this feeling would hit me. Danger, real and heavy, like something was seconds from grabbing me, even though I couldn't see a thing. Every single time, I'd bolt upstairs into my grandma's place. The second I got through her doorway, the fear would stop, like someone flipped a switch. I should mention, she'd gone through and blessed that entrance, used oil and said prayers, and whatever she did, nothing from the basement ever crossed that threshold. Sometimes the dog would bark at the hallway before I even noticed anything. Some days he'd just look that way and then charge up with me, toenails clacking on the steps, not making a sound, just wanting out. Things got harder to ignore over that first year. Once, I was in the kitchen, scrubbing up, and the drawer next to me slammed so hard it rattled the silverware. Another time, I hid a bowl of chips up on this tall bookcase, had to reach way up, and I'm pretty tall. I put it up there to keep my little brother and sister from sneaking snacks. Next thing I knew, that bowl came flying off, bounced across the carpet, chips everywhere. That time, everyone was in the room. We all just stared at each other. The adults, my siblings, even my grandma. Nobody said it was a ghost or anything, but they couldn't explain it. My grandma kept shaking her head, muttering that she'd never seen anything like it. There was one night I felt the covers dip down by my feet, and I figured it was the cat jumping up. But when I reached over, my hand hit just the blanket. No cat, and the room was too quiet. That's when I started seeing it in the yard. It looked like a man, bigger than any man I've ever met, and its muscles sort of stood out in the way you see on those bodybuilder statues. But its head was all wrong, long and narrow, like a Doberman or a jackal. The whole thing was just gray, not black or brown, but dull, washed out, almost like it was made of smoke or fog. I once watched it move through the trees on all fours, and it was fast, but didn't stumble or lurch, just glided from trunk to trunk. The clearest time was late at night. I shared a room with my little sister Ella, who was about 6 or maybe 7 then. We were almost asleep when I noticed the corner by the bathroom had turned dark, so dark it looked like a hole cut out of the room. That's when I noticed something watching us. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it right at the corner. There it was, that same muscular figure with the too long head, its eyes extracted back at me, like animal eyes when you catch them in your headlights. It wasn't just staring, it felt like it was working something out, weighing us, almost like it was deciding which one of us would be easier to get to. My stomach dropped. I almost said something, but my throat locked up. Then it moved toward the bathroom. The thing was too tall to walk under the frame, so it bent its head sideways, nearly at a right angle, and slid underneath. Every minute or so, that long head would poke around the door, checking if I was still looking. Back then, faith meant everything to me. I remember I started praying out loud, asking God to cover us, to fill the room with angels and drive whatever this was away. I kept praying, voice shaking, until I lost track of how long it had been. Maybe 20 minutes, maybe more. That feeling of being watched stuck around the whole time, like something pressed against my skin. Then, just like that, the pressure vanished. I could breathe again. Even the air seemed lighter, and Ella just rolled over and fell asleep. After that night, I never saw the thing again. Not outside, not in the hallway, nowhere. I've looked into stories about shadow people, cryptids, animal-headed spirits, anything that might explain it. Nothing I've found matches what I saw in that room. I keep hoping someone out there has seen something like it too. Each time a branch snapped out in the woods, the sound seemed to echo strange warnings back to me, even though I could see nothing moving in the darkness. I need to tell what happened out there, even if I still can't explain any of it. This was in the winter of 2023, somewhere in the forested mountains of western Washington. At that time, I was living by myself in a small trailer, just me and my mutt, Luna. The property was tucked away, thick fir trees everywhere, steep slopes, and streams running down from icy springs. I didn't get visitors, but honestly, that's why I liked it. The loneliness didn't bother me. One afternoon, while I was out clearing brush through the woods, I found a dark hole beside the roots of a cedar stump. It was a bit wider than my shoulders, maybe 2 feet or so, and when I got down closer, I saw it ran sideways under the hill, more tunnel than hole. I just thought, well, that's a little cave, and went back to digging. I was trying to channel water from a stream to a low spot for a pond. The second the water hit that area, the ground collapsed. It let go fast, and I had to jump back. Water disappeared down the new hole, air rushed up, stale and earthy, and then gnats or little bugs just billowed out. Right away, I realized there was a bigger space under there. I stared at the hole, waiting, half expecting maybe a raccoon or something, but it was just silent. No eyes, no movement. Still, I suddenly wanted nothing to do with that opening. It wasn't regular fear, more like the kind of urge that tells you to leave first and figure it out later. so I started covering it. I found some branches. One had this white lichen clinging to it, and I remember scraping myself on it, rolled a couple rocks over, and shoveled dirt until the water mostly stopped flowing down. By then, dusk was starting to settle in. The forest gets dark fast in winter. Before heading back, I walked upstream to where the creek pools and slows down, a spot I'd built up with stones for sitting and thinking. I crouched by the water to scrub the mud from my hands, and as I stood, I saw something flicker uphill between two maples. At first, I wrote it off. Stuff moves in the woods all the time. Wind, birds, your eyes playing tricks. But then I looked straight ahead and saw them. Figures standing in the trees. They were shaped like people, but there was no detail, no color, nothing solid. The air around them rippled, and I could see the forest through their bodies, but the trunks behind them warped and bent. It reminded me, weirdly, of the way heat shimmers above a grill or those camo effects in the Predator movies. Except I wasn't watching TV. I was alone up there, and there were several of these things scattered around, not moving. This wasn't exactly new, though. The previous winter, I'd caught a glimpse of something similar. One figure, translucent, down by the old cabin. That time, I'd also seen a strange, pale green light dancing through the trees on a few nights. Back then, it made me curious, not scared. But this felt wrong in a way I can't explain. The figures didn't come toward me. They weren't threatening, and they didn't make a sound. But every part of me wanted to get out of there. Then, Luna, who'd been sniffing around, froze, ears straight up, tail stiff. The very next second, she bolted, tearing off toward where I'd uncovered the hole. My mind just went straight to, okay, a cougar must be nearby. That makes sense. I called for Luna and kept watching the woods, kind of half expecting to see something big, but nothing appeared. Eventually, Luna circled back, but the spot by the pool felt different, like it had soured somehow. I didn't want to stay, so we went home. On the walk back to the trailer, I argued with myself. Maybe there was fog or some weird light refraction. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe the creek's mist had played tricks between the trees. I kept landing on those maybes, but by the time we reached the trailer, I had nothing solid. That night, I fed Luna, made instant noodles, and sat on the couch. The uneasy feeling from the creek wouldn't go away. Around 9, I opened the small window behind the couch for some air. Most other windows were sealed up for winter. That's when I heard the first snap. Out to the right of the trailer, loud, like a live branch breaking, not just a dry stick. I kept still and listened. The woods went quiet. Then another snap, somewhere closer. Then another, from the other side. This kept up for hours. Sometimes it was 3 or 4 snaps within a few minutes, all in a rough circle around the trailer, getting closer each time. I kept telling myself it was deer, or maybe heavy wet snow cracking limbs, though there hadn't been much snow that week. Then came a tapping sound, metallic, quick, like someone gently knocking on the outside wall with a pipe or screwdriver or something. Tap, tap, silence. Then, a few minutes later, it would come again. I had no electricity that night. The trailer was pitch black, and for some reason, none of my flashlights worked. I tried using my phone to record the sounds, but it froze on the lock screen and then just powered off. With nothing to do, I sat by that cracked window and stared, hoping to see something that made sense, anything with fur even. But I never saw what made the sounds. The snapping branches and tapping just kept going. Finally, morning arrived. Relief washed over me. The woods outside looked normal again, and there were no marks or tracks around the trailer. The only thing off was, beneath where I'd heard the first snaps, several evergreen branches, dark green, flexible, about as thick as 2 fingers, lay broken, some barely clinging to the tree. They were fresh, not old. When I looked up from that spot, I realized I was standing directly in line with my window. Then I noticed the tree next to them. Its bark was rough and gray, but right at shoulder height, the pattern formed a face, a scowling one, with a deep brow and a scar-like mark over one side. It startled me enough that I took a picture, then went inside to try sketching it over the photo. The features lined up more than I'd expected. Maybe it was just how bark grows. I know faces appear in random places, but this one seemed too clear. After that night, I felt watched nearly all the time. Every time something moved outside or I heard a noise, I'd freeze and listen. Most times, it was nothing, but the sense of being observed never quite left. I ended up staying inside almost 3 weeks, barely leaving for anything. I even started lowering a metal cup on string through my one open window, scooping up clean snow for water for me and Luna. While searching online for what I'd seen, I found people describing the same thing, these glimmer men, and stories about hidden tunnels and strange encounters in deep woods. I didn't know what to believe, but the similarities unsettled me. When I finally got up the nerve to step outside again, I saw something that still bugs me. There was a thin line scratched in a full circle around my trailer. It even went right under my parked truck rather than around it. No tracks, no tire marks, just that line. From that point, I wrote down everything that seemed odd: dates, photos, notes. The major stuff faded off after a while, but little things kept happening. One time, at the creek, I found a stick shaped like a tiny tree, planted upright in the wet ground, wedged in so deep I had to really tug to get it out. I'd been planting a little garden nearby, so for a second I thought, well, I'm not sure what I thought. Maybe it's a dumb idea, but that's what hit me when I saw it. More branches showed up after that, always stuck into the soil, not fallen. I tried to blame animals, the wind, or even my own forgetfulness, but those explanations never fit. Even now, I can't say what those figures were, or if the sounds and the tunnel were all tied together. Maybe each thing had a plain cause. Maybe it was my brain, worn thin by the dark and the cold. But I still remember how the woods looked when the air bent around those human shapes. I remember how it felt when a place that had been home suddenly seemed to push me out. Everything changed after that ground gave way beneath the stream. I'm only saying, this is what happened, and somewhere under that ridge, that tunnel's probably still there.